Harper Audio presents 11 unabridged stories from the complete Western stories of Elmore Leonard, performed in order of appearance by Tom Wopat, Henry Rollins, David Strathern, and William Atherton.
Blood Money, read by Tom Wopat. Original title, Rich Miller's Hand. Western Story Magazine, October 1953. The Yuma Savings and Loan, Asuncion branch, was held up on a Monday morning, early. By 8 o'clock, the doctor had dug the bullet out of Elton Goss's middle and said if he lived, then you didn't need doctors anymore. The age of miracles was back. By 9, Freehauser, the Asuncion marshal, had all the facts, even the identity of the 5 hold-up men, thanks to the Centralia Hotel night clerks having been awake to see 4 of them come down from their rooms just after sunup. Then he had tried to make the faces register in his mind, but even squinting and wrinkling his forehead did no good. The 5th man had been in the hotel lobby most of the night, and the clerk knew for sure who he was, but didn't at the time associate him with the others. Later, when Freehauser showed him the wanted dodgers, then he was dead sure about all of them. 4 were desperados, well known, though with beard bristles and range clothes, they looked like anybody else. First, the Harlan brothers, Ford and Eugene. Ford was boss. Eugene was too lazy to work. Then Deke, an old hand whose real name was something Deacon, though no one knew what for sure. And the 4th, Sonny Navarez, wanted in Sonora by the Rurales, in Arizona by the marshal's office. He, like the others, had served time in the territorial prison at Yuma. As far as Freehauser was concerned, they weren't going back to Yuma if he caught them, not with Elton Goss dying and his dad yelling for blood. The 5th outlaw was identified as Rich Miller, a rider from down by 4 Tanks. Those who knew of him said he was weathered good for his age, though not as tough as he thought he was. A boy going on 18 and getting funny ideas in his brain because of the changing chemistry in his body. The bartender at the Centralia said Rich had been in and out all day, looking like he was mad at somebody. So they judged Rich had gotten drunk and was talked into something that was way over his head. A hand from FT Connected, which was out of 4 Tanks, said Rich Miller had been let go the day before, when the old man caught him drunk up at a line shack and not tending his fences. So what the Centralia bartender said was probably true. Freehauser said it was just too damn bad for him, that's all. Monday afternoon, the marshal's posse was in 4 Tanks, then heading east toward the jagged andesite peaks of the Kofas. McElway, the law at 4 Tanks, had joined the posse, bringing 5 men with him and offering a neighborly hand. Then he became hard to hold eager when he found out who they were after. The Fords, Deke, and Navarez had dead or alive money on them. McElway knew Rich Miller and said he just ought to have his nose wiped and run off home. But Freehauser looked at it differently. This was armed robbery. Goss, the bank manager, and his son Elton, who clerked for him, were hauled out of bed by 2 men. They turned out to be Eugene Harlan and Deke. Ford Harlan and Sonny Navarez were waiting at the rear door of the bank. The robbery would have come off without incident if Elton hadn't gone for a gun in a desk drawer. The elder Goss wasn't sure which one shot him. Then they were gone, with $12,000. They rode around front, and Rich Miller came out of the Centralia to join them. He'd been sitting at the window, asleep, the clerk thought, wearing off a drunk. He was used to having riders do that. When the rooms were filled up, he didn't care. But Rich Miller suddenly came alive and swung onto a mount the Mexican was leading. So all that time, he must have been watching the front to see no one sneaked up on them. McElway said a boy ought to be allowed one big mistake before he was called hard on something he'd done. Besides, Rich Miller's name didn't bring any reward money. Tuesday morning, the 20-man posse was deep in the Kofas. Gray rock towering on all sides, wild country, and now no trail. Freehauser decided they would split up, climb to higher ground, and wait. Just look around. He sent a man back to 4 Tanks to wire Yuma and Aztec in case the outlaws got through the Kofas, but Freehauser was sure they were still in the mountains somewhere. Wednesday morning, his hunch paid off. One of McKelway's men spotted a rider, and the posse closed in by means of a mirror flash system they'd planned beforehand. The rider turned out to be Ford Harlan. Wednesday afternoon, Ford Harlan was dead. He had led them a chase most of the morning, slipping through the man net, but near noon he turned into a dead-end canyon, a deserted mine site that once had been Sweet Mary No. 1. Ford Harlan had been urging his mount up a slope above the mine works, toward an adobe hut perched on a ledge about 300 yards up, when Freehauser cupped his hands and called for him to halt. He kept on. A moment later, Jim Mission, McKelway's deputy, knocked him out of the saddle with a single shot from his Remington. Then McKelway and Mission volunteered to bring Ford Harlan down. McKelway tied a white neckerchief to the end of his sharps for a truce flag, and they went up. Freehauser had said, "If you want to get Ford, you might as well go a few more steps and ask the rest if they want to give up." They were almost to the body when the pistol fire broke from above. They scrambled down fast, and when they reached the posse, Freehauser was smiling. They were all up there, Eugene and Deke and the Mexican and Rich Miller. One of them had lost his nerve and opened up. You could see it on Freehauser's face, the self-satisfaction. They were trapped in an old assay shack with a sheer sandstone wall towering behind it. Thin shadow lines of crevices reaching to slender pinnacles, and only one way to come down. The original mine opening was on the same shelf. Probably they'd hid their horses there. Freehauser was a contented man. He had all the time in the world to figure how to pry them out of the dobe. He even listened to McKelway and admitted that maybe the kid, Rich Miller, shouldn't be hung with the others if he didn't get shot first. Some of the posse went back home because they had jobs to hold down, but the next day, others came out from Asuncion in 4 tanks to see the fun. It seemed natural that Deke should take over as boss. There was no discussing it. No one gave it a thought. Ford was dead. Eugene was indifferent. Sonny Navarez was Mexican, and Rich Miller was a kid. The boy had wondered why Deke wasn't the boss even before. Maybe Deke didn't have Ford's nerve, but he had it over him in age and learning. Still, a man gets old, and he thinks of too many what-ifs. And sometimes Deke was scary, the way he talked about fate and God pulling little strings to steer men around where they didn't want to go. He was at the window on the right side of the doorway, which was open because there was no door. Eugene and Deke were at the left front window. He could hear Sonny Navarez behind him, moving gear around, but the boy did not take his eyes from the slope. Deke lounged against the wall, his face close to the window frame, his carbine balanced on the sill. Eugene was a step behind him. He was a heavy-boned man, shoulders stretching his shirt tight, and tall, though Deke was taller when he wasn't lounging. Eugene pulled at his shirt, sticking to his body with perspiration. The sun was straight overhead, and the heat pushed into the canyon without first being deflected by the rim rock. The Mexican drew his carbine from his bedroll and moved up next to Rich Miller, and now the 4 of them were looking down the slope, all thinking pretty much the same thing, though in different ways. Eugene Harlan broke the silence. "I shouldn't have fired at him." It could have gone unsaid. Deke shrugged. "That's under the bridge." "I wasn't thinking." Deke did not bother to look at him. "Well, you'd better start." "It wasn't my fault. Ford led him here." "Nobody's blaming you for anything. They'd have got us anyway, sooner or later. It was on the wall." Eugene was silent, and then he said, "What happens if we give ourselves up?" Deke glanced at him now. "What do you think?" Sonny Navarez grinned. "I think they would invite us to the rope dance." "Ford's the one shot that boy in the bank," Eugene protested. "They already got him." "How would they know he's the one?" Deke said. "We'll tell them." Deke shook his head. "Get a drink and you'll be doing your nerves a favor." Sonny Navarez and Rich Miller looked at Deke, and both of them grinned, but they said nothing, and after a moment they looked away again, down the slope, which fell smooth and steep. Slightly to the left, beyond an ore tailing, rose the weathered gray scaffolding over the main shaft. Below it, the rickety structure of the crushing mill, and past that, 6 rusted tanks cradled in a framework of decaying timber. These were roughly 300 yards down the slope. There was another 100 to the clapboard company buildings straggled along the base of the far slope. A sign hanging from the veranda of the largest building said Sweet Mary No. 1, El Tesorero Mining Company, 4 Tanks, Arizona Territory. Most of the posse men now sat in the shade of this building. Deke raised his hat again and passed a hand over his bald head, then down over his face, weathered and beard-stubbled, contrasting with the delicate whiteness of his skull. Rich Miller's eyes came back up the slope, hesitating on Ford Harlan's face-down body. Then he removed his hat, passed a sleeve across his forehead, and replaced the curled brim low over his eyes. He heard Eugene say, "You can't tell what they'll do." "They won't send us back to Yuma," Deke said. "That's one thing you can count on. And it costs money to rig a gallows. They'd just as lief do it here with a gun. Appeal to the sporting blood." Sonny Navarez said, "I once shot a mountain sheep in this same canyon that weighed as much as a man." "Right from the start there were signs," Deke said. "I was a fool not to heed them. Now it's too late. Something's brought us here to die altogether, and we can't escape it. You can't escape your doom." Sonny Navarez said, "I think it was $12,000 that brought us." "Sure it was the money, in a way," Deke said. "But we're so busy listening to Ford tell how easy money's resting in the bank, waiting to be sent to Yuma, we're not seeing the signs. Things that have never happened before. Like Ford insisting we gotta have 5, so he picks up this kid." Rich Miller said, "Wait a minute," because it didn't sound right. Deke held up his hand. "I'm talking about the signs. And Ford all of a sudden getting the urge to go on scout when he never done anything like that before. It was all working toward this, and now there's nothing we can do about it." "I ain't gonna get shot up just 'cause you got a crazy notion," Eugene said. Deke shook his head wearily. "It's sealed up now. After fate shows how it's going, then it's too late." "I didn't shoot that man in the bank." "You think they'll bother to ask you?" "Damn it, I'll tell them, and they'll have to prove I did it." "If you can get close enough to him without getting shot," Deke said quietly. He brought out field glasses from his saddlebags, which were below the window, and put the glasses to his face, edging them along the men far below in front of the company buildings. Rich Miller said to him, "What do you see down there?" "Same thing you do, only bigger." "I think," Sonny Navarez said to Deke, "that you are right in what you have said, that they will try hard to kill us. But this boy is not one of us. I think if he would surrender, they would not kill him. Prison, perhaps, but prison is better than dying." "You worry about yourself," Rich Miller said. "The time to be brave," the Mexican said, "is when they are handing out medals." "You heard him," Deke said. "Worry about your own hide. The more people we got, the longer we last. There's nothing that says if you're going to get killed, you got to hurry it up." Rich Miller watched Eugene move back to the table along the rear wall and pick up the whiskey bottle that was there. The boy passed his tongue over dry lips, watching Eugene drink. It would be good to have a drink, he thought. No, it wouldn't. It would be bad. You drank too much, and that's why you're here. That's why you're going to get shot or hung. But he could not sincerely believe what Deke had said, that one way or the other this was the end. Down the slope the posse was very far away, dots of men that seemed too small to be a threat. He did not feel sorry about joining the hold-up because he did not let himself think about it. He did feel something resembling sorry for the man in the bank, but he shouldn't have reached for the gun. I wonder if I would have, he thought. It wasn't so bad up here in the Dobie. Plenty of water and grub. Maybe we'll have some fun. Look at that crazy Mexican talking about hunting mountain sheep. If you were in jail, you could say, all right, you made a mistake. But how do you know if you've made a mistake when you're still alive and got $2,000 in your pants? My God, a man could do just about anything with $2,000. Freehauser sat in the shade, not saying anything. McKelway came to him, biting on his pipe idly, and after a while pointed to the mine shaft scaffolding and said how a man with a good rifle might be able to draw a bead and throw something in that open doorway if he was sitting way up there on top. Freehauser studied the ore tailings, furrowed and steep, that extended out from the slope on both sides of the hut. If a man was going up to that dobie, he'd have to go straight up, right into their guns. Maybe McKelway had something. Soften them up a bit. Standing by the windows, watching the possemen not moving, became tiresome, so one by one they would go back to the table and take a drink. Rich Miller took his turn, and it tasted good, but he did not drink much. Still, the time dragged on, until Eugene thought of something. He went to his gear and drew a deck of cards. Sonny Navarez said, "I have not played often." "Stand by the window a while," Deke told him. "Then somebody'll spell you. You got enough cash to learn with." Eugene shook his head, thinking of his brother, who had taken twice as much as the others because the holdup had been his idea. Damn Ford had 4,000 in his bags. They started playing, using matches for chips, each one worth $1. Rich Miller said the stakes were big. He'd never played higher than nickel-dime before. But he began winning right off, and he changed his tune. Most of the time they played 5-card stud. Deke said it separated the men from the boys, and he looked at Rich Miller when he said it. Deke played with a dumb face, but would smile after the last card was dealt, as if the last card always twinned the one he had in the hole, and he lost every hand. Eugene and Rich Miller took turns winning the pots, and after a while Deke stopped smiling. "We're raising the stakes," he said finally. "Each stick's worth $10. Deke's cut was down to a few $100s. Eugene took a drink and wiped his mouth and grinned. "Ain't you losing it fast enough?" Rich Miller grinned with him. Deke said, "Just deal the cards." McElway reached the platform on top of the shaft scaffolding and dropped the line to haul up the rifles, his own Sharps, and Jim Mission's roll-block Remington. He was glad Jim Mission was coming up with him. Jim was company, and could shoot probably better than he could. When Jim reached the platform, the two men nodded and smiled, then loaded their rifles and practice-sighted on the doorway. McElway said, "Try not to hit the boy," though knocking off any of the others would be doing mankind a good turn, and Jim Mission said it was all right with him. Eugene got up from the table unsteadily, tipping back his chair. He was grinning and stuffing currency into his pants pockets. In 2 hours he had won every cent of Deke's and Rich Miller's money. They remained seated, watching him sullenly, thinking it was a damn fool thing to try and win back all your losings in a couple of hands. Eugene took another pull at the bottle and wiped his mouth and looked at them, but he only grinned. "Sonny," he called to the Mexican lounging beside the window. "Your turn to get skinned." The Mexican shook his head. "I could not oppose such luck." "Come on!" Sonny Navarez shook his head again and smiled. Harlan looked at him steadily, frowning. "Are you going to play?" "Why should I give you my money?" "You don't come over here, I'll come get you." The Mexican did not smile now, and the room was silent. Rich Miller started to rise, but Deke was up first. "Gene, you want to fight somebody, there's plenty outside." Eugene ignored him and kept on toward Sonny. The Mexican's hand edged toward his holstered pistol. "Gene, you sit down now," Deke said tensely. Eugene stepped into the rectangle of sunlight carpeting in from the doorway. He was stepping out of it when the rifle cracked and sang in the open stillness. Eugene's hands clawed at his face, and he dropped without uttering a sound. McElway reloaded quickly. He had got one of them, he was sure of that, and it hadn't looked like the boy, else he wouldn't have fired. Jim Mission told him it was good shooting. After that, McElway did some figuring. From the crest of the oar-tailing in front of them, they'd be only about 50 yards from the hut. The trouble was they'd be out in the open. He told Jim Mission about it, and said, why not go up after dark? Then if they didn't see anything, they'd still be close enough to shoot at sounds. McElway said he was just waiting for Jim to say it. There was no poker the rest of the afternoon. Deke had dragged Eugene by his boots out of the doorway and placed him against the side wall with his hands on his chest, not crossed, but pushed inside his coat. He took the money out of Eugene's pockets, $6,000, and laid it on the table. Then he sat down and looked at it. Rich Miller pressed close to the wall by the window, studying the slope, wondering where the man with the rifle was. His eyes hung on the weathered shaft scaffolding, and now he wasn't so sure if there'd be any fun. Once Deke said, "Now it's starting to show itself," but they didn't bother to ask him what. Sonny Navarez stayed by a window. He would look at Eugene's body, but most of the time he was watching the dying sun. Rich Miller noticed this, but he figured the Mexican was thinking about God, or heaven, or hell, because there was a dead man in the room. Sonny had crossed himself when Eugene was cut down, even though he would have killed him himself a minute before. The sun was below the canyon rim, though the sky still reflected it red and orange, when Sonny Navarez pulled his pistol. Deke was raising the bottle. He glanced at the Mexican, but only momentarily. He took a long swallow then and extended the bottle to Rich Miller, but the boy was staring at Sonny Navarez. Deke's head turned abruptly. Sonny's long-barreled .44 was pointing toward them. Deke took his time putting down the bottle. He looked up again. "What's the idea?" the Mexican said. "When it is dark, I'm leaving." Deke nodded to the pistol. "You think we're going to try and stop you?" "You might. I'm taking the money." "You're wasting your time." Sonny Navarez shrugged. "Que va? It's worth a try. From no matter where you die, it's the same distance to hell." "You wouldn't have a chance," Rich Miller said. "There's somebody out there close with a rifle dead on this place." "For this money, a man will brave many things," the Mexican said, "and I'm not leaving until dark." Then he told them to face the wall, and when they did, he picked up the bundles of oversized bills and stuffed them inside his jacket. Rich Miller said, "Do you think you'll get through?" "Probably no." Deke said, "You're a damn fool." "If I get out," Sonny Navarez said, "I will visit a priest and give his church part of the money, and not rob again." "It's too late for that," Deke said. "It's too late for anything." "No," the Mexican insisted. "I will be very sorry for this crime. With the money that is left after the church, I will buy my mother a house in Hermosillo, and after that, I will recite a rosary every day." Deke shook his head. "Things are going the way they are for a reason we don't know, but nothing you can do will change it." The Mexican shrugged and said, "Que va?" It was almost full dark when Sonny Navarez moved to the doorway. He stood next to the opening and holstered his pistol and lifted his carbine, which was there against the wall. He levered a shell into the breech and stepped into the opening, crouching slightly. He hesitated, as if listening, then turned to the two men at the table and nodded. As he was turning back, the rifle shot rang in the dim stillness and echoed up canyon. Sonny Navarez doubled, sinking to his knees, and hung there momentarily as if in prayer, before falling half through the doorway. Later, McElway and Mission climbed down from the oar tailing and reported to Freehauser. The marshal said 3 out of 5 men wasn't bad for one day's work. They were sitting on the porch, cigarettes glowing in the darkness, when the rider came in from Asuncion. He told them that Elton Goss was going to pull through. Freehauser laughed and said, "Well, he guessed the age of miracles was back. A good one on the doctor, eh?" The news made everybody feel pretty good, because Elton was a nice boy. McElway mentioned that it would also make it a whole lot easier on Rich Miller. Looking out into the night, the boy could just barely make out the shapes of the mine structures in the cyanide vats, which Deke had told him held 250 tons of ore and had to be hauled all the way across the desert from Yuma. How did he say it? The ore'd pour into the crusher, jaws and rollers that had beat it almost to powder, then pass into the vats and get leached in cyanide for 9 days. 5 pounds of cyanide to the ton of water, that was it. He thought, what's the sense in remembering that? It's a strange thing, Rich Miller thought now, how in 2 days a man can change from a 30-a-month rider to an outlaw and not even feel it. Almost like the man has nothing to do with it, just a rope pulling you into things. He remembered earlier in the day being eager, looking forward to doing some long-range shooting, but seeing the situation apart from himself. He wondered how he could have thought this. Now there were 2 dead men in the room. That was the difference. Later on, he got to thinking about Eugene breaking the poker game and about the Mexican. It occurred to him that both of them, for a short space of time, had all of the money, and now they were dead. Ford had taken the biggest cut, and he was dead. Toward morning he dozed, and when he awoke, Deke was sitting, leaning against the wall below the other window. Deke was silent, and Rich Miller said, for something to say, When they going to try for us?
When they get good and damn ready.
Rich Miller was silent, and after a while he said, We could take a chance and give up. You know, not like surrendering. With the idea of getting away later when they ain't 100 of 'em around.
You know what I told you.
But you ain't dead sure about that.
I'd say I'm a little older than you are.
Rich Miller did not answer. Damn, he hated for someone to tell him that. As if old men naturally knew more than young ones, taking credit for being older when they didn't have anything to do with it.
What are you thinking about?
Deke said. Giving up. Deke exhaled slowly.
You saw what happens if you go through that door.
There's other ways.
Like what?
Waving a flag.
You wave anything out that door, Deke said quietly. I'll kill you.
He's crazy, Rich thought. He's honest-to-God crazy and doesn't know it. Deke had butted the table against the wall under the window, and now they sat opposite each other. Deke on one side of the window, the boy on the other. Deke had divided the $8,000 between them, and said they were going to play poker to keep their minds from blowing away. He placed his pistol on the edge of the table. They stayed fairly close at first, each winning about the same number of pots, but after a while the boy began to win more often. In the quietness he thought of many things, like not being able to give himself up, and then he remembered something which had occurred to him earlier. Deke, the boy said, you know why Sonny and Eugene got killed?
I've been telling you why. 'Cause they were destined to.
But why?
No one knows that.
I do. The boy watched the other man closely. Because they had the money. He paused. Ford had most of it, and he was the first. Eugene had all but Sonny's when he got hit. Then Sonny took all of it, and he lasted less than an hour. Deke said nothing, but his sunken expression seemed more drawn. They played on in silence, and slowly Rich Miller was taking more and more of the money. Deke seemed uncomfortable, and he said quietly that he guessed it just wasn't his day. In less than an hour, he was down to $250.
You might clean me out, Deke said.
Rich Miller said nothing and dealt the cards. The first one's down, then a queen to Deke and a jack to himself. He looked at his whole card, a 10 of diamonds. Deke bet $50 on the queen. You must have twin girls, the boy said.
You know how to find out.
Rich Miller's next card was a king, Deke's an ace. He bet $50 again. Their fourth cards were low and no help, but Deke pushed in all the money he had.
That's on a hunch, he said.
Rich Miller dealt the last cards, a queen to Deke, making it an ace, a 5, and 2 queens. He gave himself a second king.
What you show beats me,
Deke said, grinning. He pushed away from the table and stood up.
You got it all, boy. You know what that means.
It means I'm giving up.
It's too late. You explained it yourself a while ago. The man who gets the money gets killed.
Deke was grinning deeply.
Now I don't have anything.
You're dead sure you'll be last.
As sure as a man can be. It's the handwriting.
What good'll it do you?
Who knows?
You're so dead sure. Go stand in that doorway. Deke was silent. What about your handwriting? The pattern says you'll be the last, and even then, who knows? That all the bunk? Deke hesitated momentarily, then walked slowly toward the doorway. He stopped next to it stiffly. Then he moved out. Rich Miller's eyes stayed on Deke as his hand moved across the table. He lifted Deke's pistol from the table edge and swung it out the window and fired in the direction of the scaffolding. A high-pitched, whining report answered the shot and hung longer in the air. Deke staggered, turning back into the room, and had time to look at the boy in wide-eyed amazement. Then he was dead. The boy returned to the window after getting his carbine, and with his bandana tied to the end of the barrel, waved it in a slow arc back and forth. Once they started up the slope, he sat back in the chair and idly turned over his whole card, the 10. The posse men were drawing closer, up to Ford Harlan's body now. He flipped Deke's whole card. It landed on top of the 2 queens. 3 ladies. He rose and moved to the doorway as he saw the men nearing the shelf, then glanced down at Deke and shook his head. I sure am crazy, he thought. I never heard before of a man cheating to lose. He walked through the doorway with his hands above his head.
Only Good Ones. Read by Henry Rollins. Western Roundup, New York, Macmillan, 1961. Western Writers of America Anthology.
Picture the ground rising on the east side of the pasture with scrub trees thick on the slope and pines higher up. This is where everybody was. Not all in one place, but scattered in small groups. About a dozen men in the scrub, the frontline men, the shooters who just couldn't stand around. They'd fire at the shack when they felt like it, or when Mr. Tanner passed the word, they'd all fire at once. Other people were up in the pines and on the road which ran along the crest of the hill, some 300 yards from the shack across the pasture. Those watching made bets whether the man in the shack would give himself up or get shot first. It was Saturday, and that's why everyone had the time. They would arrive in town that morning, hear about what had happened, and shortly after, head out to the cattle company pasture. Almost all of the men went out alone, leaving their families in town. Though there were a few women who came, the other women waited, and the people who had business in town and couldn't leave waited. Now and then somebody came back to have a drink or their dinner and would tell what was going on. No, they hadn't got him yet, still inside the line shack and not showing his face. But they'd get him. A few more would go out when they heard this. Also, a wagon from Despain's went out with whiskey. That's how the saloon was set up in the pines overlooking the pasture, and why nobody went back to town after that. Barely a mile from town, those going out would hear the gunfire, like a skirmish way over on the other side of a woods, thin specks of sound, and this would hurry them. They were careful, though, topping the slope, looking across the pasture, getting their bearings, then peering to see who was present. They would see a friend and ask about this Mr. Tanner, and the friend would point him out. The man there in the dark suit, thin and bony, not big, but looking like he was made of gristle and hard to kill, with a mustache and a thin nose and a dark dusty hat worn square over his eyes. That was him. Nobody had ever seen him before that morning. They would look at Mr. Tanner, then across the pasture again to the line shack 300 yards away. It was a little bake oven of a hut, wood-framed and made of sod, and built against a rise where there were pines so the hut would be in shade part of the day. There were no windows in the hut, no gear lying around to show anybody lived there. The hut stood in the sun now with its door closed, the door chipped and splintered by all the bullets that had poured into it and through it. Off to the right, where the pine shapes against the sky rounded and became willows, there in the trees by the creek bed, was the man's wagon and team. In the wagon were the supplies he had bought that morning in town before Mr. Tanner spotted him. Out in front of the hut, about 10 or 15 feet, was something on the ground. From the slope, 300 yards away, nobody could tell what it was until a man came who had field glasses. He looked up and said, frowning, it was a doll, one made of cloth scraps, a stuffed doll with buttons for eyes. The woman must have dropped it, somebody said. The woman? The man with the field glasses said. A Lipan Apache woman who was his wife, or his woman, or just with him. Mr. Tanner hadn't been clear about that. All they knew was she was in the hut with him, and if the man wanted her to stay and get shot, that was his business. Bob Valdez, 20 years old and town constable for 3 weeks, carrying a shotgun and glad he had something to hold on to, was present at the Maricopa pasture. He arrived about noon. He told Mr. Tanner who he was, speaking quietly and waiting for Mr. Tanner to answer. Mr. Tanner nodded, but did not shake hands and turned away to say something to an R.L. Davis, who rode for Maricopa when he was working. Bob Valdez stood there and didn't know what to do. He watched the two men. Two of a kind, huh? Both cut from the same stringy hide and looking like father and son. Tanner talking, never smiling, hardly moving his mouth. R.L. Davis, standing hip-cocked, posing with his revolver and rifle and a cartridge belt over his shoulder, and the funneled, pointed brim of his sweaty hat nodding up and down as he listened to Mr. Tanner, smiling at what Mr. Tanner said, laughing out loud, while still Mr. Tanner did not even show the twitch of a lip. Bob Valdez did not like R.L. Davis, or any of the R.L. Davises he had met. He was civil. He listened to them. But God, there was a lot of them to listen to. A Mr. Beaudry, who leased land to the cattle company, was there. Also, Mr. Malsom, manager of Maricopa, and a horsebreaker by the name of Diego Luz, who was big for a Mexican, but never offensive, and he drank pretty well. Mr. Beaudry, nodding and also squinting so he could picture the man inside the line shack, said, "There was something peculiar about him. I mean, having a name like Orlando Rincon." "He worked for me," Mr. Malsom said. He was looking at Mr. Tanner. "I mistrusted him, and I believe that was part of it, his name being Orlando Rincon." "Johnson," Mr. Tanner said. "I hired him 2-3 times," Mr. Malsom said, "for heavy work, when I had work you couldn't kick a man into doing." "His name is Johnson," Mr. Tanner said. "There is no fuzzhead by the name of Orlando Rincon, I'm telling you. This one is a fuzzhead from Fort Huachuca 10th Fuzzhead Cavalry, and his name was Johnson when he killed James C. Baxter a year ago, and nothing else." He spoke as you might speak to young children to press something into their minds. This man had no warmth, and he was probably not very smart, but there was no reason to doubt him. Bob Valdez kept near Mr. Tanner because he was the center of what was going on here. They would discuss the situation and decide what to do. As the law enforcement man, he, Bob Valdez, should be in on the discussion and the decision. If someone was to arrest Orlando Rincon, or Johnson, or whatever his name was, then he should do it. He was the town constable. They were out of town, maybe, but where did the town end? The town had moved out here now. It was the same thing. Wait for Rincon to give up, then arrest him, if he wasn't dead already. "Mr. Malsom?" Bob Valdez stepped toward the cattle company manager, who glanced over but looked out across the pasture again indifferent. "I wondered if maybe he's already dead," Valdez said. Mr. Malsom, standing heavier and taller and 20 years older than Bob Valdez, said, "Why don't you find out?" "I was thinking," Valdez said, "if he was dead, we could stand here a long time." R.L. Davis adjusted his hat, which he did often, grabbing the funneled brim, loosening it on his head and pulling it down close to his eyes again and shifting from one cocked hip to the other. "This constable here's got better things to do," R.L. Davis said. "He's busy." "No," Bob Valdez said. "I was thinking of the man, Rincon. He's dead or he's alive. He's alive, maybe he wants to give himself up. In there he has time to think, huh? Maybe—" He stopped. Not one of them was listening. Not even R.L. Davis. Mr. Malsom was looking at the whiskey wagon. It was on the road above them and over a little ways, with men standing by it, being served off the tailgate. "I think we could use something," Mr. Malsom said. His gaze went to Diego Luz, the horsebreaker, and Diego straightened up. Not much, but a little. He was heavy and very dark, and his shirt was tight across the thickness of his body. They said that Diego Luz hit green horses on the muzzle with his fist, and they minded him. He had the hands for it. They hung at his sides, not touching or fooling with anything. They turned open, gestured when Mr. Malsom told him to get the whiskey, and as he moved off, climbing the slope, one hand held his holstered revolver to his leg. Mr. Malsom looked up at the sky, squinting and taking his hat off and putting it on again. He took off his coat and held it hooked over his shoulder by one finger, said something, gestured, and he and Mr. Beaudry and Mr. Tanner moved a few yards down the slope to a hollow where there was good shade. It was about 2 or 2:30 then, hot, fairly still, and quiet considering the number of people there. Only some of them in the pines and down in the scrub could be seen from where Bob Valdez stood, wondering whether he should follow the 3 men down to the hollow or wait for Diego Luz, who was at the whiskey wagon now, where most of the sounds that carried came from, a voice, a word or two that was suddenly clear, or laughter, and people would look up to see what was going on. Some of them by the whiskey wagon had lost interest in the line shack. Others were still watching, though, those farther along the road sitting in wagons and buggies. This was a date, that people would remember and talk about. Sure, I was there, the man in the buggy would be saying a year from now in a saloon over in Benson or St. David or somewhere. The day they got that army deserter. He had a big 50 sharps and an old walker, and I'll tell you, it was ticklish business. Down in that worn-out pasture, dusty and spotted with desert growth, prickly pear and brittle bush, there was just the sun. It showed the ground cleanly, all the way to just in front of the line shack where now, toward the mid-afternoon, there was shadow coming out from the trees and from the mound the hut was set against. Somebody in the scrub must have seen the door open. The shout came from there, and Bob Valdez and everybody on the slope was looking by the time the Lipan Apache woman had reached the edge of the shade. She walked out from the hut toward the willow trees carrying a bucket, not hurrying or even looking toward the slope. Nobody fired at her, though this was not so strange. Putting the front sight on a sod hut and on a person are two different things. The men in the scrub and in the pines didn't know this woman. They weren't after her. She had just appeared. There she was, and no one was sure what to do about her. She was in the trees a while by the creek, then she was out in the open again, walking back toward the hut with the bucket and not hurrying at all. A small figure way across the pasture, almost without shape or color, with only the long skirt reaching to the ground to tell it was the woman. So he's alive, Bob Valdez thought, and he wants to stay alive, and he's not giving himself up. He thought about the woman's nerve, and whether Orlando Rincon had sent her out, or she had decided this herself. You couldn't tell about an Indian woman. Maybe this was expected of her. The woman didn't count. The man did. You could lose the woman and get another one. Mr. Tanner didn't look at R.L. Davis. His gaze held on the Lipan Apache woman, inched along with her toward the hut, but must have known R.L. Davis was right next to him. "She's saying she don't give a goddamn about you and your rifle," Mr. Tanner said. R.L. Davis looked at him funny. Then he said, "Shoot her?" Like he hoped that's what Mr. Tanner meant. "Well, you could make her jump some," Mr. Tanner said. Now R.L. Davis was on stage and he knew it, and Bob Valdez could tell he knew it by the way he levered the Winchester, raised it and fired all in one motion. And as the dust kicked behind the Indian woman, who kept walking and didn't look up, R.L. Davis fired and fired and fired as fast as he could lever and half aim, and with everyone watching him, hurrying him, he put 4 good ones right behind the woman. His last bullet socked into the door just as she reached it, and now she did pause and look up at the slope, staring up like she was waiting for him to fire again and giving him a good target if he wanted it. Mr. Malsom laughed out loud. "She still don't give a goddamn about your rifle." It stung R.L. Davis, which it was intended to do. "I wasn't aiming at her." "But she doesn't know that." Mr. Malsom was grinning, turning then and reaching out a hand as Diego Luz approached them with a whiskey. "Hell, I wanted to hit her, she'd be laying there, you know it." "Well, now you go tell her that," Mr. Malsom said, working the cork loose, "and she'll know it." He took a drink from the bottle and passed it to Mr. Beaudry, who drank and handed the bottle to Mr. Tanner. Mr. Tanner did not drink. He passed the bottle to R.L. Davis, who was standing, staring at Mr. Malsom. Finally, R.L. Davis jerked the bottle up, took a long swallow, and that part was over. Mr. Malsom said to Mr. Tanner, "You don't want any?" "Not today," Mr. Tanner answered. He continued to stare out across the pasture. Mr. Malsom watched him. "You feel strongly about this army deserter." "I told you," Mr. Tanner said. "He killed a man was a friend of mine." "No, I don't believe you did." "James C. Baxter of Fort Huachuca," Mr. Tanner said. "He come across the Tulapi still. This nigger soldier was working with some Indians. The nigger thought Baxter would tell the army people, so he shot him and ran off with a woman. And you saw him this morning?" "I'd come in last night and stopped off, going to Tucson," Mr. Tanner said. "This morning I was getting ready to leave when I saw him and the woman." "I was right there," R.L. Davis said. "Right, Mr. Tanner? Him and I were on the porch by the Republic, and Rincon goes by in the wagon. Mr. Tanner said, 'You know that man?' I said, 'Only that he's lived up north of town a few months, him and the woman.' 'Well, I know him,' Mr. Tanner said. 'That man's an army deserter, wanted for murder.' I said, 'Well, let's go get him.' He had a start on us, and that's how he got to the hut before we could grab on to him. He's been holed up ever since." Mr. Malsom said, "Then you didn't talk to him?" "Listen," Mr. Tanner said. "I've kept that man's face before my eyes this past year." Bob Valdez, somewhat behind Mr. Tanner and to the side, moved in a little closer. "You know this is the same man, huh?" Mr. Tanner looked around. He stared at Valdez. That's all he did. Just stared. "I mean, we have to be sure," Bob Valdez said. "It's a serious thing." Now Mr. Malsom and Mr. Beaudry were looking up at him. "We?" Mr. Beaudry said. "I'll tell you what, Roberto. We need help. We'll call you, all right?" "You hired me," Bob Valdez said, standing alone above them. He was serious, but he shrugged and smiled a little to take the edge off the words. "What did you hire me for?" "Well," Mr. Beaudry said, acting it out, looking past Bob Valdez and along the road both ways. "I was to see some drunk Mexicans. I'd point them out." A person can be in two different places, and he will be two different people. Maybe if you think of some more places, the person will be more people, but don't take it too far. This is Bob Valdez standing by himself with his shotgun and having only the shotgun to hold on to. This is one Bob Valdez, about 20 years old. Mr. Beaudry and others could try and think of a time when Bob Valdez might have drunk too much or swaggered or had a certain smart look on his face, but they would never recall such a time. This Bob Valdez was all right. Another Bob Valdez, inside the Bob Valdez at the pasture that day, worked for the Army one time and was a guide when Crook chased Chato and Chihuahua down into the Madres. He was 17 then, with a Springfield and Apache moccasins that came up to his knees. He would sit at night with the Apache scouts from San Carlos, eating with them and talking some as he learned Chiricahua. He would keep up with them all day and shoot the Springfield one hell of a lot better than any of them could shoot. He came home with a scalp but never showed it to anyone, and had thrown it away by the time he went to work for Maricopa. Shortly after that, he was named town constable at $25 a month, getting the job because he got along with people. The Mexicans in town who drank too much on Saturday night liked him, and that was the main thing. The men with the whiskey bottle had forgotten Valdez. They stayed in the hollow where the shade was cool, watching the line shack and waiting for the Army deserter to realize it was all up with him. He would realize it and open the door and be cut down as he came outside. It was a matter of time only. Bob Valdez stayed on the open part of the slope that was turning to shade, sitting now like an Apache, and every once in a while making a cigarette and smoking it slowly as he thought about himself and Mr. Tanner and the others, then thinking about the Army deserter. Diego Luz came and squatted next to him, his arms on his knees and his big hands that he used for breaking horses hanging in front of him. "Stay near if they want you for something," Valdez said. He was watching Beaudry tilt the bottle up. Diego Luz said nothing. "One of them bends over," Bob Valdez said then. "You kiss it, huh?" Diego Luz looked at him, patient about it, not mad or even stirred up. "Why don't you go home?" He says, "Get me a bottle, you run." I get it. I don't run. Smile and hold your hat, huh? And don't talk so much. Not unless they talk to you first. You better go home, Diego said. Bob Valdez said, "That's why you hit the horses." "Listen," Diego Luz said, scowling a bit now. They pay me to break horses. They pay you to talk to drunks on Saturday night and keep them from killing somebody. They don't pay you for what you think or how you feel. So if you take their money, keep your mouth shut, all right?" Diego Luz got up and walked away down toward the hollow. The hell with this kid, he was thinking. He'll learn or he won't learn, but the hell with him. He was also thinking that maybe he could get a drink from that bottle. Maybe there'd be half an inch left nobody wanted, and Mr. Malsom would tell him to kill it. But it was already finished. R.L. Davis was playing with the bottle, holding it by its neck and flipping it up, catching it as it came down. Beaudry was saying, "What about after dark?" looking at Mr. Tanner, who was thinking about something else and didn't notice. R.L. Davis stopped flipping the bottle. He said, "Put some men on the rise right above the hut. He comes out, bust him." "Well, they should get the men over there," Mr. Beaudry said, looking at the sky. "It won't be long till dark." "Where's he going?" Mr. Malsom said. The others looked up, stopped in whatever they were doing or thinking by the suddenness of Mr. Malsom's voice. "Hey, Valdez!" R.L. Davis yelled out. "Where do you think you're going?" Bob Valdez had circled them and was already below them on the slope, leaving the pines now and entering the scrub brush. He didn't stop or look back. "Valdez!" Mr. Tanner raised one hand to silence R.L. Davis, all the time watching Bob Valdez getting smaller, going straight through the scrub, not just walking or passing the time, but going right out to the pasture. "Look at him," Mr. Malsom said. There was some admiration in his voice. "He's dumber than he looks," R.L. Davis said, then jumped a little as Mr. Tanner touched his arm. "Come on," Mr. Tanner said, "with a rifle," and started down the slope, hurrying and not seeming to care if he might stumble on the loose gravel. Bob Valdez was now halfway across the pasture, the shotgun pointed down at his side, his eyes not leaving the door of the line shack. The door was probably already open enough for a rifle barrel to poke through. He guessed the army deserter was covering him, letting him get as close as he wanted. The closer he came, the easier to hit him. Now he could see all the bullet marks in the door and the clean inner wood where the door was splintered. 2 people in that little bake oven of a place. He saw the door move. He saw the rag doll on the ground. It was a strange thing, the woman having a doll. Valdez hardly glanced at it, but was aware of the button eyes looking up and the discomforted twist of the red wool mouth. Then, just past the doll, when he was wondering if he would go right up to the door and knock on it, and wouldn't that be a crazy thing, like visiting somebody, the door opened, and the Negro was in the doorway, filling it, standing there in pants and boots but without a shirt in that hot place, and holding a long-barreled walker that was already cocked. They stood 10 feet apart, looking at each other, close enough so that no one could fire from the slope. "I can kill you first," the Negro said, "if you raise that." With his free hand, the left one, Bob Valdez motioned back over his shoulder. "There's a man there said you killed somebody a year ago." "What man?" "Said his name is Tanner." The Negro shook his head, once each way. "Said your name is Johnson." "You know my name. I'm telling you what he said." "Where'd I kill this man?" "Huachuca." The Negro hesitated. "That was some time ago. I was in the 10th. More than a year." "You a deserter?" "I served it out." "Then you got something that says so." "In the wagon. There's a bag there my things are in." "Will you talk to this man, Tanner? If I can hold from hitting him one." "Listen, why did you run this morning?" "They come chasing. I don't know what they want." He lowered the gun a little, his brown-stained, looking tired eyes staring intently at Bob Valdez. "What would you do? They came on the run. Next thing I know, they're firing at us, so I pop in this place." "Will you come with me and talk to him?" The Negro hesitated again, then shook his head. "I don't know him." "Then he won't know you, huh?" "He didn't know me this morning." "All right," Bob Valdez said. I'll get your papers, says you were discharged, and then we'll show it to this man, huh? The Negro thought it over before he nodded, very slowly as if still thinking. All right, bring him here. I'll say a few words to him. Bob Valdez smiled a little. You can point that gun some other way. Well, the Negro said, if everybody's friends. He lowered the walker to his side. The wagon was in the willow trees by the creek, off to the right, but Bob Valdez did not turn right away in that direction. He backed away, watching Orlando Rincon for no reason that he knew of. Maybe because the man was holding a gun, and that was reason enough. He had backed off 6 or 7 feet when Orlando Rincon shoved the walker down into his belt. Bob Valdez turned and started for the trees. This was when he looked across the pasture. He saw Mr. Tanner and R.L. Davis at the edge of the scrub trees, but wasn't sure it was them. Something tried to tell him it was them, but he did not accept it until he was off to the right, out of the line of fire. And by then, the time to yell at them or run toward them was past, for R.L. Davis had the Winchester up and was firing. They say R.L. Davis was drunk, or he would have pinned him square. As it was, the bullet shaved Rincon and plowed past him into the hut. Bob Valdez saw him half turn, either to go inside or look inside, and as he came around again, saw the man's eyes on him and his hand pulling the walker from his belt. They weren't supposed to, Bob Valdez said, holding one hand out as if to stop Rincon. Listen, they weren't supposed to do that. The walker was out of Rincon's belt, and he was cocking it. Don't, Bob Valdez yelled. Don't! Looking right in the man's eyes and seeing it was no use, and suddenly hurrying, jerking the shotgun up and pulling both triggers so that the explosions came out in one big blast, and Orlando Rincon was spun and thrown back inside. They came out across the pasture to have a look at the carcass, some going inside where they found the woman, also dead, killed by a rifle bullet. They noticed she would have a child in a few months. Those by the doorway made room as Mr. Tanner and R.L. Davis approached. Diego Luz came over by Bob Valdez, who had not moved. Valdez stood watching them, and he saw Mr. Tanner look down at Rincon and after a moment shake his head. It looked like him, Mr. Tanner said. It sure looked like him. He saw R.L. Davis squint at Mr. Tanner. It ain't the one you said? Mr. Tanner shook his head again. I've seen him before, though. Know I've seen him somewheres. Valdez saw R.L. Davis shrug. You ask me, they all look alike. He was yawning then, fooling with his hat, and then his eyes swiveled over at Bob Valdez standing with the empty shotgun. Constable, R.L. Davis said, you went and killed the wrong coon. Bob Valdez started for him, raising his shotgun to swing it like a club. But Diego Luz drew his revolver and came down with it, and Valdez dropped to the ground. Some 3 years later, there was a piece in the paper about a Robert Eladio Valdez who had been hanged for murder in Tularosa, New Mexico. He had shot a man coming out of the Regent Hotel, called him an unprintable name, and shot him 4 times. This Valdez had previously killed a man in contention and 2 in Sands during a bank holdup, had been caught once, escaped from the jail in Mesilla before trial, and identified another time during a holdup near Lordsburg. If it's the same Bob Valdez used to live here, Mr. Beaudry said, it's good we got rid of him. Well, it could be, Mr. Malsom said, but I guess there are Bob Valdezes all over. You wonder what gets into them, Mr. Beaudry said.
Trail of the Apache, read by David Strathern. Original title, Apache Agent. Argosy, December 1951. Under the thatched roof ramada that ran the length of the agency office, Travison slouched in a canvas-backed chair, his boots propped against one of the support posts. His gaze took in the sun-beaten, gray adobe buildings, all one-story structures, that rimmed the vacant quadrangle. It was a glaring, depressing scene of sun on rock, without a single shade tree or graceful feature to redeem the squat ugliness. There was not a living soul in sight. Earlier that morning, his White Mountain Apache charges had received their 2 weeks' supply of beef and flour. By now they were milling about the cook fires in front of their wickiups, eating up a 2 weeks' ration in 2 days. Most of the Indians had built their wickiups 3 miles farther up the Gila, where the flat, dry land began to buckle into rock-strewn hills. There the thin, sparse Gila cottonwoods grew taller and closer together, and the mesquite and prickly pear thicker. And there was the small game that sustained them when their government rations were consumed. At the agency, Travison lived alone. By actual count, there were 42 Coyotero Apache scouts along with the interpreter, Barney Fry, and his wife, a Tonto woman. But as the officers at Fort Thomas looked at it, he was living alone. There is no question that to most young Eastern gentlemen on frontier stations such an alien means of existence would have meant nothing more than a very slow way to die, with boredom reading the services. But of course, they were not Travison. From Whipple Barracks through San Carlos and on down to Fort Huachuca, it went without argument that Eric Travison was the best Apache campaigner in Arizona Territory. There was a time, of course, when this belief was not shared by all, and the question would pop up often along the trail, in the barracks at Fort Thomas, or in a Globe barroom. Barney Fry's name would always come up then, though most discounted him for his 1/4 Apache blood. But that was a time in the past, when Eric Travison was still new, before the sweltering Sand Rock Apache country had burned and gouged his features, leaving his gaunt face deep-chiseled and expressionless. That was while he was learning that it took an Apache to catch an Apache. So for all practical purposes, he became one. Barney Fry taught him everything he knew about the Apache, and then he began teaching Fry. He relied on no one entirely, not even Fry. He followed his own judgment, a judgment that his fellow officers looked upon as pure animal instinct. And perhaps they were right. But Travison understood the steps necessary to survival in an enemy element. They weren't included in Cook's cavalry tactics. You learned them the hard way, and your being alive testified that you had learned well. They said Travison was more of an Apache than the Apache themselves. They said he was cold-blooded, sometimes cruel, and they were uneasy in his presence. He had discarded his cotillion demeanor the first year at Fort Thomas, and in its place was the quiet, pulsing fury of an Apache war dance. This was easy enough for the inquisitive to understand, but there was another side to Eric Travison. For 3 years he had been acting as agent at the Camp Gila sub-agency, charged with the health and welfare of over 200 White Mountain Apaches, and in 3 years he had transformed nomadic hostiles into peaceful agriculturalists. He was a dismounted cavalry officer who sometimes laid it on with the flat of his saber, but he was completely honest. He understood them and took their side, and they respected him for it. It was better than San Carlos. That's why the conversation at the officers' mess at Fort Thomas, 30 miles southwest, so often dwelled on him. He was a good Samaritan with a Spencer in his hand. They just didn't understand him. They didn't realize that actually he was following the line of least resistance. He was accepting the situation as it was and doing the best job with the means at hand. To Travison it was that simple, and fortunately he enjoyed it, both the fighting and the pacifying. The fact that it made him a better cavalryman never entered his mind. He had forgotten about promotions. By this time he was too much a part of the savage, everyday existence of Apache country. He looked at the harsh, rugged surroundings and liked what he saw. He shuffled his feet up and down the porch pole and sank deeper into his camp chair. Suddenly, in his breast, he felt the tenseness. His ears seemed to tingle and strain against an unnatural stillness, and immediately every muscle tightened. But as quickly as the strange feeling came over him, he relaxed. He moved his head no more than 2 inches, and from the corner of his eye he saw the Apache crouched on hands and knees at the corner of the ramada. The Indian crept like an animal across the porch, slowly and with his back arched. A pistol and a knife were at his waist, but he carried no weapon in his hands. Travison moved his right hand across his stomach and eased open the holster flap. Now his arms were folded across his chest, with his right hand gripping the holstered pistol. He waited until the Apache was less than 6 feet away before he wheeled from his chair and pushed the long-barreled revolving pistol into the astonished Apache's face. Travison grinned at the Apache and holstered the handgun. "Maybe someday you'll do it." The Indian grunted angrily. With victory almost in his grasp, he had failed again. Gatito, sergeant of Travison's Apache scouts, was an old man, the best tracker in the army, and it cut his pride deeply that he was never able to win their wager. Between the two men was an unusual bet of almost 2 years' standing. If at any time, while not officially occupied, the scout was able to steal up to the officer and place his knife at Travison's back, a bottle of whiskey was his. For such a prize, the Indian would gladly crawl through anything. He tried constantly, using every trick he knew, but the officer was always ready. The result was a grumbling, thirsty Indian, but an officer whose senses were razor-sharp. Travison even practiced staying alive. Gatito gave the report of the morning patrol and then added, almost as an afterthought, "Chiricahua come, 2 miles away." Travison wheeled from the office doorway. "Where?" Gatito spoke impassively. "Chiricahua come. He come with troop from fort." Travison considered the Apache's words in silence, squinting through the afternoon glare toward the wooden bridge across the Gila that was the end of the trail from Thomas. They would come from that direction. "Go get Fry immediately, and turn out your boys." Chapter 2. Second Lieutenant William DeBoth, West Point's newest contribution to the Dandy Fifth, had the distinct feeling that he was entering a hostile camp as he led H Troop across the wooden bridge and approached Camp Gila. As he drew nearer to the agency office, the figures in front of it appeared no friendlier. Good God, were they all Indians? After guarding the 16 hostiles, the 30 miles from Fort Thomas, Lieutenant DeBoth had had enough of Indians for a long time. Even with the H Troopers riding 4 sides, he couldn't help glancing nervously back to the 16 hostiles and expecting trouble to break out at any moment. After 30 miles of this, he was hardly prepared to face the gaunt, raw-boned Travison and his sinister-looking band of Apache scouts. His fellow officers back at Fort Thomas had eagerly informed DeBoth of the character of the formidable Captain Travison. In fact, they painted a picture of him with bold, harsh strokes, watching the young lieutenant's face intently to enjoy the mixed emotions that showed so obviously. But even with the exaggerated tales of the officers' mess, DeBoth could not help learning that this unusual Indian agent was still the best army officer on the frontier. 3 months out of the point, he was only too eager to serve under the best. Leading his troop across the square, he scanned the ragged line of men in front of the office and on the ramada. All were armed, and all stared at the approaching column as if it were bringing cholera instead of 16 unarmed Indians. He halted the column and dismounted in front of the tall, thin man in the center. The lieutenant inspected the man's faded blue chambray shirt and gray trousers, and unconsciously adjusted his own blue jacket. "My man, would you kindly inform the captain that Lieutenant DeBoth is reporting? I shall present my orders to him." The lieutenant was brushing trail dust from his sleeve as he spoke. Travison stood with hands on hips looking at DeBoth. He shook his head faintly without speaking and began to twist one end of his dragoon mustache. Then he nodded to the foremost of the Chiricahuas and turned to Barney Fry. "Barney, that's Pio, isn't it?" "Ain't nobody else," the scout said matter-of-factly. "And the skinny buck on the paint is Assassino, his son-in-law." Travison turned his attention to the bewildered lieutenant. "Well, mister, ordinarily I'd play games with you for a while, but under the circumstances, when you bring along a company like that, we'd better get down to business at hand without the monkey shines. Fry, take care of our guests. Lieutenant, you come with me." He turned abruptly and entered the office. Inside, DeBoth pulled out a folded sheet of paper and handed it to Travison. The captain sat back, propped his boots on the desk, and read the orders slowly. When he was through, he shook his head and silently cursed the stupidity of men trying to control a powder keg situation 2,000 miles from the likely explosion. He read the orders again to be certain that the content was as illogical as it seemed. Headquarters, Department of Arizona. In the field, Fort Thomas, Arizona. August 30th, 1880. E.M. Travison, Captain 5th Cavalry Regiment, Camp Gila Subagency, Camp Gila, Arizona. You are hereby directed, by order of the Department of the Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs, to place Pio and the remnants of his band, numbering 15, on the Camp Gila White Mountain Reservation. The Bureau compliments you on the remarkable job you are doing and has confidence that the 16 hostile Chiricahuas placed in your charge will profit by the example of their White Mountain brothers and become peaceful farmers. The bearer, 2nd Lieutenant William DeBoth, is, as of this writing, assigned to Camp Gila as second in command. Take him under your wing, Eric. He's young, but I think he will make a good officer. Eamon Collier, Brigadier General Commanding. He looked up at the lieutenant, who was gazing about the bare room, taking in the table, the roll-top desk along the back wall, the rifle rack, and 3 straight chairs. DeBoth looked no more than 21 or 2, pink-cheeked, neat, every inch a West Point gentleman. But already, after only 3 months on the frontier, his face was beginning to lose that expression of anticipated adventure, the young officer's dream of winning fame and promotion in the field. The 30 miles from Fort Thomas alone presented the field as something he had not bargained for. To Travison it wasn't a new story. He'd had younger officers serve under him before, and it always started the same way. Take him under your wing. Teach him about the Apache. It was always the old campaigner teaching the recruit what it was all about. To Eric Travison, at 28, only 7 years out of the point, it was bound to be amusing. The cavalry mustache made him look older, but that wasn't it. Travison had been a veteran his first year. It was something that he'd had even before he came west. It was that something that made him stand out in any group of men. It was the strange instinct that made him wheel and draw his handgun when Gatito stole up behind him. It was a combination of many things, but not one of them did Travison himself understand, even though they made him the youngest captain in Arizona because of it. And now another one to watch him and not understand. He wondered how long DeBoth would last. He said, "Lieutenant, do you know why you've been sent here?" "No, sir." DeBoth brought himself to attention. "I do not question my orders." Travison was faintly amused. "I'm sure you don't, Lieutenant. I was referring to any rumors you might have heard. And relax." DeBoth remained at attention. "I don't make it a practice to repeat idle rumors that have no basis in fact." Travison felt his temper rise, but suppressed it from long practice. It wasn't the way to get things done. He circled the desk and drew a chair up behind DeBoth. "Here, rest your legs." He placed a firm hand on the lieutenant's shoulder and half forced him into the chair. "Mister, you and I are going to spend a lot of time together. We'll be either in this room or out on the desert with nothing to think about except what's in front of us. Conversation gets pretty thin after a while, and you might even make up things just to hear yourself talk. You're the only other regular Army man here, so you can see it isn't going to be a parade grounds routine. I've been here for 3 years now, counting White Mountain Indians and making patrols. Sometimes things get a bit hot. Otherwise, you just sit around and watch the desert. I probably don't look like much of an officer to you. That doesn't matter. You can keep up the spit and polish if you want, but I'd advise you to relax and play the game without keeping the rule book open all the time. Now, would you mind telling me what in the hell the rumors are at Thomas?" DeBoth was surprised and disturbed. He fidgeted in his chair, trying to feel official. "Well, sir, under the circumstances. Of course, as I said, there is no basis for its authenticity, but the word is that Crook is being transferred back to the department to lead an expedition to the border. They say that he will probably ask for you. So I am being assigned here to replace you when the time comes. This is, of course, only gossip that is circulating about. Do you believe it?" "Sir, I don't even think about it." Travison said, "You mean you don't want to think about it? Sitting by yourself at a godforsaken Indian agency with almost 250 White Mountains living across the street. Not to mention the scouts." He paused and smiled at DeBoth. "I don't know, Lieutenant. You might even like it after a while." "I accept my orders, Captain. My desires have nothing to do with my orders." But Travison was not listening. Long strides took him to the doorway, and he leaned out with a hand against the doorframe on each side. "Fry!" "Hey, Fry!" The men of H Troop looked over to the office as they prepared to mount. Barney Fry left the sergeant and strode toward the agency office. "Come in here, Barney." The clatter of trotting horses beat across the quadrangle as Fry stepped up on the porch and entered the office. His short strides were slightly pigeon-toed, and he held his head tilted down as if he were self-conscious of his appearance. He looked to be in his early 20s, but, like Travison, his face was a hard, bronzed mask, matured beyond his age. When he took off his gray, wide-brimmed hat, thick black hair clung close to his scalp, smeared with oily perspiration. "What do you think, Barney?" Fry leaned against the edge of the desk. "I think probably the same thing you do. Those Apaches aren't going to stay long at Gila, even if we'd give them all the beef critters in Arizona. You noticed there wasn't any women in the band." "Yes, I noticed," Travison answered. "They'll never learn, will they?" He looked at both. "You see, Lieutenant, the Bureau thinks that if they separate them from their families for a while, the hostiles will become good little Indians and make plows out of their spencers and grow corn to eat instead of drink. What would you do if some benevolent race snatched your women and children from you and sent you to a barren rock pile over 100 miles away? And do you know why? For something you'd been doing for the past 300 years. For that simple but enigmatic something that makes you an Apache and not a Navajo. For that quirk of fate that makes you a tiger instead of a Persian cat. Mister, I've got over 200 White Mountains here raising crops and eating government beef. I can assure you that they're not doing it by nature. And now they sent 16 Chiricahuas. 16 men with the smell of gunpowder still strong in their nostrils and bloodlust in their eyes." Travison shook his head wearily. "And they send them here without their women." DeBoth cleared his throat before speaking. "Well, frankly, Captain, I don't see what the problem is. Obviously, these hostiles have done wrong. The natural consequence would be a punishment of some sort. Why pamper them? They're not little children." "No, they're not little children. They're Apaches," Travison reflected. "You know, I used to know an Indian up near Fort Apache by the name of Skimitozen. He was an Artivaipa. One day he was sitting in the hut of a white friend of his, a miner, and they were eating supper together. Then, for no reason at all, Skimitozen drew his handgun and shot his friend through the head. Before they hung him, he said he did it to show his Artivaipa people that they should never get too friendly with the Blancos. The Apache has never gotten a real break from the whites, so Skimitozen wanted to make sure that his people never got to the point of expecting one, and relaxing. Mister, I'm here to kill Indians and keep Indians alive. It's a paradox, no question about that, but I gave up rationalizing a long time ago. Most Apaches have always lived a life of violence. I'm not here primarily to convert them, but by the same token I have to be fair, when they are fair to me." DeBoth raised an objection. "I see nothing wrong with our treatment of the Indians. As a matter of fact, I think we've gone out of our way to treat them decently." He recited the words as if he were reading from an official text. Fry broke in. "Go up to San Carlos and spend a week or two," he said. "Especially when the government beef contractors come around with their adjusted scales and each cow with a couple of barrels of Gila water in her. Watch how the Apache women try to cut each other up for a bloated cow belly." Fry spoke slowly, without excitement. Travison said to the lieutenant, "Fry's not talking about 1 or 2 incidents. He's talking about history. You were with Pio all the way up from Thomas. Did you see his eyes? If you did, you saw the whole story." Chapter 3. The early afternoon sun blazed heavily against the adobe houses and vacant quadrangle. The air was still and oppressive, and seemed to be thickened by the fierce, withering rays of the Arizona sun. To the east, the purplish blur of the Pinals showed hazily through the glare. Travison leaned loosely against a support post under the brush ramada. His gray cotton shirt was black with sweat in places, but he seemed unmindful of the heat. His sun-darkened face was impassive, as if asleep, but his eyes were only half closed in the shadow of his hat brim, squinting against the glare in the direction from which Fry would return. Earlier that morning, the scout and 6 of his coyoteros had traveled upriver to inspect the tracks selected by Pio and his band. The hostiles had erected their wickiups without a murmur of complaint and seemed to have fallen into the alien routines of reservation life without any trouble. But it was their silence, their impassive acceptance of this new life that bothered Travison. For the 2 weeks the hostiles had been at Camp Gila, Travison's scouts had been on the alert every minute of the day. But nothing had happened. When Fry returned, he would know more. DeBoth appeared in the office door behind him. "Not back yet?" "No. He might have stopped to chin with some of the White Mountain people. He's got a few friends there," Travison said. "Barney's got a little Apache blood in him, you know." DeBoth was openly surprised. "He has? I didn't know that." He thought of the countless times he had voiced his contempt for the Apaches in front of Fry. He felt uncomfortable and a little embarrassed now, though Fry had never once seemed to take it as a personal affront. Travison read the discomfort on his face. There was no sense in making it more difficult. "His mother was a half-breed," Travison explained. "She married a miner and followed him all over the territory while he dug holes in the ground. Barney was born somewhere up in the Tonto country on one of his dad's claims. When he was about 8 or 9, his ma and dad were killed by some Tontos, and he was carried off and brought up in the tribe. That's where he got his nose for scouting. It's not just in his blood like some people think. He learned it, and he learned it from the best in the business. Then, when he was about 15, he came back to the world of the whites. About that time, there was a campaign operating out of Fort Apache against the Tontos. One day, a patrol came across the rancheria where Barney lived and took him back to Fort Apache. All the warriors were out, and only the women and children were around. He remembered enough about the white man's life to want to go back to the Indians, but he knew too much about the Apache's life for the army to let him go. So he's been a guide since that day. He was at Fort Thomas when I arrived there 7 years ago, and he's been with me ever since I've been here at Gila." DeBoth was deep in thought. "But can you trust him?" he asked, "after living with the Apaches for so long?" "Can you trust the rest of the scouts? Can you trust those rocks and mesquite clumps out yonder?" Travison looked hard into the lieutenant's eyes. "Mister, you watch the rocks, the trees, the men around you. You watch until your eyes ache, and then you keep on watching. Because you'll always have that feeling that the minute you let down, you're done for. And if you don't have that feeling, you're in the wrong business." A little past 4, Fry and his scouts rode in. He threw off and ran toward the agency office. Travison met him in the doorway. "They scooped, Barney." Fry paused to catch his breath and wiped the sweat from his face with a grimy brown hand. "It might be worse than that. When we got there this morning, only a few of Pio's band were around. I questioned them, but they kept trying to change the subject and get us out of there. I thought they were acting strange, talking more than usual, and then it dawned on me. Gatito had spotted it right away. They'd been drinking Tiswan. You know, you got to drink a whopping lot of that stuff to really get drunk. I figure these boys hadn't had much yet, because they were still too quiet, but the others were probably off at the source of supply, so we rode out and tried to cut their sign. We tried every likely spot in the neighborhood until after noon, and we still couldn't find a trace of them." Travison considered the situation silently for a moment. "They've probably been at it since they got here, taking their time to pick a spot we wouldn't find right away. No wonder they've been so quiet." Travison had much to think about, for a drunken Apache will do strange things, bloody things. He asked the scout, "What does Gatito think?" Fry hesitated and then said, "I don't like the way he was licking his lips while we were on the hunt." Fry did not have to say more. Travison knew him well enough to know that the scout felt Gatito could bear some extra attention. To DeBoth, watching the scene, it was a new experience. The captain and the quarter-breed scout talking like brothers, saying more with eyes and gestures than with words. He looked from one to the other intently, then for the first time noticed the young Apache standing next to Travison. A moment ago he had not been there, but there had not been a sound or a footstep. The young brave spoke swiftly in the Apache tongue for almost a minute, and then disappeared around the corner of the office. DeBoth could still see vividly the red calico cloth around thick black hair and his almost feminine features. Fry and Travison began to talk again, but DeBoth interrupted. "What in the name of heaven was that?" Travison grinned at the young officer's astonishment. "I thought you knew Peaches. Forgot he hadn't been around for a while." "Peaches?" Travison said, "Let's go inside." They gathered around his table, lighted cigarettes, and Travison went on. "I'd just as soon you didn't speak his name aloud around here. You see, that young, gentle-looking Apache has one of the toughest jobs on the reservation. He's an agency spy. Only Fry and I, and now you, know what he is. Not even any of the scouts know. The Indians suspect that someone on their side is reporting to me, but they have no idea who it is. He's got a dangerous job, but it's necessary. If trouble ever breaks out, we have to be able to nip it in the bud. Peaches is the only way for us to determine where the bud is." "May I ask you what he told you just now?" Travison drew hard on his cigarette before replying. "He said that he knew much, but he would be back sometime before sunup tomorrow to tell what he knew. He made one last point very emphatic. He said, 'Watch Gatito.'" A rear room of the agency office adobe served as sleeping quarters for both of the officers. Their cots were against opposite walls, lockers at the feet, and two large pine-board wardrobes, holding uniforms and personal gear, were flush with the wall running along the heads of their bunks. A full moon pointed its light through the window frame over DeBoth's bed, carpeted the plank flooring with a delicate sheen, and reached as far as the gleaming upper portion of Travison's body, motionless on the cot. One arm was beneath the gray blanket that reached just above his waist. The other was folded across his bare chest. A floorboard creaked somewhere near. His eyes opened at once and closed just as suddenly. Beneath the blanket his hand groped near his thigh and quietly covered the grip of his pistol. He opened his eyes slightly and glanced across the room. DeBoth was dead asleep. The latch on the door leading to the front office rattled faintly, and then hinges creaked as the door began to open. Travison quietly drew his arm from beneath the blanket and leveled the pistol at the doorway. His thumb closed on the hammer and drew it back, and the click of the cocking action was a sharp metallic sound. The opening door motion stopped. "Nantan, do not shoot." The words were just above a whisper. Travison threw the blanket from his legs, swung them to the floor, and moved to the doorway without a sound. Peaches backed into the office as he approached. "Chiricahua leave." "How long?" "They go maybe 5 mile now. Gatito go with them." Travison stepped back to the doorway and slammed the butt of his pistol against the wooden door. "Hey, mister, roll out." DeBoth sat bolt upright. "Be ready to ride in a few minutes," Travison said, and ran out of the office toward Barney Fry's adobe across the quadrangle. In less than 20 minutes, 13 riders streaked out of the quadrangle westward. Behind them, orange light was just beginning to show above the irregular outline of the Pinals. The morning was cool, but still, and the stillness held the promise of the blistering heat of the day to come. The sun was only a little higher when Travison and his scouts rode up to 4 wickiups along the bank of the Gila. Travison halted the detail but did not dismount. He sat motionless in the saddle, his senses alert to the quiet. He said something in Apache, and one of the scouts threw off and cautiously entered the first wickiup. He reappeared in an instant, shaking his head from side to side. In the third hut, the scout remained longer than usual. When he reappeared, he was dragging an unconscious Indian by the legs. Travison said, "That one of them, Barney?" Fry swung down from his pony and leaned over the prostrate Indian, saying a few words in Apache to the scout still holding the Indian's legs. "He's a Chiricahua, Captain, dead drunk. Must have been drinking for at least 2 days. He nodded his head toward the Apache scout. "Ningun says there's a jug inside with a little tiswan in it." Travison pointed to 2 of the scouts and then swept his arm in the direction of the 4th wickiup. They kicked their ponies to a leaping start, dashed to the hut, and gave it a quick inspection. In a minute they were back. The scouts watched Travison intently as he studied the situation. They knew what the signs meant. They sat their ponies now with restless anticipation, fingering their carbines, checking ammunition belts, holding in the small, wiry horses that also seemed to be charged with the excitement of the moment. For there's no love lost between the Coyotero and the Chiricahua. Eric Travison knew as well as any of them what the sign meant. 16 drunken Apaches screaming through the countryside with blood in their eyes and a bad taste in their mouths. It was something that had to be stopped before the Indians regained their senses. Now they were loco Apaches, bloodthirsty but a bit careless. By the next day, unless stopped, they would again be cold, patient guerrilla fighters, led by the master strategist, Pio. From the direction of the agency, a scout rode into sight, beating his pony to a whirlwind pace. He reined in abruptly and shouted something to Fry through the dust cloud.
"We been sleeping, Captain. He says Gatito made off with 12 carbines and 200 rounds of 44s. Must have sneaked them out sometime last night."
In Travison, the excitement of what lay ahead was building up continually. Now it was beginning to break through his calm surface.
"We're awake now, Barney. I figure they'll either streak south for the Madres right away, or contact their people up near Apache by dodging through the basin and then heading east for the reservation. I know if I was going to hide out for a while, I'd sure want my wife along. Let's find out which it is."
Chapter 4. By mid-morning, Travison's scouts had followed the tracks of the hostiles to an elevated stretch of pines wedged tightly among bare, rolling hills. They halted a few hundred yards from the wooded area in the open. Before them, the land, dotted with mesquite and catclaw, climbed gradually to the pine plateau, and the sun glare made shimmering waves, hazy and filmy white, as they looked ahead to the contrasting black of the pines. A shallow arroyo cut its way down from the ridge, past where the detail stood, finally ending at the banks of the Gila 12 miles behind them. On both sides of the crusted edges of the arroyo, the unshod tracks they had been following all morning moved straight ahead. Ningun, the Apache scout, rode up the arroyo 100 yards, circled and returned. He mumbled only a few words to Fry, who glanced at the pine ridge again before speaking.
"He says the tracks go all the way up. Ain't no other place they could go."
"Does he think they're still up there?" Travison asked the question without taking his eyes from the ridge.
"He didn't say, but I know he don't think so."
Barney Fry pulled out a tobacco plug and bit off a generous chew, mumbling,
"And I don't either."
He moved the front of his open vest aside with a thumb and dropped the plug into the pocket of his shirt.
"I figure it this way, Captain," he said. "They know who's following 'em, and they know we ain't about to get caught in a simple jackpot like that one up yonder without flushing it out first. So they ain't going to waste their time setting a trap that we won't fall right into." "Sounds good, Barney, only there's one thing that's been troubling me," Travison said. "Notice how clean the sign's been all the way? Not once have they tried to throw us off the track, and they've had more than one opportunity to at least make it pretty tough. No Apache, no matter if he's drunker than $700, is going to leave a trail that plain. That is, unless he wants to." He looked at the scout, suggesting a reply with his expression, and added, "Now, why do you suppose old Pio would want us to follow him?" Fry pushed his hat from his forehead and passed the back of his hand across his mouth. It was plain that the captain's words gave him something to think about, but he had been riding with Travison too long to show surprise with the officer's uncanny familiarity with what an Apache would do at a given time. He was never absolutely sure himself, but for some unexplainable reason, Travison's judgment was almost always right. And when dealing with an unknown quantity, the Apache, this judgment sometimes seemed to reach a superhuman level. Fry was quiet, busy putting himself in Pio's place, but de both spoke up at once. "I take it you're suggesting that the Indians are not really drunk, but what about that unconscious Indian back at the reservation?" He asked the question as if he were purposely trying to shoot holes in the captain's theory. "No, Lieutenant, I'm only saying what if," Travison agreed with a faint smile. "Could be one way or the other. I just want to impress you that we're not chasing Harvard sophomores across the Boston Common. If you ever come up against a better general than Pio, you can be sure of one thing. He'll be another Apache." Though he was sure of Fry's and Ningun's judgment, Travison sent scouts ahead to flank the pine woods before taking his command through.
In another hour they were over the ridge, in the open, descending noisily over the loose gravel that was strewn down the gradual slope that led to the valley below. On level ground again, they followed the tracks to the north, up the raw, rolling valley, flat and straight from a distance. But as they traveled, the sand-rock ground buckled and heaved into shallow crevices and ditches every few hundred feet. The monotony of the bleak scene was interrupted only by the grotesque outlines of giant saguaro and low, thick mesquite clumps. Even in this comparatively open ground, de both noticed that Travison and all the scouts rode half-tensed in their saddles, their eyes sweeping the area to the front and to both sides, studying every rock or shrub clump large enough to conceal a man. It was a vigilance that he himself was slowly acquiring just from noticing the others. Still, he was more than willing to let the scouts do the watching. The damned stifling heat and the dazzling glare were enough for a white man to worry about. He mopped his face continually, and every once in a while pulled the white bandana around his throat up over his nose and mouth. But that caused the heat to be even more smothering. He could feel the Apache scouts laughing at him. How could they remain so damned cool-looking in this heat? With every step of the horses, the dust rose around him and seemed to cling to his lungs until he would cough and cover his nose again with the kerchief. Ahead, but slightly to the east, he studied the jagged blue outline of a mountain range. The Sierra Apaches. The purplish blue of the mountains and the soft blue of the cloudless sky were the only pleasant tones to redeem the ragged, wild look of the valley. He pressed his heels into his horse's flanks and rode up abreast of Travison. The climate and the unyielding country were grinding de both's nerves raw. He wanted to scream at somebody, anybody. "I sincerely hope you know where you're going, Captain." Travison ignored the sarcasm. "You'll feel better after we camp this evening. First day's always the toughest." He was silent for a few minutes, his head swinging in an arc, studying the signs that did not even exist to de Both. And then he added, "Those mountains up ahead are the Sierra Apaches, a lot farther than they look. Before we pass them, we're going to camp at a rancher's place. His name's Solomon, a really fine old gentleman. I think you'll like him, Bill." It was the first time Travison had used de Both's first name. The lieutenant looked at him strangely. It was close to 6 o'clock when they reached the road leading to Solomon's place. The road cut an arc through the brush flat and then passed through a grove of cottonwoods. From where they stood, they could see the roof of the ranch house through the clearing in the trees made by the road. The house stood a few hundred yards the other side of the cottonwoods, and just to the right of it a few acres of pines edged toward the house from the foothills of the Sierra Apaches towering to the east. Fry pointed to the wide path of trampled brush 100 feet to the left of the road they were following.
"There's one I wouldn't care to try to figure out. Why didn't they take the road?"
Travison was watching Ningun circle the cottonwoods and head back.
"They're making it a bit too easy now,"
he replied idly. Ningun made his report to Fry and pointed above the cottonwoods in the direction of the pines. A faint wisp of dark smoke curled skyward in a thin line. Against the glare, it was hardly noticeable. "Know what that means?" Travison asked. He looked at no one in particular. Fry answered,
"I got an idea."
They dismounted in the cottonwoods and approached the clearing on foot. The ranch house, barn, and corral behind it seemed deserted. Travison said, "Go take a look, Barney." Fry beckoned to 4 of the Apache scouts, and they followed him into the clearing. They walked across the open space toward the house slowly, all abreast. They made no attempt to conceal themselves by crouching or hunching their shoulders, a natural instinct, but futile precaution with no cover in sight. They walked perfectly erect with their carbines out in front. Suddenly they all stopped, and one of the scouts dropped to his hands and knees and put his ear to the earth. He arose slowly, and the others back at the cottonwoods saw them watching the pines more closely as they approached the house. Fry walked up to the log wall next to the front door and placed his ear to it. He made a motion with his right hand, and 3 of the scouts disappeared around the corner of the house. Without hesitating, Fry approached the front door, kicked it open, and darted into the dimness of the interior, the 4th Apache scout behind him. In a few moments, Fry reappeared in the doorway and waved to the rest in the cottonwoods. He was still in the doorway when Travison brought the others up.
"Just the missus is inside,"
was all he said. Travison, with DeBoth behind him, walked past the scout into the dimly lit ranch house. The room was a shambles, every piece of furniture and china broken. But what checked their gaze was Mrs. Solomon lying in the middle of the floor. Her clothes had been almost entirely ripped from her body, and the flesh showing was gouged and slashed with knife wounds. Her scalp had been torn from her head. DeBoth stared at the dead woman with a frozen gaze. Then the revulsion of it overcame him, and he half turned to escape into the fresh air outside. He checked himself, thinking then of Travison, and turned back to the room. The captain and the scout studied the scene stoically, but beneath their impassive eyes almost any kind of emotion could be present. He tried to show the same calm. A cavalry officer should be used to the sight of death, but this was a form of death DeBoth had not counted on. He wheeled abruptly and left the room. The next step was the pines. Travison ordered the horses put in the corral. In case of a fight, they would be better off afoot, though he was sure that Pio was hours away by now. They threaded through the nearer, sparsely growing pines that gradually grew taller and heavier as they advanced up the almost unnoticeable grade. Soon the pines entwined with junipers and thick clumps of brush, so that they could see no more than 50 feet ahead into the dimness. They were far enough into the thicket so that they could no longer see the wisp of smoke, but now a strange odor took its place. The Coyotero scouts sniffed the air and looked at Travison. Fry said, "I'll send some of 'em ahead," and, without waiting for a reply, called an order to Ningun in the Apache tongue. As 5 of the scouts went on ahead, he said, "Let 'em do a little work for their pay," and propped his carbine against a pine. He eased his back against the same tree and looked at Travison.
"You know, that's a funny thing back there at the cabin,"
Fry said, pointing his thumb over his shoulder.
"That's only the second time in my life that I ever knew of Apache scalping anybody."
"I was thinking about that myself," Travison answered.
Then I remembered hearing once that Pio was one of the few Apaches with Quanah Parker at Adobe Walls 6 years ago. Don't know how Apaches got tied up with Comanches, but some Comanche dog soldier might have taught him the trick. "Well," Fry reflected, picking up his carbine, "that's about the only trick Apache might be taught."
Ningun appeared briefly through the trees ahead and waved his arm. They walked out to where he stood. Fry and Travison listened to Ningun speak, and then looked past his drooping shoulders to where he pointed. The nauseating odor was almost unbearable here. DeBoth tried to hold his breath as he followed the others into a small clearing. In front of him, Travison and the scout moved apart as they reached the open ground, and DeBoth was struck with a scene he was to remember to his dying day. He stared wide-eyed, swallowing repeatedly, until he could no longer control the saliva rising in his throat, and he turned off the path to be sick. Fry scraped a boot along the crumbly earth and kicked sand onto the smoldering fire. The smoke rose heavy and thick for a few seconds, obscuring the grotesque form that hung motionless over the center of the small fire. And then it died out completely, revealing the half-burned body of Solomon, suspended head down from the arc of 3 thin juniper poles that had been struck into the ground a few feet apart and lashed together at the tops. The old man's head hung only 3 feet above the smothered ashes of the fire. His head and upper portion of his body were burned beyond recognition, the black rawness creeping from this portion of his body upward to where his hands were tied tightly to his thighs. There the blackness changed to livid red blisters. All of his clothing had been burned away, but his boots still clung to his legs, squeezed to his ankles where the rawhide thongs wound about them, and reached above to the arch of junipers. He was dead, but death had come slowly.
"The poor old man."
The words were simple, but Travison's voice cracked just faintly to tell more.
"The poor, poor old man."
Fry looked around the clearing slowly, thinking, and then he said,
"Bet he screamed for a bullet. Bet he screamed until his throat burst. And all the time they'd just be dancing around, jabbing him with their knives and laughing."
Fry stopped and looked at the captain. Travison stared at old Solomon without blinking, his jaw muscles tightening and relaxing, his teeth grinding against one another. Only once in a while did Fry see him as the young man with feelings. It was a strange sight, the man fighting the boy. But always the man would win, and he would go on as relentlessly as before, but with an added ruthlessness that had been sharpened by the emotional surge. Travison never dealt in half measures. He felt sorrow for the old man cut to the bottom of his stomach, and he swore to himself a revenge, silently, though the fury of it pounded in his head. Chapter 5. They camped at Solomon's cabin that night, after burying the man and woman, and were up before dawn, in the saddle again on the trail of Pio. They rode more anxiously now. Caution was still there, for that was instinct with Travison and the scouts, but every man in the small company could feel an added eagerness, a gnawing urge to hound Pio's spoor to the end and bring about a violent revenge. De Both sensed it in himself, and saw it easily in the way the Apache scouts clutched their carbines and fingered the triggers almost nervously. He felt the tightness rise in him, and felt as if he must shriek to be relieved of the tension. Then he knew that it was the quickness of action mounting within him, that charge placed in a man's breast when he has to go on to kill or be killed. He watched Travison for a sign to follow, a way in which to react, but as before he saw only the impassive sun-scarred mask, the almost indolent look of half-closed eyes searching the surroundings for an unfamiliar sign. By early afternoon, the thrill of the chase was draining from Second Lieutenant William De Both. His legs ached from the long hours in the saddle, and he gazed ahead, welcoming the green valley stretching as far as the eye could see, twisting among rocky hills, looking thick and cool. Over the next rise they forded the Salt River, shallow and motionless, just west of Cherry Creek, and continued toward the wild, rugged rock and greenery in the distance. De Both heard Fry mention that it was the southern edges of the Tonto Basin, but the name meant little to him. Toward sundown they were well into the wildness of the basin. For De Both, the promise of a shady relief had turned into an even more tortuous ride. Through thick, stabbing chaparral and over steep, craggy mounds of rock they made their way. The trees were there, but they offered no solace. They only urged a stronger caution. The sun was falling fast when Travison stopped the group on the shoulder of a grassy ridge. Below them the ground fell gradually to the west, green and smooth, extending for a mile to a tangle of trees and brush that began to climb another low hill. Behind it, 3 or 4 miles in the distance, the facing sun painted a last brilliant yellow streak across the jagged top of a mountain. Ningun jumped down from his pony as the others dismounted and stared across the grass valley for a full minute or more. Then he spoke in English, pointing to the light-streaked mountain of rock. "There you find Pio." Fry conversed with him in Apache for a while, shooting an occasional question at one of the other scouts, and then said to Travison, "They all agree that's most likely where Pio is. One of 'em says Pio used to have a rancheria up there. Probably a favorite spot of his." The scout sat down in the grass and reached for his tobacco chew. Travison squatted next to him, Indian fashion, and poked the ground idly with a short stick. "It's still following, Barney," he said. "He must have known that at least one of our boys would have heard of this place and remember it. He purposely picked a place we'd be sure to come to, and on top of that he made it double easy to find. Well, you got to admit he'll be fair hard to root out sitting on top of that hill. Maybe he just wanted a good advantage. He had advantages all along the way. Here's the key, Barney. Did he ever once try to get away?" Travison sat back and watched the outline of the mountain in the fading light. "Now why the devil did he want to bring us here?" He spoke to himself more than to anyone else. Fry bit off a chew, packing it into his cheek with his tongue. He mumbled, "You've had more luck figuring the Apaches than anyone else, you tell me." "I can't tell you anything, Barney, but I guess one thing's sure. We're going to play Pio's game just a little longer." He looked up over Fry's shoulder toward the group of scouts. They sat in a semicircle. All wore breechcloths, long moccasins rolled just below the knees, and red calico bands around jet-black hair. Only their different-colored shirts distinguished them. Ningun wore a blue cast-off army shirt. A leather belt studded with cartridges crossed it over one shoulder. Travison beckoned to him. "Hey, Ningun, a key." The Apache squatted next to them silently as Travison began to draw a map in a bare portion of ground with his stick.
"Here's where we are, and here's that mountain yonder," he indicated, drawing a circle in the earth. "Now you two get together and tell me what's up there, and what's in between." He handed the stick to Fry. "And talk fast, it's getting dark." Not more than an hour later, the sun was well behind the western rim of the basin. The plan had been laid. Travison and Ningun gave their revolving pistols a last inspection and strode off casually into the darkness of the valley. It struck to both that they might have been going for an after-dinner stroll. They kept to the shadows of the trees and rocks as much as possible, Travison a few steps behind the Apache, who would never walk more than 20 paces without stopping for what seemed like minutes. And then they would go on after the silence settled and began to sing in their ears. Travison muttered under his breath at the full moon that splashed its soft light on open areas they had to cross. Ningun would walk slowly to the thinnest reaches of the shadows and then dart across the strips of moonlight. For a few seconds he would be only a dark blur in the moonlight and then would disappear into the next shadow. Travison was never more than 10 paces behind him. Soon they were out of the valley, ascending the pine-dotted hill. The sand was soft and loose underfoot, muffling their footsteps, but they went on slowly, making sure of each step. In the silence, a dislodged stone would be like a trumpet blast. On the crest of the hill, Travison looked back across the valley. The shadowy bulk of the ridge they had left earlier showed in the moonlight, but there was no sign of life on the shoulder. He had not expected to see any, but there was always the young officer. It took more than one patrol to learn about survival in Apache country. They made their way down the side of the slope into a rugged country of twisting rock formations and wild clumps of desert growth. The mountain loomed much closer now, a gigantic patch of soft gray streaking down from its peak where the moonlight pressed against it. At first they progressed much slower than before, for the irregular ground rose and fell away without warning. Grotesque desert trees and scattered boulders limited their vision to never more than 50 feet ahead. Though at a slower pace, Ningun went ahead with an assurance that he knew where he was going. Soon they reached a level bare stretch that seemed to extend into the darkness without end. Ningun changed his direction to the right for a good 500 yards, then turned back toward the mountain and the bare expanse of desert leading toward it. He beckoned to Travison and slid down the crumbly bank of an arroyo that led out into the desert. In 5 months it would be a rushing stream, carrying the rain that washed down from the mountain. Now it was a dark path offering a stingy protection up to the door of Pio's stronghold. They followed the erratic, weaving course of the arroyo until it turned sharply, as the ground began to rise, and passed out of sight around the southern base of the mountain. The top of the mountain still lay almost a mile above them, up a gradual slope at first, dotted with small trees, then to rougher ground. The last few hundred yards climbed tortuously over steep, jagged rock to the mesa above. Ningun scurried out of the arroyo and disappeared into a small clump of brush a dozen yards away. In a moment his head appeared, and Travison followed. They crept more cautiously now from cover to cover. A low, mournful sound cut the stillness. Both stopped dead. Travison waited for Ningun to move, but he remained stone still for almost 5 minutes. No sound followed. Ningun shook his head and whispered, "Night bird." He led on, not straight up, but almost parallel with the base of the mountain, climbing gradually all the time. They had almost reached the steeper grade when the Apache pointed ahead to a black slash that cut into the mountain. Going closer, Travison made out a narrow canyon that reached into the mountain on an upgrade. It was gouged sharply into the side of the mountain and extended crookedly down the slight grade to the desert below. Ahead it made a bend in the darkness and was lost to sight. They climbed along the rim of the canyon for a few minutes, while Travison studied its course and depth. Then they doubled back, climbing steadily up the mountain.
100 yards further on, the Apache gave Travison a sign and disappeared into the darkness. He waited for almost 20 minutes, toward the end beginning to wonder about the Indian, and then he looked to the side and saw Ningun approaching only a few feet away. The Apache pressed one finger to his lips, then whispered to the captain. Travison nodded and followed him, creeping slowly up the rocky incline above. They reached a wide ledge, Ningun leading along it to the left before climbing again over a shoulder-high hump that stretched into a long, flat piece of ground. 200 yards to the right, the mountain rose higher to a craggy peak, sharp and jagged. Nothing would be up there. Travison and Ningun were on the mesa. Not far away, they heard a pony sneeze. On this part of the mesa, the grass was tall. They crawled along, a foot at a time, toward the sound of the pony. The grass made a slight stirring noise as they crawled through it, but at that height it could easily be the wind. Every few feet they would sink to their stomachs and lie flat in the grass for a matter of minutes, and then go on, extending a hand slowly to a firm portion of ground before dragging up the legs just as slowly. In this way they covered a portion of the mesa that extended to a scattered line of small boulders. The occasional snort of a pony seemed to come from less than a stone's throw away. Travison raised his head gradually, an inch at a time, until he could look between two of the rocks. From there the ground dipped slightly into a shallow pocket, descending from four sides to form a natural barricade. As he peered over the rocks, the moon passed behind a cloud, and he could make out only the dying embers of a cook fire in the middle of the area. As the cloud moved on, the moon began to reappear gradually, the soft light crawling over slowly from the right, first illuminating the pony herd, and then extending toward the center of the pocket. In a few seconds the entire camp area was bathed in the light. Travison felt a weight drop through his breast as he counted 63 Chiricahuas. The amazement of it held his gaze between the two rocks for a longer time than he realized. He jerked his head back quickly and looked at Ningun, who had been spying the camp from a similar concealment. As he looked at Ningun, he realized that the Apache understood now, just as he did, why Pio had left such an obvious trail. But this was not the place to discuss it. Making their way back to the outer edge of the mesa seemed to take even longer, though actually they snaked through the tall grass at a faster pace than before. They were seasoned enough to retain their calm caution, but now time was even more important, if they were to cope with Pio. In less than 2 hours, the sun would be present to create new problems. At the edge of the mesa, Travison, still crouched, peered cautiously to the ledge below, and then past it, determining the quickest route that would lead them to their planned rendezvous with Fry and the others. Without speaking, he nudged Ningun and pointed a direction diagonally down the mountainside. The scout rose to his feet silently and placed himself in position to jump to the ledge below. Travison turned his head for a last look in the direction of the hostile camp. As he did so, he heard a dull thud and an agonizing grunt escape from the scout. He wheeled, instinctively drawing his pistol, and saw Ningun go backwards over the edge, an arrow shaft protruding from his chest. Travison was up and hurling himself at the ledge in one motion. It happened so fast that the Apache aiming his bow on the ledge below was just a blur. But he heard the arrow whine overhead as he landed on the sprawled form of Ningun and was projected off balance toward the Apache a few feet away. The Apache hurled his bow aside with a piercing shriek and went for a knife at his waist just as Travison brought his pistol up. In the closeness, the front sight caught in the Apache's waistband on the upward swing, and the barrel was pressing into his stomach when he pulled the trigger. The Indian screamed again and staggered back off the ledge. Travison hesitated a second, searching the mountainside for the best escape, but it was too late. He heard the yelp at the same time he felt the heavy blow at the back of his skull. He heard the wind rush through his ears and saw the orange flash sear across his eyes, and then nothing. Chapter 6. Pio waited until the officer opened his eyes and started to prop himself up on his elbows. Then he kicked Travison in the temple with the side of his moccasined foot. The Indians howled with laughter as Travison sprawled on his back, shook his head, and attempted to rise again. Pio caught him on the shoulder this time, but still with enough force to slam the officer back against the ground. The other Apaches closed in, a few of them catching Travison about the head and shoulders with vicious kicks, before Pio stepped close to Travison and held his hands in the air. He chattered for some time in Apache, raising and lowering his voice, and at the end they all stepped back. Pio was still chief, though wizened and scarred with age. Travison knew enough of the tongue to know that he was being saved for something else. He thought of old Solomon. Two of the warriors pulled him to his feet and half-dragged him to the center of the rancheria. Most of the Apaches were stripped to breechcloths, streaks of paint on their chests contrasting with the dinginess of their dirt-smudged bodies. They stood about him, silent now, their dark eyes burning with anticipation of what was to come. Assassino, Pio's son-in-law, walked up to within a foot of the captain, stared at him momentarily, and then spat full in his face. Assassino's lips were curling into laughter when Travison punched him in the mouth and sent him sprawling at the feet of the warriors. He rose slowly, reaching for his knife, but Pio again intervened, speaking harshly to his son-in-law. Pio was the statesman, the general, not a rowdy guerrilla leader. There would be time for blood, but now he must tell this upstart white soldier what the situation was, that it was the Apache's turn. He began with the usual formality of explaining the Apache position, but went back farther than Cochise and Mangas Coloradas, both in his own lifetime, to list his complaints against the white man. The Apache has no traditional history to fall back on, but Pio spoke long enough about the last 10 years to compare with any Plains Indians' war chant covering generations. As he spoke, the other Apaches would grumble or howl, but did not take their eyes from Travison. The captain stared back at them insolently, his gaze going from one to the next, never dropping his eyes. But he noted more than scowling faces. He saw that though lookouts were posted on the eastern edge of the mesa, the direction from which he and Ningun had come hours before, the western side was empty of any Apaches. Pio was finishing with background now and becoming more personal. He spoke in a mixture of Spanish and English, relying on Apache when an emphatic point had to be made. He spoke of promises made and broken by the white man. He spoke of Crook, whom the Apache trusted, but who was gone now. "Look around, white soldier. You see many Tine here, but you will not live to see the many more that will come. Soon will come Jicarillas, Tontos, and many mescaleros, and the white men will be driven to the north." As he spoke, he pushed his open shirt aside and scratched his stomach. Travison saw the 2 animal teeth hanging from his neck by a leather string. It was then that the idea started to form in his mind. It was rash, something he would have laughed at in a cooler moment, but he glanced at the fire that meant torture. He looked across it and saw Gatito. There was the answer, the animal teeth and Gatito. "Pio speaks with large mouth, but only wind comes out," Travison said suddenly, feeling confidence rise at the boldness of his words. "You speak of many things that will happen, but they are all lies. For before any Tine come, I shall drag you and your people back to the reservation, where you will all be punished." Pio started to howl with laughter, but was cut short by Travison. "Hold your tongue, old man. I do not speak with the wind. Usan himself sent me. He knows what your medicine is." Travison paused for emphasis. "And I am that medicine." Pio's lips formed laughter, but the sound was not there. The white soldier spoke of his medicine. "All your people know that your medicine is the Grey Wolf who protects you, because Usan has always made himself known through the Grey Wolf to guard you from evil. I tell you, old man, if you or any warrior lays a hand on me as I leave here, you will be struck dead by Usan's arrow, the lightning stroke. If you do not believe me, touch me." Pio was unnerved. An Apache's medicine is the most important part of his existence, not something to be tampered with. Travison addressed Pio again, turning toward Gatito.
If Pio does not believe, let him ask Gatito if I do not have power from Usan. Ask Gatito, who was the best stalker in the army, if he was ever able to even touch me, though he tried many times. Ask him if I am not the wolf." The renegade scout looked at Travison wide-eyed. He had never thought of this before, but it must be true. He remembered the dozens of times he had tried to win his bet with the captain. Each time he had been but a few feet away when the captain had laughed and turned on him. The thought swept through his mind, and was given support by his primitive superstitions and instincts. Pio and the others watched him, and they saw that he believed. Travison saw, and exhaled slowly through clenched teeth. He turned from Pio and walked toward the western rim of the mesa without another word. It had to be bold or not at all. Apaches, in his way, fell back quickly as he walked through the circle and out of the rancheria. His strides were long but unhurried as he made his way through the tall grass, looking straight ahead of him and never once behind. The flesh on the back of his neck tingled, and he hunched his shoulders slightly, as if expecting at any moment to feel the smash of a bullet or an arrow. For the 100 yards he walked with this uncertainty, the spring in him winding, tightening to catapult him forward into a diving sprint. But he paced off the yards calmly, fighting back the urge to bolt. Nearing the mesa rim, his neck muscles uncoiled, and he took a deep breath of the thin air. There on the western side, the mesa edge slanted, without an abrupt drop, into the irregular fall of the mountainside. A path stretched from the mesa diagonally down the side to be lost among rocks and small rises that twisted the path right and left down the long slope. Travison was only a few feet from the path when the Apache loomed in front of him coming up the trail. Though many things raced through his mind, he stopped dead only a split second before throwing himself at the Apache. They closed, chest to chest, and Travison could smell the rankness of his body as they went over the rim and rolled down the path to land heavily against a tree stump. Travison lost his hold on the Indian, but landed on top, clawing for his throat. A saber-sharp pain cut through his back, and his nostrils filled with dust and sweat smell. The Apache's face was a straining blur below him, the neck muscles stretching like steel cords. He pulled one hand from the Apache's throat, clawed up a rock the size of his fist, and brought it down in the Indian's face in one sweeping motion, grinding through bone and flesh to drive the Indian's scream back down his throat. As he rose to run down the path, the carbine shot ricocheted off the mesa rim above him. His medicine was broken. Chapter 7. An hour before dawn, Fry had finished spotting his scouts along one side of the narrow canyon that gouged into the shoulder of Pio's mountain stronghold. One scout was a mile behind with the mounts. The others, concealed among the rocks and brush that climbed the canyon wall, were playing their favorite game. An Apache will squat behind a bush, motionless, all day to take just one shot at an enemy. Here was the promise of a bountiful harvest. Each man was his own troop, his own company, each knowing how to fight the Apache best, for he is an Apache. They were to meet Travison and Ningun there at dawn and wait and watch, under the assumption that sooner or later Pio would lead his band down from the mountain. The logical trail was through the canyon, and the logical place for a jackpot was here where the canyon narrowed to a defile before erupting out to the base of the mountain. DeBoth crouched near Fry, watching him closely, studying his easy calm, hoping that the contagion of his indifference would sweep over him and throttle the gnawing fear in his belly. But DeBoth was an honest man, and his fear was an honest fear. He was just young. His knees trembled not so much at the thought of the coming engagement, his first, but at the question, would he do the right thing? What would his reaction be? He knew it would make or break him. And then, before he could prepare himself, it had begun. 2, 3, 4 carbine shots screamed through the canyon, up beyond their sight. At the same time, there was a blur of motion on the opposite canyon wall not 100 yards away, and the Apache came into sight. He leaped from boulder to rock down the steep wall of the canyon until he was on level ground. He gazed for a few seconds in the direction from which the shots had come,
then crossed the canyon floor at a trot and started to scale the other wall from which he would have a better command of the extending defile. He stopped and crouched behind a rock not 20 feet below DeBoth's position. Then he turned and began to climb again. Often when you haven't time to think, you're better off. Your instinct takes over, and your body follows through. DeBoth pressed against the boulder in front of him, feeling the coolness of it on his cheek, pushing his knees tight against the ground. He heard the loose earth crumble under the Apache's moccasins as he neared the rock. He heard the Indian's hand pat against the smooth surface of it as he reached for support. And as his heart hammered in his chest, the urge to run made his knees quiver, and his boot moved with a spasmodic scrape. It cut the stillness like a knife dragged across an emery stone, and it shot DeBoth to his feet to look full into the face of the Apache. Assassino tried to bring his carbine up, but he was too late. DeBoth's arms shot across the narrow rock between them, and his fingers dug into the Apache's neck. Assassino fell back, pushing his carbine lengthwise against the blue jacket with a force that dragged the officer over the rock on top of him, and they writhed on the slope, their heads pointing to the canyon floor. The Indian tried to yell, but fingers, bone-white with pressure, gouged vocal cords, and only a gurgling squeak passed agonized lips. His arms thrashed wildly, tore at the back of the blue jacket, and a hand crawled downward to unexpectedly clutch the bone handle of the knife. Light flashed on the blade as it rose in the air and plunged into the straining blue cloth. There was a gasp, an air-sucking moan. DeBoth rolled from the Apache with his eyes stretched open to see Fry's boot crush against the Indian's cheekbone. His eyes closed then, and he felt the burning between his shoulder blades. He felt Fry's hands tighten at his armpits to pull him back up the slope behind the rock. The same hands tore shirt and tunic to the collar and then gently untied the grimy neckerchief to pat it against the wound.
"You ain't bad hurt, mister. You didn't leave enough strength in him to do a good job."
And his heavy tobacco breath brushed against the officer's cheek and made him turn his head. "I feel all right, but what about the blood?"
"I'll fix you up later, mister. No time now. The captain's put in an appearance."
He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. Far down the canyon, a lone figure ran, his arms pumping, his head thrown back, mouth sucking in air. It was a long, easy lope paced to last miles without let-up. It was the pace of a man who ran but knew what he was doing. Death was behind, but the trail was long. As he came nearer to the scouts' positions, Fry raised slightly and gave a low, shrill whistle, then cut it off abruptly. Travison glanced up the canyon slope without slacking his pace and passed into the shadows of the defile just as the Apaches trickled from the rocks 300 yards up the canyon. They saw him pass into the narrowness as they swept onto the canyon floor, over 50 strong, screaming down the passage like a cloud of vampires beating from a cavern. Their yells screeched against the canyon walls and whiplashed back and forth in the narrowness. Fry sighted down his Remington Hepburn, waiting for the hostiles to come abreast. He turned his head slightly and cut a stream of tobacco into the sand.
"Captain was sure right about their sign. They was paving us a road clean to hell. Have to find out sometime where they all come from."
He squinted down the short barrel, his finger taking in the slack on the trigger.
"In about 1 second, you can make all the noise you want."
The barrel lifted slightly with the explosion, and a racing Apache was knocked from his feet. A split second later, 9 more carbines blasted into the canyon bottom. Fry was on his feet after the first shot, pumping bullets into the milling mass of brown bodies as fast as he could squeeze the trigger. The hostiles had floundered at the first shot, tripping, knocking each other down in an effort to reach safety, but they didn't know where to turn. They were caught in their own kind of trap. They screamed and danced about frantically. A few tried to rush up the slope into the mouth of the murderous fire from the scouts, but they were cut down at once. Others tried to scale the opposite wall, but the steep slope was slow going, and they were picked off easily. They dashed about in a circle, firing wildly at the canyon wall, wasting their ammunition on small puffs of smoke that rose above the rocks and brush clumps. And they kept dropping, one at a time. 5 shots in succession, 2, then 1. The last bullet scream died away up canyon. There was the beginning of silence, but almost immediately the air was pierced with a new sound. Throats shrieked again, but with a vigor, with a lust. It was not the agonized scream of the terrified Chiricahua, but the battle yell of the Coyotero scout as he hurled himself down the slope into the enemy. They had earned their army pay. Now it was time for personal vengeance. Half of the hostiles threw their arms into the air as the scouts swarmed into the open, but they came on with knives and gun stocks raised. Savage closed with savage in a grinding melee of thrashing arms and legs in thick dust, the cornered animal, made more ferocious by his fear, battling the hunter who had tasted blood. They came back with their knives dripping, their carbon stocks shattered. It took 2 days longer to return to the little sub-agency on the banks of the Gila, because it is slower travel with wounded men and 16 Chiricahua hostiles whose legs are roped under the horses' bellies by day and whose hands are lashed to trees by night. Travison led and was silent. DeBoth held himself tense against the searing pain that shot up between his shoulder blades, but oddly enough he did not really mind the ride home. He looked at the line of 16 hostiles and felt nothing. No hate, no pity. Slowly it came upon him that it was indifference, and he moved his stained hat to a cockier angle. Boston could be 1,000,000 miles away, and he could be at the end of the earth, but DeBoth didn't particularly give a damn. He knew he was a man. Fry chewed tobacco while his listless eyes swept the ground for sign. That's what he was paid for. It kept running through his mind that it was an awful funny thing to go out after 16 hostiles, meet 60, and still come back with 16. Have to tell that one at Lon Scory's in Globe. Pio rode with his chin on his bony chest. He was much older, and the throbbing hole in his thigh didn't help him either. He was beginning to smell the greenness of decay. On the afternoon of the 4th day, they rode slowly into the quadrangle at Gila. Travison looked about. Nothing had changed. For a moment he had expected to find something different, and he yearned for something that wasn't there. But he threw aside his longing and slumped back into his role, the role that forced him to be the best Apache campaigner in the territory. A cavalry mount stood in front of the agency office, and a trooper appeared on the porch as Travison, Fry, and DeBoth dismounted and walked to the welcome shade of the Ramada. "Compliments of the commanding officer, sir. I've rode from Fort Thomas with this message." Travison read the note and turned with a smile to the other two. "Bill, let me tell you one thing if you don't already know it. Never try to figure out the ways of a woman or the Army. This is from Collier. He says the Bureau has decided to return Pio and his band to his people at Fort Apache. All 16 of them. Certainly is a good thing we've got 16 to send back." Fry said, "Yep, you might have got yourself court-martialed. Way it is, if Pio loses that leg, you'll probably end up back as a Louis." DeBoth listened, and the quizzical look turned to anger. He opened his mouth to speak, but thought better of it, and waited until he had cooled off before muttering simply, "Idiots." If Travison was the winking type, he would have looked at Fry and done so. He glanced at Fry with the hint of a smile, but with eyes that said, "Barney, I think we've got ourselves a lieutenant." Then he walked into the office. There are idiotic Bureau decisions, and there are boots that have been on too long. And along the Gila, the war drums are silent again. But on Frontier Station, you don't relax. For though they are less in number, they are still Apaches.
Trouble at Rindo's Station. Read by William Atherton. Original title, Rindo's Station. Argosy, October 1953. Chapter 1. There was a time when Benito might have fired at the rider far below on the road, and for no other reason than to test his carbon, since the rider was a white man,
He had done this many times before, sometimes for a shirt or a fresh horse, usually for ammunition, though a reason was not necessary. But now there was something on the mescalero's mind. He held his fire and urged his pony down the piñon slope. From high up he had recognized Ross Corson, the lank figure slouched in the McClellan saddle, head down against the glare, hat low over his eyes. And now, as the mescalero closed in, Corson looked up, though he had seen him long ago when Benito was still high up on the slope. "Seek Eason," Benito said. The word was a hiss between his lips. Strands of hair hung from the shadow of a high-crowned hat, thick, glistening hair accentuating the yellowish cast of his skin and the pox scars that roughened heavy-boned features. A frayed, sweat-stained shirt covered his chest, but his legs were naked, for he wore only a breechclout, and the curled toes of his moccasins hung beneath the pony's belly, ridiculously close to the ground. A carbine was across his lap. Ross Corson smiled at the Apache's greeting and studied the broad, ugly face. "Now you call me brother," he said in Spanish. "You must want something." He had not seen the mescalero in almost a year, not since the 4-day chase down to the border and a glimpse of Bonito far off, not running any longer because he was safely in Mexico. Bonito had killed 2 Coyotero policemen during a Tulapay drunk. That had started it. On the run for the border, he killed 2 more men, plus 4 horses that didn't belong to him. Now he was back, and Corson studied him, wondering why. The Apache spoke a slow, guttural Spanish and said, as if in the middle of his thoughts, "We have suffered unfairly from your hand, all of us have." He used the Apache word tene, which meant all of the people, and in its meaning described the blood tie which bound them together. "And from the other man, the one who directs you, you think only of yourselves." "And when did you begin thinking of others?" Corson asked. "Those are my people at Pinaleño," Benito answered him. Corson shrugged. "I won't argue with you. What you do now is no concern of mine. I can't do a thing to you or for you, but maybe suggest you go home and get drunk, which is what you'll probably do anyway." "And where is home, Corson?" "You know as well as I do." "At San Carlos? Where there is little to eat?" Corson nodded to the Maynard carbine across the Apache's lap. "Maybe in Mexico. You can't have one of those at San Carlos." "Yes, in Sonora and Chihuahua, where it is a business of profit to take the hair of the Apache, the government paying for our scalps." Corson shook his head. "Look, I'm no longer in charge of the Pinaleño reservation. The government man has discharged me." He thought for words that would explain it clearly to the Apache. "He is the one, Mr. Sellers, who has taken your guns and decided that you live on government beef." "Some of the government beef," Benito corrected. "He sells most of it to others for his own profit." "That is not true of all reservations. You know I treated your people fairly. But you are no longer there, and soon it will be true of all reservations." The words were familiar to Corson. No, not so much the words as the idea. He had argued this very thing with Sellers 3 days before, straining his patience to explain to the Bureau of Indian Affairs supervisor exactly what an Apache is, what kind of thinking animal he is, how much abuse he will take before all the peace talks in the world will not stop him. And he had lost the argument, because even if reason was not on Sellers' side, authority was. He threw it in Sellers' face, accusing him of selling government rations for his own profit, and Sellers laughed, daring him to prove it, then fired him. He would have quit. You can't go on working for a man like that. He decided he didn't care anyway. For that matter, it was strange that he should. Ross Corson knew Apaches because he had fought them. He had been in charge of the Coyotero trackers in Fort Thomas for 4 years, and after that for 3 years, until the day before yesterday, he had been in charge of the Mescalero sub-agency at Pinaleño, 30 miles south of Thomas. He didn't care. The hell with it. That's what he told himself. Still, he kept wondering what had brought Benito back. He thought, leave him alone. If he came back to help his people, let him work it out his own Apache way. You tried. But instead he asked carefully, why would a warrior of Benito's stature return now to a reservation? They haven't forgotten what you did. If you're caught, they'll hang you. Then I would die, which the people are doing now on the reservation, under Bill Klin, who calls himself their chief." Benito's eyes half closed, and he went on, "Let me tell you a story, Corsen, which happened long ago. There was a young man of the Mescalero who was a great hunter and slayer of his enemies. From raids to Mexico, he would return to his rancheria with countless ponies and often with women who would then do his bidding, and many of these he gave to his chief out of honor. One day he returned from war gravely wounded and his hands empty, but he noticed that still his chief, who was the son of a chief, and he the son of one before him, received more spoils than anyone, yet without endangering himself by being present on the raid. Now this grieved the warrior. He would not offend his chief, but he was beginning to think this unjust. On a day after his wound had healed, he was walking in a deep canyon with this in his thoughts, and as it grew unbearable, he cried out to Yusen, 'Why should this be?' And immediately a spirit appeared before him. Now this spirit questioned the warrior, asking him how a man became chief. And the warrior answered that it was blood handed from father to son. And the spirit asked him where in the natural order was this found. Did one Lobo wolf lead the pack because of his blood? The warrior thought deeply of this, and gradually he realized that chieftainship of blood was not just. It was the place of the bravest warrior to lead, not for his own sake, but for the good of all. You know what he did, Corsen? Benito paused, then. He returned to the rancheria and challenged his chief and fought him to the death with his knife. 2 others opposed him, and he killed these also. With this, the people realized that it was as it should be, and the warrior was acclaimed chief of Mescaleros. That was the first time, Corsen, but it has happened many times since. When one is no longer deserving to be chief, then another opposes him. Sometimes the opposed chief steps aside. Often it is settled with a knife." Corsen was silent, then he said, "At Pinaleño, Bill Klin is still a strong chief, and he is wise enough not to lead his people in a war he cannot win." Bonita's heavy face creased into a grim smile. "Is he strong and wise?" Then he said, his tone changing, "Do you go away from here?" "Perhaps." Corsen looked at the Apache curiously. "It would be wise," Benito said, "if you went far from here." He turned his pony then and loped off. Ross Corsen followed the road to Rindos, and the Mescalero's parting words hung in his mind like a threat, and for a while the words made him angry. The running of their tribe was no concern of his, not now, but it implied more than just Benito opposing Bill Klin. There was something else. Benito was a renegade. He was vicious, even in the eyes of his own people, not the type to be followed as a leader unless the people were desperate, unless he came just at the right time, and it occurred to Corsen, like now, with a man they don't know taking over the agency, and with unrest on every reservation in Arizona. I'd like to stay, just to handle Benito. But, again, the hell with it. Working under Sellers wasn't worth it. He planned to go up to Whipple Barracks and talk to someone about a guide contract. He would leave his horse at Rindos and catch the stage there, and while he was waiting, he'd have a while to be with Katie. Chapter 2. The Hatch and Hodges Central Mail Section had headquarters at Fort McDowell. From there, one route angled northwest to Prescott. The Central Mail swung in an arc southeast. From McDowell, the route skirted the Superstitions to Apache Junction, then continued on, changing teams at Florence, White Tanks, Gila Ford, and Rindos. Thomas was the last stop, the southern terminal. Rindos Station had been constructed with the Apaches in mind. An oblong, thick-walled adobe building had an open stable shed at one end, the corral, holding the spare stage teams, connected behind the stable, and circling the station, out 50-odd yards, was an adobe wall. It was thick, chest-high. At the east end of the yard, a stand of aspen had been hacked down, and only the trunks remained. Beyond the wall, the country was flat on 3 sides, alkali dust and heat waves shimmering over stubbles of desert growth. But to the east, the ground rose gradually, barren, pale yellow, climbing into deep green, where pinyons sprouted from the hillside. Corson had skirted the base of the hill, and now he was in sight of Rindo's. He nudged his mount to a trot. Someone was in the doorway. Another figure came from the dark line of the shed and moved to the gate, which was in the north side of the wall. He could make out the man in the doorway now. Billy Teachout, the station agent. And as the gate swung open, there was the Mexican, Delgado, in white peon clothes. "Hi, man! Senor Delgado, keeper of the horses." Corson reached down and slapped the old Mexican's thin shoulder, then dismounted. "God of my life, it has been months." 3 or 4 weeks. "It seems months." Corson grinned at the old man, at the tired eyes that were now stretched open, showing thin lines of veins, smiling at the sight of a friend. Billy Teachout moved a few steps into the yard, thumbs hooked behind his suspender straps. "Ross, get in here, out of the sun." "Let the keeper of the horses take yours," Delgado said, still smiling. "We will talk together after." Corson followed the station agent's broad back into the house and opened his eyes wide to the interior dimness. It was dark after the sun glare. He pushed his hat brim from his eyes and stood looking at the familiar whitewashed walls, the oblong pine table, and Douglas chairs at one end of the room, the squat stove in the middle, and the red-painted pine bar at the other end. Billy Teachout edged his large frame sideways with an effort through the narrow bar opening. "You wouldn't have beer," Corson said. "It's about 6 months to Christmas," Billy answered, and leaned his forearms onto the bar. He was in no hurry. Time meant little, and it showed in his loose, heavy build, in his round, clean-shaven face that he almost always kept out of the sun's reach unless it was stage time. He had worked in the Prescott office until Al Rindo's death 2 years before, then had been transferred here. Al Rindo had died of a heart attack, but Billy Teachout said it was sunstroke, and he'd be damned if he let it happen to him. He had Katie to think of, his sister's girl, who had come to live with him after her folks passed on. It wasn't a bad life. 5 stages a week for him and Katie, Delgado and his wife to take care of. Change horses, keep them curried, feed the passengers. Nothing to it, as long as the Apaches minded. "You can have yellow mezcal or bar whiskey," Billy said. "One's as bad as the other," Corson put his elbows on the bar. "Whiskey. Kill any bugs you got." Corson took a drink and then rolled a cigarette. "Where's Katie?" "Prettyin'. She saw you 2 miles away. After Delgado all week, you don't look so bad." Corson grinned, relaxing the hard line of his jaw. A young face, leathery and immobile until a smile would soften the eyes that were used to sun glare, and ease the set face that talked eye to eye with the Apache and showed nothing. Corson knew his business. He knew the Apache, his language, often even his thoughts, and the Apache respected him for it. Corson the Indian agent. He could make natural-born raiders at least half satisfied with a barren government land tract. The Corsons were few and far between even in Arizona. "Billy, I just saw Benito." "God, he's returned to the reservation?" "I don't know, or much care. I'm leaving." "What?" "Sellers fired me day before yesterday. He's got somebody else for the job." "Got somebody else? Those are mescaleros." "I'm through arguing with him. Sellers is a reservation supervisor. He can run things how he likes and hire who he likes. I should have quit long ago." "Who's taking your place?" "A man named Verbeest. Somebody looking for some extra change? He might be all right." Billy Teachout shook his head wearily. To him it was another example of cheap politics, knowing the right people. Agency posts were being handed out to men who cared nothing for the Indians. There was profit to be made by short-rationing their charges and selling the government beef and grain to homesteaders, or back to the army. Even that had been done. "Sellers has been trying to get rid of you for a long time. Finally, he made it," Billy Teachout said. He shook his head again. "Your mescaleros aren't going to take kindly to this." "Verbeest might know what he's doing," Corson said. "Then, but if he doesn't, you better keep your windows shut till he hangs a few of them and they calm down again." "Where are you going? I just might close up and go with you." "What about the stage line?" "The hell with it. I'm getting too old for this kind of thing." Corson smiled. "I'm going up to Whipple to see about a guide contract. So if you can't nurse them, you fight them. Either one's a living." "Ross." He turned to see Katie standing in the doorway that led to the kitchen. His gaze rested on her face, tanned, freckled, clear-eyed, a face that smiled often, but now held on his earnestly. Ross, I heard what you were telling Billy. I can't work for that man anymore. Can't you find something else around here? There isn't anything. Fort Thomas, why can't you guide out of there? Corson shrugged. There's a chance, but I'd still have to go through the department commander's office at Whipple. Ross, her voice was a whisper. It showed on her face that was not eager now and seemed even pale beneath the sun coloring. The face of a girl, sensitive nose and mouth, but in her clear blue, serious eyes, the awareness of a woman. Katie was 19. She had known Ross Corson for almost 3 years, meeting him the day after she arrived to live with her uncle. And she expected to marry him. Even though he never mentioned it, she knew how he felt. Ross didn't have to say a word. It was in the way he looked at her, in the way he kissed her for the first time only a few weeks ago. A small, soft, lingering, inexperienced kiss. She loved Corson. Very simply, she loved him. Because he was a man, respected as a man, and because he was a boy at the same time. Perhaps just as she was a girl and a woman in one. Are you coming back? Of course I am. What if you're stationed somewhere far away? I'll come and get you, he answered. Billy Teachout looked at them, from one to the other. Maybe I've been inside too much. To the girl he said, Has he behaved himself? Billy, Corson said, I was going to ask you, this is all of a sudden, then to Katie. I'm taking the stage. He smiled faintly. If I leave my horse here, I've got to come back. The stage! Delgado was in the doorway momentarily. The screen door banged and he was gone. It came in from the east, a thin sand trail, a shadow leading the dust that rose furiously into a billowing tail. Delgado was swinging out with a grayed wooden gate. Then the stage, rumbling in an arc toward the opening, and the hoarse-throated voice of Ernie Ball, the driver. Delgado! The little Mexican was in front of the lead horses now, reaching for reins close to the bit rings. Delgado, you half-man, hold them, Chico! Ernie Ball was off the box, grinning, wiping the back of a gnarled hand over his mouth, smoothing the waxed tips of his full mustache. His palm slapped the thin wood of the coach door, then swung it open to bang on its hinges. Rindo Station! Billy Teachout came out carrying a paintbrush and a bucket half full of axle grease. Ross and Katie were already outside. You're late, Billy told the driver. Ernie Ball pulled a dull gold watch from his vest pocket. 7 minutes! That's the earliest I've been late. He replaced the watch and dipped the thumb and forefinger daintily into the grease bucket, then twirled the tips of his mustache between the fingers. Ross, how are you? Katie, honey! He touched his hat brim to the girl. Ross Corson was looking past the stage driver to the man coming out of the coach, the familiar black broadcloth suit and flat-crowned hat. The man reached the ground, and there it was, the bland expression, the carefully trimmed mustache. He carried a leather business case tightly and carefully under his arm. W.F. Sellers, Field Supervisor, Southwest Area, Bureau of Indian Affairs. 15 minutes, Ernie Ball was saying. For those going on, time enough for a drink if the innkeeper's feeling right. Hey, Billy! His voice changed as he turned to Sellers. End of the line for you and your friend. Another man was out of the coach. He stepped down uncertainly and moved next to Sellers. 2 others came down, squinting at the glare, thin-lipped, sun-darkened men in range clothes. They stretched and looked about idly, then moved beyond the back of the stage, walking the stiffness from their legs. Sellers had not taken his eyes from Corson. I thought you might have had the politeness of staying to meet your successor. Corson looked at the other man now. Mr. Verbeest, he said, I hope you know what you're doing. I've instructed Mr. Verbeest on how the agency should be run, Sellers said. Then you both ought to make a nice profit, Billy Teachout said mildly. Sellers stared at him narrowly. All we want from you is a couple of horses. What for? None of your damn business. Verbeest said, smiling, We're riding north to the San Carlos agency. I'd like to take a look at how a smooth-running reservation operates. Sellers will learn you without riding way up there, Ernie Ball said. All you need is some spare weights to heavy your scale for when you're passing out the Apaches their beef. Ernie laughed and looked at Teachout. Hey, Billy? You're insinuating something that could get you into a great deal of trouble in court, Sellers told the stage driver. Insinuating? Sellers turned on Billy Teachout. I said 2 horses, good ones. I'm not the stable hand. Wait for Delgado or get them yourself. Sellers' face showed no reaction, but he said quietly, "Mr. Teachout, you're through here. As of the next time I get to Prescott." The station agent shrugged. "While I'm waiting, I'll go inside and pour drinks for those that wants." Corson relaxed, exhaling slowly, and watched them all go inside. It was a relief not to have to put up with Sellers any more. Just seeing him had made his stomach tighten. He glanced at Katie. "This is a poor way to say goodbye." "For how long, Ross?" "Maybe a few months." The screen door slammed. Corson remembered the two men in the range clothes then. They must have just gone in. Then he was looking at Katie, at the expression changing on her face, eyes alive, looking at something behind him. He turned sharply. Standing a few feet away was one of the men in range clothes. He stood with his legs spread, as if bracing himself. A short man in faded Levi's, holding a pistol dead on Corson's stomach. Chapter 3. "Raise your hands up." He motioned with the pistol. "You too, honey." He came forward slowly. "I'm not armed," Corson said. "Take your coat off and drop it." Corson took off the worn buckskin and let it fall. He backed up as the man motioned with the pistol, then watched him trample on the coat to make certain there was no gun in it. "Inside now," the man said. His partner stood, one-legged, his left boot on a chair, leaning slightly, elbow on knee, hand holding the pistol idly. Billy Teachout was behind the bar. Ernie Ball, Sellers, and Verbeest stood in front of it, all with their arms raised. 3 pistols were on the floor, along with the business case Sellers had been carrying. Ehania, Delgado's wife, stood in the kitchen doorway, unable to move. The one on the chair waved Ross and Katie toward the others. They moved across the room and stood by the front window. "Buzz," he said then. "Round up that Mexican. He's outside somewhere." Ernie Ball was squinting at the gunman. "Your face is starting to ring a bell, but your name don't register." "How would you know my name?" "You entered Ed Fisher in the book when you paid your fare at Thomas." The gunman shrugged. "That'll do. What are you carrying this trip?" "Mail." "That all?" "Swear to God it's on the rack if you want to look." The one called Buzz came in through the kitchen, pushing past the Mexican woman. "He ain't in sight, not anywhere." Corson glanced out at the yard. Just the stage was there. The horses had been taken away, but the change team had not yet been harnessed. "That's all right," Fisher said. "Hand me your gun and go through their pockets. We gotta move." He watched Buzz search them, stuffing bills and coins into his pockets as he went along. "About how much?" he asked when he had finished. "Not more than 150. "What about that satchel there?" He pointed to the business case on the floor. Instantly, Sellers said, "Those are government papers." More calmly, he said, "Bureau Statistics." Ed Fisher said, "Buzz, open it up." The gunman lifted the case and looked at Fisher with surprise. "If there's writing in here, it's cut on stone." He carried it to the table and unfastened the straps and opened it. He brought out something folded in newspaper and unwrapped it carefully. A leather pouch. He pulled the thongs quickly, eagerly, and dumped the pouch upside down on the table. The coins came out in a shower. "Ed! Mint silver!" Fisher was grinning at Sellers. "How much, Buzz?" 4, 5, 6 pouches. About 2,000. Corson was looking out of the window. There was something, a movement high up on the slope. Then, hearing Buzz, he glanced quickly at Sellers. That was it, plain enough. Sellers didn't make that kind of money with a bureau job. It could only come from selling Indian rations. But now, as the others watched Buzz at the table, Corson's eyes narrowed, looking out into the glare again, and now he could make out the movement. Far out, coming down from the slope, reaching the flat stretch now, were tiny specks, dots against the sand glare that he knew were riders. They were coming from where he had seen Benito that morning, and suddenly, abruptly, Corson realized who the riders were. Ed Fisher was saying, "Get 2 horses and run off the others. One saddled already." He looked at the men in front of him. "Whose mount is that in the shed, the chestnut?" Corson looked from the window as the screen door slammed behind Buzz going out. "The chestnut's mine," he said. "Thanks for the use." "You're not going anywhere." Fisher looked at him quickly, then smiled, his eyes going to Katie. "If you want to play Mr. Brave for your girl, wait for when I got more time." "It's not me that's stopping you," Corson said. "But I'll tell you again, you're not going anywhere." "You can talk plainer than that." "All right. Call to your partner. What'll that prove? Just see if he's still there. Fisher yelled, "Hey, Buzz!" There was a silence. Then boot scuffing, and Buzz was at the door. "What?" Fisher looked at Corson, then back to Buzz. "Nothing. Hurry up." Buzz looked at him queerly and moved off again. "Now what?" Fisher said. "It'll come," Corson said. "He hasn't seen them yet." "Seen who?" And there it was, as if answering his question, the sound of running, boots on packed sand, Buzz's voice yelling, hoarse with panic. Then he was at the door, stumbling against it. "Patches!" "Stay where you are." Fisher held his pistol on the men at the bar and backed toward the door. He glanced out. "How many?" "6 of them! Let me in!" "Keep watching." Through the window, Corson could now see the cluster of riders plainly, walking their ponies. They were in no hurry. Not 6, but 5, coming across the flat stretch. "They're peaceful." It was Sellers who said this. "There hasn't been a war party around here in over a year." Corson looked at him. "They're 20 miles off the reservation." "They've been known to wander, but when they do, they have to be taught a lesson. That was your trouble, Corson, too easy on them. Verbeest, you come along with me and see how it's done." Corson said quietly, "Bonito doesn't learn very fast." "Bonito?" Sellers showed surprise. "He's down in the Madres." "He wasn't this morning when I talked to him." "And you're just now telling me?" "I was fired." Fisher glanced out the door again, then back, his eyes stopping on Sellers. "Have you got something to do with them?" Sellers did not answer, but Teachout said, "He's with the Bureau of Indian Affairs." "Then this is your party, mister," Fisher said, looking at Sellers. "I'm not obligated to confront known hostiles. That's common sense." Fisher moved out of the doorway. "You don't have a choice. Get out there and find out what they want." He waved the long-barreled pistol. "Come on, all of you except the women. They stay here." In the yard, Corson glanced back once at the 2 outlaws in the doorway. Then they had reached the adobe wall, and his gaze swung back to the 5 mescaleros who had reigned in 100 paces beyond the wall. Bonito was a pony's length ahead of the others. He did not resemble the man Corson had talked to earlier. The flop-brimmed hat was gone, and now his coarse face was paint-streaked, a line of ochre from ear to ear, crossing the bridge of his nose, another over his chin. His headband was yellow, bright against the long hair glistening with oil. Only one thing about him was the same, the Maynard across his lap. Behind him were Bill Klin, chief at the Pinaleño agency, Bill Klin's son, Sunshine, and 2 other Indians. All 4 were armed with old-model carbines. Corson's eyes remained on the mescaleros, but he said to Sellers, "Let's see you go out and teach them a lesson." Sellers did not reply at first. He kept his eyes on the 5 Apaches, waiting, expecting them to make a move. Then he said, "All right, ask him what he wants." Corson hesitated. He wanted to make it hard for Sellers, not offer any assistance, but there was Katie and the others to think of. He boosted himself over the wall, then motioned to the Apaches to come on. They moved forward, Benito still in the lead, and when they were less than 10 feet from the wall, Benito raised his arm and they stopped there. "Corson, we speak to each other again." But this time not by accident. "You told me before that you were not with this one now." Benito's eyes shifted to Sellers. "These are not ordinary circumstances," Corson answered. "Tell me why you are here, and I'll relate it to him." Benito waited, then nodded toward Sellers. "There is the reason." "What would you have me tell him?" "Tell him that he will come with us, until Peshagar. Many of them are brought here tomorrow." "Rifles?" "Enough for as many of us that could stand in line from here to the house there, and many bullets for the Peshagar. This one," he nodded again to Sellers, "will remain with us until they are brought, and the ones who bring them depart again. Then he will be released, and my people will go with me from Pinaleño across the Bravos, and there we will fight the Nacayes." Corson turned to the others. "He says he needs guns to make war on the Mexicans." Then to Benito, "You would, of course, not use the guns on this side of the Bravos." Benito nodded solemnly. "The guns would have to be acquired at Fort Thomas. How do you know the Army would let you have them? Perhaps this man isn't worth 100 rifles." Benito's face barely moved as he spoke. "Killing this one would be a reward in itself." Corson paused. "What if he refuses to go with you?" "At Pinaleño, you would find only the women and children." He turned his head, indicating the dense pines of the higher slope. "The warriors are here, Corson. You are 6. Then 2 men in the house and 2 women. If he does not come with us, then we will come into your house there." Corson concealed his surprise. "You observe our number well." Benito said, "I have been here longer than a full day, waiting for this time. And you see, I did not count the Mexican man. He has agreed to remain with us until this one comes to take his place." Corson glanced at Billy Teachout. "He says they've got Delgado." "Oh, my God." Sellers moved close to Corson. "What else does he want?" "He wants you." "Me?" "We get you back in exchange for about 100 rifles," Corson added. "I don't know what makes him think you're worth that many." "Tell him," Sellers said evenly, "that if he doesn't get back to Pinaleño by sundown, he'll be shot, along with Bill Clyn and his boy." "Pinaleño has moved here," Corson answered. "The Braves are up in the pines. If you don't go with them, they'll swarm down all over us." "They wouldn't get across the wall," Sellers sneered. "There aren't a dozen rifles among the pack of them." "You forgot. We don't have any." Sellers was silent. Then, "All right, when the stage doesn't arrive at Heel Ford this evening, they'll know something's wrong and send help." Corson said, "There are 3 men at the Heel Ford station." "Then they'll get more help," Sellers said angrily. "In what, 3-4 days?" "What's the matter?" Sellers taunted. "You scared?" Corson ignored the remark. "What about Delgado?" Sellers shrugged. "One thing at a time. Tell him we'll go back and think it over and let him know." Corson told him, and as they were turning to go, he looked at Bill Clyn. "Now the chief of the Mescaleros follows the words of a bandit." Bill Clyn shifted his eyes and did not reply. Chapter 4. Katie came out from the kitchen, edging by Buzz, who was in the doorway, and went to Corson. She had served them food and had now finished washing the dishes. Corson was at the front window, looking off to the east, watching for a movement to change the monotony of the plain. She stood close to him, and he asked in a low voice, "How's Ienya?" "She's praying." He wanted to say something consoling that she could take to Ienya, but there was nothing. The Apaches had Delgado. They would keep him until Sellers turned himself over to them, and that was not likely to happen. Katie's face was close to his, serious, searching eyes repeating the question he could not answer. She had been in the kitchen most of the time, and she did not know all that had happened since the men had returned. Fisher was in the doorway, a silhouette against the faint outside dusk. Buzz was by the kitchen door, holding his gun on the others at the bar at the end of the room, keeping an eye on Billy Teachout, who was in the kitchen watching the corral and yard. "Ross, why doesn't he force Sellers to go to the Indians?" "Fisher would have to shoot him first," Ross said quietly. "This business about the rifles is the long chance. Benito would like to have them, but I think he'd just as soon have Sellers for one long day. Sellers knows it. You can't force him to go, no matter what he's stolen. He's a white man. Handing him to Benito wouldn't be right." "How long will he wait, Ross?" "Benito? He'll send us a message tonight, most likely. And if we don't act on it, he'll come at sunup." "The outlaw would have to give you guns then," Katie said. Corson nodded. "He's holding off as long as he can, waiting for a miracle. I feel kind of sorry for him. He can't fight off Benito with just one man. But if he gives us guns, he's through. He loses either way." They were silent then, standing close to each other. Corson's gaze would come in from the dim plain and go about the room. Fisher in the doorway glanced now and then at Sellers. You have to give him credit, Corson thought, sitting on the edge of his nerves until the last possible minute. Buzz looks hard, but he leans on Fisher. He could never do this alone. They thought they had something good, and it turns out to be the worst jackpot they could fall into. Let them stew in it. Billy and Ernie are men who know patience because they do more than just live here. They're part of the country. They'll sit through something like this and not show it. For Beast is afraid to open his mouth. His voice would give him away. He's so scared he can taste it. And Sellers, he'll never believe he's through, and maybe he isn't. He's got his life at stake, plus a government post and $2,000 in government silver. The money must have come from selling agency stores. He'll scheme, confident that he'll think of something to pull him out of this. Benito has nothing to lose. With 100 warriors and nothing to lose, he'll probably win. Strips of gray light crossed the room from the doorway and the windows. Outside, the moonlight showed the station yard in dim, unmoving stillness, bounded by the adobe wall, a pale line against the darkness beyond. Corson looked out of the window again and moved toward Fisher. He saw the dull gleam of a pistol barrel bear on him, and he said, "Ed, a word with you." Come ahead, Fisher said quietly. It'll be dark in a few minutes, Corson said. You'd better give us our guns. I'll take my chances for a while. You won't be able to watch us in the dark, and you're not going to use a lamp with Benito outside. Fisher was silent. Then, I'm trying to think it out, he said wearily. You don't have a choice, Corson told him. Those are mescaleros. You're old enough to know how they behave when they're up. No, I don't. Not the way I know what would happen if you people had guns. Buzz and I would turn our backs once. All right, Corson said. Then give back all the money you took. Tell them I was just kidding, huh? I'm thinking about 2 women being here, Corson said, and 100 mescaleros out there. Make up your mind one way or the other, but do it before it's too late. The sound came to them gradually. It came faintly, growing out of the darkness, at first a muffled sound, now the unmistakable clop of a horse moving at a slow walk. A chair scraped in the room. Fisher's voice rasped. Quiet! In the stillness, Fisher cocked his head, listening, then whispered close to Corson's cheek. It stopped. Corson waited. At the gate, he said. It's a trick. Fisher was talking to himself. A damn Apache trick. Maybe it is, Corson paused, and maybe it isn't, Ed, he said quietly. If I was to go out there, would you hold your gun that way? You're crazy. Let's find out. Corson pushed through the screen door without a sound and was moving across the yard. He walked unhurriedly, because if Benito was behind the wall, running would not make a difference. The yard was open and gray with moonlight. He reached the gate and stood with his hand on the heavy latch. Fisher watched him tensely. He felt someone close to him and glanced to see the girl. Billy Teachout was behind her. They looked at Fisher, then out toward the gate, and they did not speak. In the darkness, someone said, "What is it?" excitedly. At a window, Ernie Ball's voice hissed, "Shh!" They watched Corson lift the iron latch. Then the shadowy figure pushed against the gate, and the squeak of the hinges was a mournful screech with no other sounds in the night. Corson went through the opening, and for the moment he was out of sight. Katie held her breath. Then the gate swung wide, and he was there again, leading the larger, darker shadow of a horse. A rider was atop the horse, head down, swaying gently with the movement of the horse's shoulders and flanks. Corson closed the gate and came on, holding the horse close under the muzzle by a hackamore. "Who is it?" from inside the doorway. Fisher was in the yard now. He looked at Corson, then toward the rider, questioningly. Corson went to the rider, raised his arms, and said gently, "Come, viejo." The small figure toppled hesitantly, stiffly, into Corson's arms. He heard someone behind him say, "Delgado." They carried him inside to a bedroom and eased him down under the bed, and when the lamp was lighted next to the bed, no one recognized Delgado. "Mary Virgin Mother," Eugenia said, close to Delgado's cheek, kneeling on the floor and stroking her hand gently over his head. When Katie came in with a basin of water, she mopped his face, washing the blood away. She moved the cloth over his eyes very gently, and when she took it away, she gasped and uttered the name of the Mother of God again. Delgado's face was knife-scarred, small marks crisscrossing his cheeks. His nose was broken, that was evident, and his right eye was no longer in the socket. His head came off the blanket, then fell back as the thin lines of his face tightened. He said almost inaudibly, "Ross." "I'm here," Corson said close to his cheek. "Don't talk now. Say it in the morning." Delgado breathed. "Bonito did this to me. There were others who beat at me and stuck me with their knives, but it was Bonito who did this." His hand waved close to his face. "As I gathered the fresh team, one of them broke away, and I went after it afoot, because this one was a friend, and would come if I approached with gentleness. But this time he went a greater distance. When he was near the piñon, he stopped and let me approach, and at that moment the barbarians came from out of the pines, almost as if this friend had lured me to them." Corson said gently, "Tell me this in the morning." Delgado turned his head, opening his left eye. "If you are here to listen," he waved his hand again, "Bonito did this to me. He impressed upon me that when he comes, he will take the remainder of my sight. I would not like that to happen. He said that you had failed him. Now he will enter this house with the coming of the sun." Silence then. Corson rose as Eugenia began to stroke Delgado's head. Fisher appeared in the doorway. "Your guns are on the table," he said quietly. Chapter 5. Corson pushed his gun belt lower on his hips and picked up the Winchester leaning against the support post. He heard the screen door close softly and peered into the darkness around the coach which they had pushed into the stable shed. A figure was moving along the front of the house toward him. It was Fisher. "There better be two of us out here. The east side of the house is a blind spot. And when the shooting starts," he added, "I don't hanker to be in the same room with that thieving government man. He could swing his barrel 2 feet and let go easy as not." He looked at Corson's carbine and holstered pistol. "You had them out here?" "By the saddle," Corson said. "Where's your horse? It was here. I took it around to the corral. I'd rather have it run off than hit." They rolled straw bales from the back wall of the shed to the front and piled them 3 high for some protection. There were no doors on the stable shed. It was built out from the station house, 4 wagons wide. Ernie's coach was in the first stall nearest the house. Corson went to the small window at the far end of the shed, and Fisher stopped near him, looking out into the night. "Might they come before dawn?" "I've never heard of it," Corson answered, "but don't put that down in your book as a rule. Benito might have told Delgado dawn to put us off guard. That was something, what he did to him." Corson said quietly, "Delgado was lucky. Benito's showing off. He wants us to think he's got full control of the situation, even to letting a prisoner go, knowing he'll get him back again. He could convince me." "I'm not so sure he has," Corson paused. "If I could talk to Bill Klin, I don't see how he could help but resent the renegades coming up and taking over. If we could get Bill Klin alone." Fisher said nothing. Sometimes when you wait, the time goes slow, Corson thought, but now it's going fast. So fast it isn't time anymore, but something else. That was a month ago that I told Katie I would come and get her, and Billy was surprised because he hadn't known what was going on. Seems like a month, but it was yesterday afternoon. Now he pictured himself with Katie at night, her face in soft shadows. She was in the room with Eugenia and Delgado and a pistol. The door was bolted. If they broke through the door, then she would fire the pistol until it was empty. Then, in a timeless time, she would pray. Pray that it would not take long for Eugenia and for herself. She would not use the gun on herself to make it quick. Even if he had asked her to, she would not. She doesn't even show this. There may be a little of it in her eyes, but it isn't in her voice. "You're lucky, Ross. But how can you be lucky and unlucky at the same time?" But now more time had passed, and there was an orange streak in the east, and the sky was no longer full dark, and suddenly shadows were coming over the wall. Shadows that were the shapes of men, but without sound and without the gleam of weapons. They dropped and clung close to the wall. Now some were coming forward. Oh, my God, Fisher had seen them. From the house, "They're coming!" And the hurried report of a rifle. A pause. Now a staccato of rifle fire, and suddenly the station yard erupted into wild sound, whining gun reports, and the full-throated scream of the Mescalero war cry, and the whinnying of horses. Down the carbon barrel, Corson squinted at 3 warriors coming zigzagging toward the shed. Then the outside 2 were out of vision, and he fired. The Mescalero fell in his tracks. As he levered, the other 2 turned abruptly and were back to the wall as he aimed again. One of them was on the wall, and he brought the barrel up an inch and squeezed the trigger, and the warrior dropped to the other side. The third one was over, out of sight, and as suddenly as the firing had started, it stopped. Corson glanced both ways, surprised. 2, 3, 4 of them were down, and the rest had retreated. "They're feeling us out," he thought, "seeing how many guns we have." Fisher exhaled a long sigh. "We drove them off." "The first time," Corson said. "Now Benito knows what we have, and he'll scratch his head until something comes out of it." Fisher looked up suddenly. "There!" It was the Apache Corson had hit first, now crawling toward the wall, dragging his left leg. Fisher raised his pistol. "Hold it!" Corson squinted hard at the Apache. "That's Bill Klin's boy." Corson waited until sunshine reached the wall. Then, as the Apache raised himself slowly, painfully, with his weight on his right leg, Corson raised the carbine and fired. The bullet sang, ricocheting off the wall, and white dust spattered above the boy's head as he sank down. Corson levered a shell into the breech, his eyes on Sunshine. Watch him. Watch him like a hawk. He's got a broken leg, but he can be over that wall in one jump. The next moment Sunshine was pushing up with his arms and his one good leg, but it was a feint, for he lunged suddenly to the side. Corson was ready. He swung the barrel and placed the next shot a foot in front of Sunshine. Pieces of adobe splattered on the Apache's hair, and now he sat down and stared toward the shed. Corson said, "Watch along the wall, Ed. I'm going out. You edge toward the house." Fisher said, "What?" "If this works," Corson said hurriedly, "I'll give you a signal. When I do, bring the men out. Just the men." Sunshine had not moved, and now Corson said, "Here we go." He handed the Winchester to Fisher and pushed over the straw bales. Going over them, he drew his pistol and walked out into the open yard with a handgun pointed towards Sunshine. When he was in the middle of the yard, he stopped. "Bill Clinton!" There was no answer, though he knew they were on the other side of the wall. He shouted again, "Bill Clinton!" Then he said in Spanish, "My gun is on your son." His eyes shifted above Sunshine. Stillness. A bare line of adobe, and then Bill Clinton was standing a dozen paces to the left, head and shoulders above the wall. Corson's eyes went to him. "Come over the wall." Bill Clinton's arms came up, and he raised himself to the top of the wall and dropped to the inside. He did not look at his son, but approached Corson. "Bill Clinton," Corson said, "call Benito and the others." The Apache said a word in Mescalero, and suddenly his warriors were at the wall. They had stood up and were now a line of bare chests and war paint and thick blue-black hair with cloth bands over the foreheads. Benito stood among them, but he was alone. He lifted his Maynard and rested it on the wall. "Come in, Benito," Corson said, and when the renegade did not move, he glanced at Bill Clinton, then cocked his pistol. "Order him to come in, if you're still the chief." Bill Clinton looked at his son now for the first time. The boy's eyes, between stripes of yellow paint, were on Corson. Bill Clinton spoke again in Mescalero, and it was evident that his words were for Benito, but Benito did not answer. Corson tightened. He could feel it in his stomach, but he made his voice sound calm. "Benito, you are now chief?" Still the Apache said nothing. "Yesterday you told me that chieftainship of the Mescalero is not a thing of heredity, but a position earned by the one most capable in war, in fighting. So, Benito, are you chief?" Benito did not move. Corson was looking at him now, but he glanced away momentarily toward Ed Fisher and nodded to him. "Let me tell you something, Benito. There are others who live here now, some with authority that seems to contradict yours. How can you be chief if you have opposed only this old man, Bill Clinton?" He glanced toward the house and saw them coming out now. "What about the government man, Benito? He tells me you are a woman, a filthy pig of a woman, with the diseases of animals, unfit to live. And he has much authority. Perhaps he is the true chief here?" Benito's eyes had gone to Sellers as he appeared in the doorway. The eyes held on the man, narrowing, and then Benito was over the wall. "How would you have it, Corson?" "Whatever is customary." "With the knife, then." "I'll tell him." Corson turned to the men in front of the station house. "Sellers, Benito says you're afraid to fight him alone." Sellers was startled. "You're crazy." "Ask him." "Fight him with what?" "Knives." "Now I know you're crazy." "You want to convince him you're boss, don't you? Beat him in a fair fight, the way they have to pick their chiefs sometimes." Fisher moved a step toward Sellers, and as he did so, brought the Winchester up and down in a short motion, and Sellers' pistol was out of his hand. He looked at Fisher with complete surprise, watching the outlaw pick up the pistol. "I'll hold it for you while you're teaching that red son a lesson." "Corson, tell him I won't fight him, that we don't do this in our government." "Benito," Corson translated. "He says he does not have a knife." Benito reached behind him and drew a dull gleaming blade from his waistband. His arms swung low. The knife scraped, bouncing over the sand, to stop near Sellers. "Corson, tell that savage—" "Listen," Corson said, "this started because of you and Benito, so you and he are going to finish it." "He's fought this way all of his life. I wouldn't have a chance." Corson shrugged. "You can't tell." Benito was handed a knife, and without hesitating he stepped toward Sellers. Fisher stooped, picked up the knife at Sellers' feet, and put it in his hand. If you make it, I'll buy you a drink. Wait a minute, Ross, Sellers backed up. Ross, tell him I won't do it. But Benito was in front of him now. The mescalero lowered his head, hunching his shoulders, and brought the knife up in front of him, looking at Sellers' face through half-closed eyes. Ross! The blade flashed, a short swipe of naked arm that was out and in before anyone could see what happened. Sellers screamed. His left cheek was slashed from ear to mouth. Ross! Benito feinted toward Sellers' head. Going back, Sellers brought up his arm, but the blade dropped. It flashed low under his guard and flicked a short arc across the sucked-in stomach. Sellers' vest opened from pocket to pocket, and he screamed again, and this time turned and started to run. But he came up short, pushed, jolted back to face Benito by Teachout, who stood behind him. You're going the wrong way, Teachout said. Let me go! Benito stood waiting. Corson's gaze went from him to Sellers. Are you through? Sellers, blood smeared over his face, was breathing hard, holding his stomach. Ross, he gasped, shoot him now while he's still. Are you quitting? Corson said. God, shoot him! Corson said calmly, fight him, or else get out. Sellers looked at him strangely, taken by surprise. Get out? That's right. Ride out of here and take Verbeest with you. Forget you ever worked for the Bureau. There are 7 people here to testify you're not fit for the job. Now, either fight him or write yourself off. Sellers hesitated, fingering the cut across his stomach, his eyes on Corson. Then his gaze went slowly to Benito, who stood unmoving, watching him. Gradually, Sellers' grip loosened around the knife, and as it dropped from his hand, he turned abruptly and walked to the station house. The screen door banged. Now, Benito said coldly, there is no more doubt. It is still in my mind, Corson said mildly. He lowered the pistol he'd been holding on Sunshine and turned to Benito. He added pointedly, I have seen women fight before. Usually it proves nothing. Benito's eyes narrowed. Say your words straight, Corson. Corson stopped astride from the Apache. He raised his hand and swung the open palm hard against Benito's face. The Apache was taken off guard and staggered back, but he did not go down. Is that straight enough? Corson looked back at Ed Fisher and swung the pistol underhand toward him, and as he turned back to Benito, he shifted his feet suddenly and came around with his right fist smashing against the Apache's face. And this time, Benito went down. Maybe that's a little straighter. Then looking toward Bill Klin, Corson said, Is this your chief? Benito came to one knee. His mouth was half open with numbness, but he smiled and said, All right, Corson. Behind him he heard Fisher say, Here's the knife. Corson half turned as if to look at Fisher, but it was a short movement. He pivoted, swinging his left hand, and again caught Benito on the face as he was rising. The Apache went down, rolling away from Corson's reach, but as he came up, Corson was there. He swung a right, and then a left, to the Apache's head to beat him down again. Benito looked up at him, propping himself with his elbows. His face was cut at both eyes and his mouth swollen, and now he considered what to do next, how to fight this man, whose not using a weapon was an insult. He brought his knees up under him, then one foot, watching Corson closely. Corson moved a step closer, clenching his fists. Benito will pull something this time, he thought. Benito was rising, then suddenly throwing himself at Corson's legs. Corson dodged and kicked out, but his boot caught Benito's shoulder, and now the Apache was rolling. Corson started after him, then stopped dead as Benito jumped to his feet. Fisher yelled, You want it now, Ross? Corson shook his head. This was the way to beat him, if it could be done. He started toward Benito, thinking, Carry it to him. Once he starts calling the play, you're through. Watch his eyes. They'll tell you a snap second before he moves. He moved close to Benito, tensed, watched the yellow-filmed eyes, smelling the animal smell of the man, seeing the eyes now and not the face. Corson drew his arm back slowly, knotting the fist. He shifted his weight suddenly, swinging the fist, the eyes, then just as suddenly threw himself to the side. Benito's knife jabbed viciously, but Corson was not there, and as the Apache came round to find him in that split second, Corson was ready. He went back on his left foot, his body balanced, and then his weight shifted, and his boot kicked savagely into Benito's loins. The Apache gasped and stopped dead in his tracks, bending, holding his stomach. And that was it. Corson hit him with one fist, then the other, and as Benito started to sag, he caught the Apache's arm and drove his right fist straight into the paint-streaked face. The Apache went down, dropping the knife, and landed heavily on his back. "There, Bilklin, is your chief," Corson said. He went over to Sunshine and knelt beside him, examining the shin bone that his bullet had broken. Bilklin was standing next to him now. It was hard for him to speak, even if it was not an outright apology, for he was Mescalero. But he said, "What would you have us do?" Corson rose and looked at Bilklin. "If you wish, we will get an American doctor for your son. But now go back to Pinaleño and take your dead." "And you will come, Corson?" Corson's gaze went over the line of Apaches at the wall. Immobile faces, streaks of vermilion and bright yellow, and looking at them he was angry. But he thought, "These are Mescaleros. You know what they are. You know what they can do. You were lucky today, but don't push your luck, and perhaps because of it make some cavalry patrol officer who isn't even out here yet push his." And he nodded slowly, wearily to Bilklin and said, "Yes, I will come." The others were standing almost in a line. Teachout and Ernie Ball, Ed Fisher, and his partner, and Verbeest. Maybe this will straighten Fisher out, Corson thought. He's a man you'd buy a drink for, even after he's robbed you. Verbeest made a mistake, but he knows it, and he won't make it again. And then he did not think of them any more. Katie was in the doorway, and he walked toward the house.
The Boy Who Smiled, read by Tom Wopat. Gunsmoke, June, 1953. When Mickey Segundo was 14, he tracked a man almost 200 miles, from the Jicarilla sub-agency down into the Malpai. He caught up with him at a waterhole in late afternoon, and stayed behind a rock outcropping watching the man drink. Mickey Segundo had not tasted water in 3 days, but he sat patiently behind the cover while the man quenched his thirst, watching him relax and make himself comfortable as the hot lava country cooled with the approach of evening. Finally, Mickey Segundo stirred. He broke open the .50 caliber Gallagher and inserted the paper cartridge in the cap. Then he eased the carbon between a niche in the rocks, sighting on the back of the man's head. He called in a low voice, "Tony Chaudy." And as the face with the wide-open eyes came around, he fired casually. He lay on his stomach and slowly drank the water he needed, filling his canteen and the one that had belonged to Tony Chaudy. Then he took his hunting knife and sawed both of the man's ears off, close to the head. These he put into his saddle pouch, leaving the rest for the buzzards. A week later, Mickey Segundo carried the pouch into the agency office and dropped the ears on my desk. He said very simply, "Tony Chaudy is sorry he has caused trouble." I remember telling him, "You're not thinking of going after McKay now, are you?" "This man, Tony Chaudy, stole stuff. A horse and clothes and a gun," he said with his pleasant smile. "So I thought I would do a good thing and fix it so Tony Chaudy didn't steal no more." With the smile there was a look of surprise, as if to say, "Why would I want to get Mr. McKay?" A few days later I saw McKay and told him about it, and mentioned that he might keep his eyes open. But he said that he didn't give a damn about any breed Jicarilla kid. If the kid felt like avenging his old man, he could try, but he'd probably cash in before his time. And as for getting Tony Chaudy, he didn't give a damn about that either. He'd got the horse back, and that's all he cared about. After he had said his piece, I was sorry I had warned him, and I felt a little foolish telling one of the biggest men in the territory to look out for a half-breed Apache kid. I told myself, maybe you're just rubbing up to him because he's important and could use his influence to help out the agency. And maybe he knows it. Actually, I had more respect for Mickey Segundo as a human being than I did for T.O. McKay. Maybe I felt I owed the warning to McKay because he was a white man. Like saying, Mickey Segundo's a good boy, but hell, he's half Indian. Just one of those things you catch yourself doing, like habit. You do something wrong the first time and you know it, but if you keep it up, it becomes a habit, and it's no longer wrong because it's something you've always been doing.
McKay and a lot of people said Apaches were no damn good. The only good one was a dead one. They never stopped to reason it out. They'd been saying it so long they knew it was true. Certainly any such statement was unreasonable, but damned if I wouldn't sometimes nod my head in agreement, because at those times I'd be with white men, and that's the way white men talked. I might have thought I was foolish, but actually it was McKay who was the fool. He underestimated Mickey Segundo. That was 5 years ago. It had begun with a hanging. Early in the morning, Tuda Shishin, sergeant of Apache police at the Jicarilla agency, wrote in to tell me that Tony Chauty had jumped the boundaries again and might be in my locale. Tuda Shishin stayed for half a dozen cups of coffee, though his information didn't last that long. When he'd had enough, he left as leisurely as he had arrived. Hunting renegades, reservation jumpers, was Tuda Shishin's job. Still, it wasn't something to get excited about. Tomorrow's were for work. Today's were for thinking about it. Up at the agency, they were used to Tony Chauty skipping off. Usually they'd find him later in some shaded barranca full of tulipai. It was quiet until late afternoon, but not unusually so. It wasn't often that anything out of the ordinary happened at the sub-agency. There were 26 families, 108 Jicarillas all told, under my charge. We were located almost 20 miles below the reservation proper, and most of the people had been there long before the reservation had been marked off. They had been fairly peaceful then, and remained so now. It was one of the few instances where the Bureau allowed the sleeping dog to lie, and because of that we had less trouble than they did up at the reservation. There was a sign on the door of the adobe office which described it formally. It read, D.J. Merritt, Agent, Jicarilla Apache Sub-Agency, Puerco, New Mexico Territory. It was a startling announcement to post on the door of a squat adobe, sitting all alone in the shadow of the Nacimientos. My Apaches preferred higher ground, and the closest jacales were 2 miles up into the foothills. The office had to remain on the mail run, even though the mail consisted chiefly of impossible-to-apply Bureau memoranda. Just before supper, Tuda Shishin returned. He came in at a run this time, and swung off before his pony had come to a full stop. He was excited, and spoke in a confusion of Apache, Spanish, and a word here and there of English. Returning to the reservation, he had decided to stop off and see his friends of the Puerco agency. There had been friends he had not seen for some time, and the morning had lengthened into afternoon, with tulipai, good talking, and even coffee. People had come from the more remote jacales, deeper in the hills, when they learned Tuda Shishin was there, to hear news of friends at the reservation. Soon there were many people, and what looked like the beginning of a good time. Then Senor McKay had come. McKay had men with him, many men, and they were looking for Mickey Solner, the squaw man, as the Americans called him. Most of the details I learned later on, but briefly this is what had happened. McKay and some of his men were out on a hunting trip. When they got up that morning, McKay's horse was gone, along with a shotgun and some personal articles. They got on the tracks, which were fresh and easy to follow, and by that afternoon they were at Mickey Solner's jacale. His woman and boy were there, and the horse was tethered in front of the mud hut. Mickey Segundo, the boy, was honored to lead such important people to his father, who was visiting with Tuda Shishin. McKay brought the horse along, and when they found Mickey Solner, they took hold of him without asking questions and looped a rope around his neck. Then they boosted him up onto the horse they claimed he had stolen. McKay said it would be fitting that way. Tuda Shishin had left fast when he saw what was about to happen. He knew they wouldn't waste time arguing with an Apache, so he had come to me. When I got there, Mickey Solner was still sitting McKay's chestnut mare, with a rope reaching from his neck to the cottonwood bough overhead. His head drooped, as if all the fight was out of him, and when I came up in front of the chestnut, he looked at me with tired eyes, watery and red from tulipai. I had known Solner for years, but had never become close to him. He wasn't a man with whom you became fast friends. Just his living in an Apache rancheria testified to his being of a different breed. He was friendly enough, but few of the whites liked him. They said he drank all the time and never worked. Maybe most were just envious. Solner was a white man gone Indian, whole hog. That was the cause of the resentment.
His son, Mickey II, stood near his dad's stirrup, looking at him with a bewildered, pathetic look on his slim face. He held on to the stirrup as if he'd never let it go. And it was the first time, the only time, I ever saw Mickey Segundo without a faint smile on his face. "Mr. McKay," I said to the cattleman, who was standing relaxed with his hands in his pockets, "I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to take that man down. He's under Bureau jurisdiction and will have to be tried by a court." McKay said nothing, but Bowie Allison, who was his herd boss, laughed and then said, "You ought to be afraid." Dolph Betzinger was there, along with his brothers Kirk and Sim. They were hired for their guns and usually kept pretty close to McKay. They did not laugh when Allison did. And all around the clearing by the cottonwood were 8 or 10 others. Most of them I recognized as McKay riders. They stood solemnly, some with rifles and shotguns. There wasn't any doubt in their minds what stealing a horse meant. "Tudishishin says Mickey didn't steal your horse. These people told him that he was at home all night and most of the morning until Tudishishin dropped in, and then he came down here." A line of Apaches stood a few yards off, and as I pointed to them, some nodded their heads. "Mister," McKay said, "I found the horse at this man's hut. Now you argue that down, and I'll kiss the behind of every Apache you got living around here." "Well, your horse could have been left there by someone else." "Either way, he had a hand in it," he said curtly. "What does he say?" I looked up at Mickey Solner and asked him quickly, "How did you get the horse, Mickey?" "I just traded with a fella." His voice shook, and he held on to the saddle horn as if afraid he'd fall off. "This fella come along and traded with me, that's all." "Who was it?" Mickey Solner didn't answer. I asked him again, but still he refused to speak. McKay was about to say something, but Tudishishin came over quickly from the group of Apaches. "They say it was Tony Chawdy. He was seen to come into camp in early morning." I asked Mickey if it was Tony Chawdy, and finally he admitted that it was. I felt better then. McKay couldn't hang a man for trading a horse. "Are you satisfied, Mr. McKay? He didn't know it was yours. Just a matter of trading a horse." McKay looked at me, narrowing his eyes. He looked as if he were trying to figure out what kind of a man I was. Finally he said, "You think I'm going to believe them?" It dawned on me suddenly that McKay had been using what patience he had for the past few minutes. Now he was ready to continue what they had come for. He had made up his mind long before. "Wait a minute, Mr. McKay. You're talking about the life of an innocent man. You can't just toy with it like it was a head of cattle." He looked at me, and his puffy face seemed to harden. He was a heavy man, beginning to sag about the stomach. "You think you're going to tell me what I can do and what I can't? I don't need a government representative to tell me why my horse was stolen." "I'm not telling you anything. You know Mickey didn't steal the horse. You can see for yourself you're making a mistake." McKay shrugged and looked at his herd boss. "Well, if it is, it isn't a very big one. Leastwise, we'll be sure he won't be trading in stolen horses again." He nodded to Bowie Allison. Bowie grinned and brought his quirt up and then down across the rump of the chestnut. "Yay!" The chestnut broke fast. Allison stood yelling after it, then jumped aside quickly as Mickey Solner swung back toward him on the end of the rope. It was 2 weeks later to the day that Mickey Segundo came in with Tony Chawdy's ears. You can see why I asked him if he had a notion of going after McKay. And it was a strange thing. I was talking to a different boy than the one I had last seen under the cottonwood. When the horse shot out from under his dad, he ran to him like something wild, screaming, and wrapped his arms around the kicking legs, trying to hold the weight off the rope. Bowie Allison cuffed him away, and they held him back with pistols while he watched his dad die. From then on, he didn't say a word, and when it was over, walked away with his head down. Then, when he came in with Tony Chawdy's ears, he was himself again, all smiles. I might mention that I wrote to the Bureau of Indian Affairs about the incident, since Mickey Solner, legally, was one of my charges. But nothing came of it. In fact, I didn't even get a reply. Over the next few years, Mickey Segundo changed a lot. He became Apache. That is, his appearance changed and almost everything else about him, except the smile. The smile was always there, as if he knew a monumental secret, which was going to make everyone happy. He let his hair grow to his shoulders, and usually he wore only a frayed cotton shirt and breechclout. His moccasins were Apache, curled toes and leggings that reached to his thighs. He went under his Apache name, which was Peza-Ah, but I called him Mickey when I saw him, and he was never reluctant to talk to me in English. His English was good, discounting grammar. Most of the time he lived in the same jacale his dad had built, providing for his mother and fitting closer into the life of the rancheria than he did before. But when he was about 18, he went up to the agency and joined Tudishishin's police. His mother went with him to live at the reservation, but within a year the two of them were back. Tracking friends who happened to wander off the reservation didn't set right with him. It didn't go with his smile. Tudishishin told me he was sorry to lose him because he was an expert tracker and a dead shot. I know the sergeant had a dozen good sign followers, but very few who were above average with a gun. He must have been 19 when he came back to Puerto. In all those years, he never once mentioned McKay's name, and I can tell you I never brought it up either. I saw McKay even less after the hanging incident. If he ignored me before, he avoided me now. As I said, I felt like a fool after warning him about Mickey Segundo, and I'm certain McKay felt only contempt for me for doing it, after sticking up for the boy's dad. McKay would come through every once in a while, usually going on a hunt up into the Nacimientos. He was a great hunter and would go out for a few days every month or so, usually with his herd boss, Bowie Allison. He hunted everything that walked, squirmed, or flew, and I'm told his ranch trophy room was really something to see. You couldn't take it away from the man. Everything he did well. He was in his 50s, but he could shoot straighter and stay in the saddle longer than any of his riders, and he knew how to make money. But it was his arrogance that irked me. Even though he was polite, he made you feel far beneath him. He talked to you as if you were one of the hired help. One afternoon, fairly late, Tudishishin rode in and said that he was supposed to meet McKay at the adobe office early the next morning. McKay wanted to try the shooting down southwest towards Amalpai, on the other side of it actually, and Tudishishin was going to guide for him. The Indian policeman drank coffee until almost sundown, then rode off into the shadows of the Nacimientos. He was staying at one of the rancherias, visiting with his friends until the morning. McKay appeared first. It was a cool morning, bright and crisp. I looked out of the window and saw the 5 riders coming up the road from the south, and when they were close enough, I made out McKay and Bowie Allison and the 3 Betzinger brothers. When they reached the office, McKay and Bowie dismounted, but the Betzingers reined around and started back down the road. McKay nodded and was civil enough, though he didn't direct more than a few words to me. Bowie was ready when I asked them if they wanted coffee, but McKay shook his head and said they were leaving shortly. Just about then, the rider appeared coming down out of the hills. McKay was squinting, studying the figure on the pony. I didn't really look at him until I noticed McKay's close attention, and when I looked at the rider again, he was almost on us. I didn't have to squint then to see that it was Mickey Segundo. McKay said, "Who's that?" with a ring of suspicion to his voice. I felt a sudden heat on my face, like the feeling you get when you're talking about someone, then suddenly find the person standing next to you. Without thinking about it, I told McKay, "That's Peza-Ah, one of my people." What made me call him by his Apache name, I don't know. Perhaps because he looked so Indian. But I had never called him Peza-Ah before. He approached us, somewhat shyly, wearing his faded shirt and breechclout, but now with a streak of ochre painted across his nose from ear to ear. He didn't look as if he could have a drop of white blood in him. "What's he doing here?" McKay's voice still held a note of suspicion, and he looked at him as if he were trying to place him. Bowie Allison studied him the same way, saying nothing. "Where's Tudishishin? These gentlemen are waiting for him." "Tudishishin is ill, with a demon in his stomach," Peza-Ah answered. "He has asked me to substitute myself for him." He spoke in Spanish, hesitantly, the way an Apache does. McKay studied him for some time. Finally he said, "Well, can he track?" "He was with Tudishishin for a year. Tudishishin speaks highly of him." Again, I don't know what made me say it. 100 things were going through my head. What I said was true, but I saw it getting me into something. Mickey never looked directly at me. He kept watching McKay, with the faint smile on his mouth. McKay seemed to hesitate, and then he said, "Well, come on. I don't need a reference, as long as he can track." They mounted and rode out. McKay wanted prongbuck. Tudishishin had described where they would find the elusive herds, and promised to show him all he could shoot, but they were many days away. McKay had said if he didn't have time, he'd make time. He wanted good shooting. Off and on during the first day, he questioned Mickey Segundo closely to see what he knew about the herds. "I have seen them many times. Their hide the color of sand, and black horns that reach into the air like bayonets of the soldiers. But they are far." McKay wasn't concerned with distance. After a while, he was satisfied that this Indian guide knew as much about tracking antelope as Tudishishin, and that's what counted. Still, there was something about the young Apache. "Tomorrow we begin the crossing of the Melpai," Mickey Segundo said. It was evening of the third day, as they made camp at Yucca Springs. Bowie Allison looked at him quickly. "Tudishishin planned we'd follow the high country down and come out on the plain from the east." "What's the matter with keeping a straight line?" McKay said. "Keeping to the hills is longer, isn't it?" "Yeah, but that Malpai is a blood-drying furnace in the middle of August," Bowie grumbled. "You got to be able to pinpoint the wells, and even if you find them, they might be dry." McKay looked at Peza for an answer. "If Senor McKay wishes to ride for 2 additional days, that is for him to say. But we can carry our water with ease." He went to his saddle pouch and drew out 2 collapsed rubbery bags. "These, from the stomach of the horse, will hold much water. Tomorrow we fill canteens and these, and the water can be made to last 5-6 days. Even if the wells are dry, we have water." Bowie Allison grumbled under his breath, looking with distaste at the horse intestine water sacks. McKay rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He was thinking of prongbuck. Finally he said, "We'll cut across the lava." Bowie Allison was right in his description of the Malpai. It was a furnace, a crusted expanse of desert that stretched into another world. Suaro and Ocotillo stood nakedly sharp against the whiteness, and off in the distance were ghostly looming buttes, gigantic tombstones for the lava waste. Horses shuffled choking white dust, and the sun glare was a white blistering shock that screamed its brightness. Then the sun would drop suddenly, leaving a nothingness that could be felt. A life that had died 100 million years ago. McKay felt it, and that night he spoke little. The second day was a copy of the first, for the lava country remained monotonously the same. McKay grew more irritable as the day wore on, and time again he would snap at Bowie Allison for his grumbling. The country worked at the nerves of the 2 white men, while Mickey Segundo watched them. On the third day they passed 2 water holes. They could see the shallow crusted bottoms and the fissures that the tight sand had made cracking in the hot air. That night McKay said nothing. In the morning there was a blue haze on the edge of the glare. They could feel the land beneath them begin to rise. Chaparral and patches of toboso grass became thicker and dotted the flatness, and by early afternoon the towering rock formations loomed near at hand. They had then 1 water sack 2/3 full, but the other, with their canteens, was empty. Bowie Allison studied the gradual rise of the rock wall, passing his tongue over cracked lips. "There could be water up there. Sometimes the rain catches in hollows and stays there a long time if it's shady." McKay squinted into the air. The irregular crests were high and dead still against the sky. "Could be." Mickey Segundo looked up and then nodded. "How far to the next hole?" McKay asked. "Maybe 1 day." "If it's got water." "Then how far?" "Maybe 2 day. We come out on the plain then, near the Datil Mountains, and there's water, streams to be found." McKay said, "That means we're halfway. We can make last what we got, but there's no use killing ourselves." His eyes lifted to the peaks again, then dropped to the mouth of a barranca which cut into the rock. He nodded to the dark canyon, which was partly hidden by a dense growth of mesquite. "We'll leave our stuff there and go on to see what we can find." They unsaddled the horses and ground-tied them and hung their last water bag in the shade of a mesquite bush. Then they walked up canyon until they found a place which would be the easiest to climb. They went up and they came down. But when they were again on the canyon floor, their canteens still rattled lightly with their steps. Mickey Segundo carried McKay's rifle in one hand and the limp, empty water bag in the other. He walked a step behind the two men and watched their faces as they turned to look back overhead. There was no water. The rocks held nothing, not even a dampness. They were naked now and loomed brutally indifferent and bone-dry with no promise of moisture. The canyon sloped gradually into the opening, and now, ahead, they could see the horses and the small, fat bulge of the water bag hanging from the mesquite bough. Mickey Segundo's eyes were fixed on the water sack. He looked steadily at it. Then a horse screamed. They saw the horses suddenly pawing the ground and pulling at the hackamores that held them fast. The three horses and the pack mule joined together now, neighing shrilly as they strained dancing at the ropes. And then a shape the color of sand darted through the mesquite thicket, so quickly that it seemed a shadow. Mickey Segundo threw the rifle to his shoulder. He hesitated, then he fired. The shape kept going, past the mesquite background and out into the open. He fired again, and the coyote went up into the air and came down to lie motionless. It only jerked in death. McKay looked at him angrily. "Why the hell didn't you let me have it? You could have hit one of the horses." "There was not time." "That's 200 yards. You could have hit a horse. That's what I'm talking about." "But I shot it," Mickey Segundo said. When they reached the mesquite clump, they did not go over to inspect the dead coyote. Something else took their attention. It stopped the white men in their tracks. They stared unbelieving at the wetness seeping into the sand, and above the spot, the water bag, hanging like a punctured bladder. The water had quickly run out. Mickey Segundo told the story at the inquiry. They had attempted to find water, but it was no use, so they were compelled to try to return. They had almost reached Yucca Springs when the two men died. Mickey Segundo told it simply. He was sorry he had shot the water bag, but what could he say? God directs the actions of men in mysterious ways. The county authorities were disconcerted, but they had to be satisfied with the apparent facts. McKay and Allison were found 10 miles from Yucca Springs and brought in. There were no marks of violence on either of them, and they found $300 in McKay's wallet. It was officially recorded that they died from thirst and exposure. A terrible way to die just because some damn Apache couldn't shoot straight. Beza'a survived because he was lucky, along with the fact that he was Apache, which made him tougher. Just one of those things. Mickey continued living with his mother at the sub-agency. His old Gallagher carbon kept them in meat, and they seemed happy enough just existing. Tudishishin visited them occasionally, and when he did, they would have a tulipai party. Everything was normal. Mickey's smile was still there, but maybe a little different. But I've often wondered what Mickey Segundo would have done if that coyote had not run across the mesquite thicket.
The Tonto Woman, read by William Atherton. Roundup, Garden City Doubleday, 1982, Western Writers of America Anthology. A time would come, within a few years, when Reuben Vega would go to the church in Benson, kneel in the confessional, and say to the priest, "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. It has been 37 years since my last confession. Since then I have fornicated with many women, maybe 800. No, not that many, considering my work. Maybe 600 only." And the priest would say, "Do you mean bad women or good women?" And Reuben Vega would say, "They are all good, Father." He would tell the priest he had stolen in that time about 20,000 head of cattle, but only maybe 15 horses. The priest would ask him if he had committed murder. Reuben Vega would say no. "All that stealing you've done," the priest would say, "you've never killed anyone?" And Reuben Vega would say, "Yes, of course, but it was not to commit murder. You understand the distinction? Not to kill someone to take a life, but only to save my own." Even in this time to come, concerned with dying in a state of sin, he would be confident. Reuben Vega knew himself, when he was right, when he was wrong. Now, in a time before, with no thought of dying, but with the same confidence and caution that kept him alive, he watched a woman bathe, watched from a mesquite thicket on the high bank of a wash. She bathed at the pump that stood in the yard of the adobe, the woman pumping and then stooping to scoop the water from the basin of the irrigation ditch that led off to a vegetable patch of corn and beans. Her dark hair was pinned up in a swirl, piled on top of her head. She was bare to her gray skirt, her upper body pale white, glistening wet in the afternoon sunlight. Her arms were very thin, her breasts small, but there they were, with the rosy blossoms on the tips, and Reuben Vega watched them as she bathed, as she raised one arm and her hand rubbed soap under the arm and down over her ribs. Reuben Vega could almost feel those ribs. She was so thin. He felt sorry for all the women like her, stick women drying up in the desert, waiting for a husband to ride in smelling of horse and sweat and leather, lice living in his hair. There was a stock tank and rickety windmill off in the pasture, but it was empty graze, all dust and scrub, so the man of the house had moved his cows to grass somewhere and would be coming home soon, maybe with his sons. The woman appeared old enough to have young sons. Maybe there was a little girl in the house. The chimney appeared cold. Animals stood in a mesquite pole corral off to one side of the house. A cow and a calf and a dun-colored horse, that was all. There were a few chickens, no buckboard or wagon, no clothes drying on the line. A lone woman here at day's end. From 50 yards he watched her. She stood looking this way now into the red sun, her face raised. There was something strange about her face, like shadow marks on it, though there was nothing near enough to her to cast shadows. He waited until she finished bathing and returned to the house before he mounted his bay and came down the wash to the pasture. Now as he crossed the yard, walking his horse, she would watch him from the darkness of the house and make a judgment about him. When she appeared again, it might be with a rifle, depending on how she saw him. Reuben Vega said to himself, "Look, I'm a kind person. I'm not going to hurt anybody." She would see a bearded man in a cracked straw hat with the brim bent to his eyes, black beard, with a revolver on his hip and another beneath the leather vest. But look at my eyes, Reuben Vega thought. Let me get close enough so you can see my eyes. Stepping down from the bay, he ignored the house, let the horse drink from the basin of the irrigation ditch as he pumped water, and knelt to the wooden platform and put his mouth to the rusted pump spout. Yes, she was watching him. Looking up now at the doorway, he could see part of her. A coarse shirt with sleeves too long and the gray skirt. He could see strands of dark hair against the whiteness of the shirt, but he could not see her face. As he rose, straightening, wiping his mouth, he said, "May we use some of your water, please?" The woman didn't answer him. He moved away from the pump to the hardpack, hearing the ching of his spurs, removed his hat, and gave her a little bow. "Reuben Vega, at your service. Do you know Diego Luz, the horsebreaker?" He pointed off to a haze of foothills. "He lives up there with his family and delivers horses to the big ranch, the Circle I. Ask Diego Luz. He'll tell you I'm a person to trust." He waited a moment. "May I ask how you're called?" Again he waited. "You watched me," the woman said. Reuben Vega stood with his hat in his hand, facing the woman, who was half in the shadow of the doorway. He said, "I waited. I didn't want to frighten you." "You watched me," she said again. "No, I respect your privacy." She said, "The others look. They come and watch." He wasn't sure who she meant. Maybe anyone passing by. He said, "You see them watching?" She said, "What difference does it make?" She said then, "You come from Mexico, don't you?" Yes, I was there. I'm here and there, working as a drover, Reuben Vega shrugged. What else is there to do, huh? Showing her he was resigned to his station in life. You better leave, she said. When he didn't move, the woman came out of the doorway into light, and he saw her face clearly for the first time. He felt a shock within him, and tried to think of something to say, but he could only stare at the blue lines tattooed on her face, 3 straight lines on each cheek that extended from her cheekbones to her jaw, markings that seemed familiar, though he could not, in this moment, identify them. He was conscious of himself standing in the open with nothing to say, the woman staring at him with curiosity, as though wondering if he would hold her gaze and look at her. Like there was nothing unusual about her countenance, like it was common to see a woman with her face tattooed, and you might be expected to comment, if you said anything at all, "Oh, that's a nice design you have there. Where did you have it done?" That would be one way, if you couldn't say something interesting about the weather or about the price of cows in Benson. Reuben Vega, his mind empty of pleasantries, certain he would never see the woman again, said, "Who did that to you?" She cocked her head in an easy manner, studying him as he studied her, and said, "Do you know you're the first person who's come right out and asked?" "Mojave," Reuben Vega said. "But there's something different. Mojaves tattoo their chins only, I believe." "And look like they were eating berries," the woman said. "I told them if you're going to do it all the way, not like a blue dribble." It was in her eyes and in the tone of her voice, a glimpse of the rage she must have felt. No trace of fear in the memory, only cold anger. He could hear her telling the Indians, this skinny woman, probably a girl then, until they did it her way and marked her good for all time, imprisoned her behind the blue marks on her face. "How old were you?" "You've seen me and had your water," the woman said. "Now leave." It was the same type of adobe house as the woman's, but with a great difference. There was life here. The warmth of family, children sleeping now, Diego Luz's wife and her mother cleaning up after the meal as the 2 men sat outside in horsehide chairs and smoked and looked at the night. At one time they had both worked for a man named Sundin and packed running irons to vent the brands on the cattle they stole. Reuben Vega was still an outlaw in his fashion, while Diego Luz broke green horses and sold them to cattle companies. They sat at the edge of the ramada, an awning made of mesquite, and stared at pinpoints of light in the universe. Reuben Vega asked about the extent of graze this season, where the large herds were that belonged to the Maricopa and the Circle Eye. He had been thinking of cutting out maybe 100. He wasn't greedy. And driving them south to sell to the mine companies. He had been scouting the Circle Eye range, he said, when he came to the strange woman. The Tonto woman, Diego Luz said. Everyone called her that now. Yes, she had been living there, married a few years, when she went to visit her family, who lived on the Gila above Painted Rock. Well, some Yavapai came looking for food. They clubbed her parents and 2 small brothers to death, and took the girl north with them. The Yavapai traded her to the Mojave as a slave. And they marked her, Reuben Vega said. Yes, so when she died, the spirits would know she was Mojave and not drag her soul down into a rat hole, Diego Luz said. Better to go to heaven with your face tattooed, Reuben Vega said, than not at all. Maybe so. During a drought, the Mojave traded her to a band of Tonto Apaches for 2 mules and a bag of salt, and one day she appeared at Bowie with the Tontos that were brought in to be sent to Oklahoma. Among the desert Indians 12 years, and returned home last spring. It put age on her, Reuben Vega said. But what about her husband? Her husband? He banished her, Diego Luz said, like a leper, unclean from living among the red niggers. No one speaks of her to him. It isn't allowed. Reuben Vega frowned. There was something he didn't understand. He said, Wait a minute, and Diego Luz said, Don't you know who her husband is? Mr. Isham himself, man of the Circle High. She comes home to find her husband a rich man. He don't live in that hut no more. No, he owns 100 miles of grays and a house that took them 2 years to build. The glass and bricks brought in by the Southern Pacific. Sure, the railroad comes, and he's a rich cattleman in only a few years. He makes her live there alone. She's his wife. He provides for her, but that's all. Once a month, his segundo, named Bonnet, rides out there with supplies and has someone shoe her horse and look at the animals. But to live in the desert, Reuben Vega said, still frowning, thoughtful, with a rusty pump. Look at her, Diego Luz said. What choice does she have? It was hot down in this scrub pasture, a place to wither and die. Reuben Vega loosened the new willow root straw that did not yet conform to his head, though he had shaped the brim to curve down on one side and rise slightly on the other so that the brim slanted across the vision of his left eye. He held on his lap a nearly flat cardboard box that bore the name L.S. Weiss Mercantile Store. The woman gazed up at him, shading her eyes with one hand. Finally she said, "You look different." The beard began to itch, Reuben Vega said, making no mention of the patches of gray he had studied in the hotel room mirror. So I shaved it off. He rubbed a hand over his jaw and smoothed down the tips of his mustache that was still full and seemed to cover his mouth. When he stepped down from the bay and approached the woman standing by the stick-fence corral, she looked off into the distance and back again. She said, "You shouldn't be here." Reuben Vega said, "Your husband doesn't want nobody to look at you, is that it?" He held the store box, waiting for her to answer. "He has a big house with trees and the San Pedro River in his yard. Why doesn't he hide you there?" She looked off again and said, "If they find you here, they'll shoot you." "They," Reuben Vega said. "The ones who watch you bathe? Work for your husband and keep more than a close eye on you, and you'd like to hit them with something, wipe the grins from their faces." "You better leave," the woman said. The blue lines on her face were like claw marks, though not as wide as fingers. Indelible lines of dye etched into her flesh with a cactus needle. The color worn and faded, but still vivid against her skin, the blue matching her eyes. He stepped close to her, raised his hand to her face, and touched the markings gently with the tips of his fingers, feeling nothing. He raised his eyes to her. She was staring at him. He said, "You're in there, aren't you? Behind these little bars. They don't seem like much. Not enough to hold you." She said nothing, but seemed to be waiting. He said to her, "You should brush your hair. Brush it every day." "Why?" the woman said. "To feel good. You need to wear a dress. A little parasol to match." "I'm asking you to leave," the woman said, but didn't move from his hand, with its yellowed, stained nails that was like a fist made of old leather. "I'll tell you something if I can," Reuben Vega said. "I know women all my life, all kinds of women, in the way they look and dress, the way they adorn themselves according to custom. Women are always a wonder to me. When I'm not with a woman, I think of them as all the same, because I'm thinking of one thing. You understand?" "Put a sack over their head," the woman said. "Well, I'm not thinking of what she looks like then, when I'm out in the mountains or somewhere," Reuben Vega said. "That part of her doesn't matter. But when I'm with a woman, then I realize how they are all different." You say, "Of course. This isn't a revelation to you. But maybe it is when you think about it some more." The woman's eyes changed, turned cold. "You want to go to bed with me? Is that what you're saying? Why, you bring a gift." He looked at her with disappointment, an expression of weariness. But then he dropped the store box and took her to him gently, placing his hands on her shoulders, feeling her small bones in his grasp as he brought her in against him and his arms went around her. He said, "You're going to die here. Dry up and blow away." She said, "Please." Her voice hushed against him. "They wanted only to mark your chin," Reuben Vega said, "in the custom of those people. But you wanted your own marks, didn't you? Your marks. Not like anyone else. Well, you got them." After a moment he said to her very quietly, "Tell me what you want." In a hushed voice close to him she said, "I don't know." He said, "Think about it, and remember something. There is no one else in the world like you." He reined the bay to move out and saw the dust trail rising out of the old pasture, 3 riders coming, and heard the woman say, "I told you. Now it's too late." A man on a clay bank and 2 young riders eating his dust, finally separating to come in abreast, reined to a walk as they reached the pump in the irrigation ditch. The woman, walking from the corral to the house, said to them, "What do you want? I don't need anything, Mr. Bonnet." So this would be the Circle I foreman on the clay bank. The man ignored her, his gaze holding on Reuben Vega with a solemn expression, showing he was going to be dead serious. A chew formed, a lump in his jaw. He wore army suspenders and sleeve garters, his shirt buttoned up at the neck. As old as you are, Reuben Vega thought, a man who likes a tight feel of security and is serious about his business. Bonnet said to him finally, "You made a mistake." "I don't know the rules," Reuben Vega said. "She told you to leave her be. That's the only rule there is. But you bought yourself a dandy new hat and come back here." "That's some hat," one of the young riders said. This one held a single-shot Springfield across his pommel. The foreman, Bonnet, turned in the saddle and said something to the other rider, who unhitched his rope and began shaking out a loop, hanging it nearly to the ground. "It's a show," Reuben Vega thought. He said to Bonnet, "I was leaving." Bonnet said, "Yes, indeed you are. On the off end of a rope. We're going to drag you so you'll know the ground and never cross this land again." The rider with the Springfield said, "Give me your hat, mister, so you don't get it dirty." At this point, Reuben Vega nudged his bay and began moving in on the foreman, who straightened, looking over at the roper, and said, "Well, tie on to him." But Reuben Vega was close to the foreman now, the bay taller than the clay bank, and would move the clay bank if the man on his back told him to. Reuben Vega watched the foreman's eyes moving and knew the roper was coming around behind him. Now the foreman turned his head to spit and let go a stream that spattered the hardpack close to the bay's forelegs. "Stand still," Bonnet said, "and we'll get her done easy. Or you can run and get snubbed out of your chair. Either way." Reuben Vega was thinking that he could drink with this ramrod and they'd tell each other stories until they were drunk. The man had thought it would be easy. Chase off a Mexican gunny sacker who'd come sniffing the boss's wife, a kid who was good with a rope, and another one who could shoot cans off the fence with an old Springfield should be enough. Reuben Vega said to Bonnet, "Do you know who I am?" "Tell us," Bonnet said, "so we'll know what the cat drug in and we drug out." And Reuben Vega said, because he had no choice, "I hear the rope in the air. The one with the rifle is dead. Then you. Then the roper." His words drew silence because there was nothing more to be said. In the moments that Reuben Vega and the one named Bonnet stared at each other, the woman came out to them holding a revolver, an old Navy Colt, which she raised and laid the barrel against the muzzle of the foreman's claybank. She said, "Leave now, Mr. Bonnet, or you'll walk 9 miles to shade." There was no argument, little discussion, a few grumbling words. The Tonto woman was still Mrs. Isham. Bonnet rode away with his young hands, and a new silence came over the yard. Reuben Vega said, "He believes you'd shoot his horse." The woman said, "He believes I'd cut steaks, and eat it, too. It's how I'm seen after 12 years of that other life." Reuben Vega began to smile. The woman looked at him, and in a few moments she began to smile with him. She shook her head then, but continued to smile. He said to her, "You could have a good time if you want to." She said, "How? Scaring people?" He said, "If you feel like it." He said, "Get the present I brought you and open it." He came back for her the next day in a Concord buggy, wearing his new willow root straw and a cutaway coat over his revolvers, the coat he'd rented at a funeral parlor. Mrs. Isham wore the pale blue and white lace-trimmed dress he'd bought at Weiss's store, sat primly on the bustle, and held the parasol against the afternoon sun all the way to Benson, 10 miles, and up the main street to the Charles Croker Hotel, where the drummers and cattlemen and railroad men sitting in their front porch rockers stared and stared. They walked past the manager and into the dining room before Reuben Vega removed his hat and pointed to the table he liked, one against the wall between 2 windows. The waitress, in her starched uniform, was wide-eyed, taking them over and getting them seated. It was early, and the dining room was not half filled. "The place for a quiet dinner," Reuben Vega said. "You see how quiet it is?" "Everybody's looking at me," Sarah Isham said to the menu in front of her. Reuben Vega said, "I thought they were looking at me." "All right. Soon they'll be used to it." She glanced up and said, "People are leaving." He said, "That's what you do when you finish eating. You leave." She looked at him, staring, and said, "Who are you?" "I told you. Only your name." "You want me to tell you the truth? Why I came here?" "Please." "To steal some of your husband's cattle." She began to smile, and he smiled. She began to laugh, and he laughed, looking openly at the people looking at them, but not bothered by them. Of course they'd look. How could they help it? A Mexican rider and a woman with blue stripes on her face sitting at a table in the hotel dining room, laughing. He said, "Do you like fish? I know your Indian brothers didn't serve you none. It's against their religion. Some things are for religion, as you know, and some things are against it. We spent all our lives learning customs. Then they changed them. I'll tell you something else if you promise not to be angry or point your pistol at me. Something else I could do the rest of my life. I could look at you and touch you and love you." Her hand moved across the linen tablecloth to his with the cracked, yellowed nails, and took hold of it, clutched it. She said, "You're going to leave." He said, "When it's time." She said, "I know you. I don't know anyone else." He said, "You're the loveliest woman I've ever met, and the strongest. Are you ready? I think the man coming now is your husband." It seemed strange to Reuben Vega that the man stood looking at him and not at his wife. The man seemed not too old for her, as he had expected, but too self-important. A man with a very serious demeanor, as though his business had failed or someone in his family had passed away. The man's wife was still clutching the hand with the gnarled fingers. Maybe that was it. Reuben Vega was going to lift her hand from his, but then thought, why? He said as pleasantly as he was able, "Yes, can I help you?" Mr. Isham said, "You have 1 minute to mount up and ride out of town." "Why don't you sit down?" Reuben Vega said. "Have a glass of wine with us." He paused and said, "I'll introduce you to your wife." Sarah Isham laughed, not loud, but with a warmth to it, and Reuben Vega had to look at her and smile. It seemed all right to release her hand now. As he did, he said, "Do you know this gentleman?" "I'm not sure I've had the pleasure," Sarah Isham said. "Why does he stand there?" "I don't know," Reuben Vega said. "He seems worried about something." "I warned you," Mr. Isham said. "You can walk out or be dragged out." Reuben Vega said, "He has something about wanting to drag people. Why is that?" And again heard Sarah's laugh, a giggle now that she covered with her hand. Then she looked up at her husband, her face with its blue tribal lines raised to the soft light of the dining room. She said, "John, look at me. Won't you please sit with us?" Now it was as if the man had to make a moral decision. First consult his conscience, then consider the manner in which he would pull the chair out, the center of attention. When finally he was seated, upright on the chair and somewhat away from the table, Reuben Vega thought, all that to sit down. He felt sorry for the man now, because the man was not the kind who could say what he felt. Sarah said, "John, can you look at me?" He said, "Of course I can." "Then do it. I'm right here." "We'll talk later," her husband said. She said, "When? Is there a visitor's day?" "You'll be coming to the house soon." "You mean to see it?" "To live there." She looked at Reuben Vega with just the trace of a smile, a sad one, then said to her husband, "I don't know if I want to. I don't know you, so I don't know if I want to be married to you. Can you understand that?" Reuben Vega was nodding as she spoke. He could understand it. He heard the man say, "But we are married. I have an obligation to you, and I respect it." "Don't I provide for you?" Sarah said, "Oh, my God," and looked at Reuben Vega. "Did you hear that? He provides for me." She smiled again, not able to hide it, while her husband began to frown, confused. "He's a generous man," Reuben Vega said. Pushing up from the table, he saw her smile fade, though something warm remained in her eyes. "I'm sorry I have to leave. I'm going on a trip tonight, south, and first I have to pick up a few things." He moved around the table to take one of her hands in his, not caring what the husband thought. He said, "You'll do all right, whatever you decide. Just keep in mind, there's no one else in the world like you." She said, "I can always charge admission. Do you think 10 cents a look is too high?" "At least that," Reuben Vega said. "But you'll think of something better." He left her there, in the dining room of the Charles Crooker Hotel in Benson, Arizona, maybe to see her again sometime, maybe not, and went out with a good conscience to take some of her husband's cattle.
Hurrah for Captain Early, read by Tom Wopat. New Trails, New York, Doubleday, 1994. Western Writers of America Anthology. The second banner said Hero of San Juan Hill. Both were tied to the upstairs balcony of the Congress Hotel and looked down on LaSalle Street in Sweet Mary, a town named for a copper mine. The banners read across the building as a single statement. This day that Captain Early was expected home from the war in Cuba, over now these 2 months, was October 10th, 1898. The manager of the hotel and one of his desk clerks were the first to observe the colored man who entered the lobby and dropped his bedroll on the red velvet settee where it seemed he was about to sit down, bold as brass. A tall, well-built colored man, wearing a suit of clothes that looked new and appeared to fit him as though it might possibly be his own, and not one handed down to him. He wore the suit, a stiff collar, and a necktie. With the manager nearby, but not yet aware of the intruder, the young desk clerk spoke up, raised his voice to tell the person, "You can't sit down there." The colored man turned his attention to the desk, taking a moment before he said, "Why is that?" His quiet tone caused the desk clerk to hesitate and look over at the manager, who stood holding the day's mail, letters that had arrived on the El Paso and Southwestern morning run, along with several guests now registered at the hotel, and, apparently, this colored person. It was hard to tell his age, other than to say he was no longer a young man. He did seem clean, and his bedroll was done up in bleached canvas. "A hotel lobby," the desk clerk said, "is not a public place anyone can make theirself at home in. What is it you want here?" At least he was uncovered, standing there now, hat in hand. But then he said, "I'm waiting on Bren Early." "Bren, is it?" the desk clerk said. "Captain Early's an acquaintance of yours?" "We go way back a ways." "You worked for him?" "Some." At this point the manager said, "We're all waiting for Captain Early. Why don't you go out front and watch for him?" Ending the conversation. The desk clerk, his name was Monty, follow the colored man to the front entrance, and stepped out on the porch to watch him, bedroll over his shoulder, walking south on LaSalle the 2 short blocks to 4th Street. Monty returned to the desk, where he said to the manager, "He walked right in the gold dollar." The manager didn't look up from his mail. 2 riders from the Circle I, a spread on the San Pedro that delivered beef to the mine company, were at a table with their glasses of beer. A rider named Macon and a rider named Wayman, young men who wore sweat-stained hats down on their eyes as they stared at the Negro. Right there, the bartender speaking to him as he poured a whiskey, still speaking as the colored man drank it and the bartender poured him another one. Macon asked Wayman if he had ever seen a nigger wearing a suit of clothes and a necktie. Wayman said he couldn't recall. When they finished drinking their beer and walked up to the bar, the colored man gone now, Macon asked the bartender who in the hell that smoke thought he was coming in here. "You'd think," Macon said, "he'd go to one of the places where the miners drink." The bartender appeared to smile, for some reason finding humor in Macon's remark. He said, "Boys, that was Bo Catlett. I imagine Bo drinks just about wherever he feels like drinking." "Why?" Macon asked, surprised. "You supposed to be somebody?" "Bo lives at White Tanks," the bartender told him, "at the Indian Agency. Went to war, and now he's home." Macon squinted beneath the hat brim funneled low on his eyes. He said, "Nobody told me they was niggers in the war," sounding as though it was the bartender's fault he hadn't been informed. When the bartender didn't add anything to help him out, Macon said, "Wayman's brother Wyatt was in the war, with Teddy Roosevelt's Rough Riders, only Wyatt didn't come home like the nigger." Wayman, about 18 years old, was nodding his head now. Because none of this made sense to Macon, it was becoming an irritation. Again he said to Wayman, "You ever see a smoke wearing a suit of clothes like that?" He said, "Jesus Christ." Bo Catlett walked up LaSalle Street, favoring his left leg some, though the limp, caused by a Mauser bullet or by the regiment's surgeon who cut it out of his hip, was barely noticeable. He stared at the sight of the mine works against the sky. Ugly, but something monumental about it. Straight ahead up the grade, the main shaft scaffolding and company buildings. The crushing mill lower down. Ore tailings that hump this way in ridges on down the slope to run out at the edge of town. A sorry place, dark and forlorn. Men walked up the grade from boarding houses on Mill Street to spend half their life underneath the ground, buried before they were dead. 3 whiskeys in him, Catlett returned to the hotel on the corner of 2nd Street, looked up at the sign that said, "Hurrah for Captain Early," and had to grin. The hero of San Juan Hill, my ass. Catlett mounted the steps to the porch, where he dropped his bedroll and took one of the rocking chairs all in a row, the porch empty, close on noon, but nobody sitting out here. No drummers calling on LaSalle Mining of New Jersey, the company still digging and scraping, but running low on payload copper, operating only the day shift now. The rocking chairs, all dark green, needed painting, man, but made of cane and comfortable with that nice squeak back and forth, back and forth. Bo Catlett watched 2 riders coming this way up the street, a couple of cowboys. Catlett wondered how many times he had sat down in a real chair since April 25th when war was declared, and he left Arizona to go looking for his old regiment. Trailed them to Fort Assiniboine in the Department of the Dakotas, then clear across the country to Camp Chickamauga in Georgia, and on down to Tampa, where he caught up with them. And Lieutenant John Pershing looked at his 24 years of service and put him up for Squadron Sergeant Major. It didn't seem like any 24 years. Going back to when he joined the 1st Kansas Colored Volunteers in '63, age 15. Wounded at Honey Springs the same year. Guarded rebel prisoners at Rock Island, took part in the occupation of Galveston. Then, after the war, got sent out here to join the all-Negro 10th Cavalry on Frontier Station, Arizona Territory, and deal with the hostile Apaches. In '87, went to Mexico with Lieutenant Brendan Early out of Fort Huachuca, Brand, and a contract guide named Dana Moon, now the agent at the White Tanks Reservation. Brought back a one-eyed Membrano named Loco. Brought back a white woman the renegade Apache had run off with, and Dana Moon later married, and they all got their pictures in some newspapers. Mustered out that same year, '87. Drove a wagon for Captain Early Hunting Expeditions Incorporated before going to work for Dana at White Tanks. He'd be sitting on Dana's porch this evening with a glass of mezcal,
and Dana would say, "Well, now you've seen the elephant, I don't imagine you'll want to stay around here." He'd tell Dana he saw the elephant a long time ago and wasn't too impressed. Just then another voice, not Dana's, said out loud to him, "So you was in the war, huh?" It was one of the cowboys. He sat his mount, a little clay-bank quarter horse, close to the porch rail, sat leaning on the pommel to show he was at ease, his hat low on his eyes, staring directly at Catlett in his rocking chair. The other one sat his mount, a bay, more out in the street, maybe holding back. This boy was not at ease, but fidgety. Catlett remembered them and the gold dollar. Now the one close said, "What was it you did over there in Cuba?" Meaning a colored man. What did a colored man do? Like most people, the boy not knowing anything about Negro soldiers in the war. This one squinting at him had size, and maybe got his way enough he believed he could say whatever he pleased, or use a tone of voice that would irritate the person addressed, as he did just now. "What did I do over there?" Catlett said. "What everybody did. I was in the war." "You wrangle stock for the Rough Riders?" "Where'd you get that idea?" "I asked you a question. Is that what you did, tend their stock?" Once Catlett decided to remain civil, and maybe this boy would go away, he said, "There wasn't no stock. The Rough Riders, even the Rough Riders, were afoot. The only people had horses were artillery, pulling caissons with their Hotchkiss guns, and the coffee grinders, that's what they called the Gatling guns. Let me see," Catlett said. "They had some mules, too, but I didn't tend to anybody's stock." "His brother was a Rough Rider," Macon said, raising one hand to hook his thumb at Wayman. "Served with Colonel Teddy Roosevelt and got killed in an ambush. The only way greasers know how to fight. I'd like to hear what you people were doing while his brother Wyatt was getting killed." "You people. Look at him trying to start a fight. You believe it was my fault he got killed?" "I asked you what you were doing." It wasn't even this kid's business. Catlett thinking, well, see if you can educate him, and said, "Las Guasimas. Ever hear of it?" The kid stared with his eyes half shut. Suspicious, or letting you know he's serious, Catlett thought. Keen-eyed and mean. You're not going to put anything past him. "What's it, a place over there?" "That's right, Las Guasimas, the place where it happened. On the way to Santiago de Cuba. 16 men killed that day, mostly by rifle fire, and something like 50 wounded. Except it wasn't what you said, the Dons pulling an ambush. It was more the Rough Riders walking along, not looking where they were going." The cowboy, Macon, said, "Jesus Christ, you saying the Rough Riders didn't know what they were doing?" Like this was something impossible to believe. "They might have had an idea what they was doing," Catlett said. "Only thing, it wasn't what they should have been doing." He said, "You understand the difference?" And thought, what are you explaining it to him for? The boy giving him that mean look again, ready to defend the Rough Riders. All right, he was so proud of Teddy's people, why hadn't he been over there with them? "Look," Catlett said, using a quiet tone now. "The way it was, the Dons had sharpshooters in these trees, a thicket of mangoes and palm trees growing wild you couldn't see into. You understand? Had men hidden in there, were expert with the rifle, these Mausers they used, with smokeless powder. Teddy's people come along a ridge was all covered with these trees and run into the Dons, see? The Dons letting some of the Rough Riders pass and then closing on 'em. So yeah, it was an ambush in a way." Catlett paused. "We was down the road, once we caught up, moving in the same direction." He paused again, remembering something the cowboy said that bothered him. "There's nothing wrong with an ambush. Like, say you think it ain't fair. If you can set it up and keep your people behind cover, do it. There was a captain with the Rough Riders said he believed an officer should never take cover, should stand out there and be an example to his men. The captain said, 'There ain't a Spanish bullet made that can kill me.' Stepped out in the open and got shot in the head." A couple of cowboys looking like the two who were mounted had come out of the Chinaman's picking their teeth, and now stood by to see what was going on. Some people who had come out of the hotel were standing along the steps. Catlett took this in, as he paused again, getting the words straight in his mind, to tell how they left the road, some companies of the 10th and the 1st, all regular army,
went up the slope, laying down fire, and run off the Dons before the Rough Riders got cut to pieces, the Rough Riders volunteers and not experienced in all kinds of situations. The reason they didn't know shit about advancing through hostile country, or get right down to it, what they were doing in Cuba. These people that come looking for glory and got served sharpshooters with Mausers and mosquitoes carrying yellow fever. Tell these cowboys the true story. General Wheeler, Fightin' Joe from the Confederate side in the Civil War, now 33 years later an old man with a white beard, sees the Spanish pulling back at Las Guasimas and says, "Boys, we got the Yankees on the run." A man like that directing a battle. Tell the whole story if you're going to tell it. Go back to sitting in the hold of the ship in Port Tampa a month, not allowed to go ashore for fear of causing incidents with white people who didn't want the men of the 10th coming in their stores and cafes, running off their customers. Tell them, so we land in Cuba at a place called Daiquiri, saying in his mind then, "Listen to me now. Was the 10th at Daiquiri, the 9th at Siboney. Experienced cavalry regiments that come off frontier station after 30 years dealing with hostile renegades, cutthroat horse thieves, reservation jumpers, land in Cuba, and they put us to work unloading the ships while Teddy's people march off to meet the enemy and win some medals. Yeah, and would have been wiped out at El Caney and on San Juan Hill if the colored boys hadn't come along and saved Colonel Teddy's ass and all his Rough Rider asses. Showed them how to go up a hill and take a blockhouse. Saved them so the Rough Riders could become America's heroes." All this in Bo Catlett's head, and the banners welcoming Captain Early hanging over him. One of the cowboys from the Chinamans must have asked what was going on, because now the smart aleck one brought his claybank around and began talking to them, glancing back at the porch now and then with his mean look. The two from the Chinamans stood with their thumbs in their belts, while the mounted cowboy had his hooked around his suspenders now. None of them wore a gun belt or appeared to be armed. Now the two riders stepped down from their mounts and followed the other two along the street to a place called the Bell Alliance, a miners' saloon, and went inside. Bo Catlett was used to mean, dirty looks, and looks of indifference, a man staring at him as though he wasn't even there. Now the thing with white people, they had a hard time believing colored men fought in the war. You never saw a colored man on a U.S. Army recruiting poster or a picture of colored soldiers in newspapers. White people thought colored people could not be relied on in war. But why? There were some colored people that went out and killed wild animals, even lions, with a spear. No gun, a spear. And made hats out of the manes. See a colored man standing there in front of a lion coming at him fast as a train running down grade, stands there with his spear, doesn't move, and they say colored men can't be relied on? There was a story in newspapers how when Teddy Roosevelt was at the Hill strutting around in the open, he saw colored troopers going back to the rear, and he drew his revolver and threatened to shoot them, till he found out they were going after ammunition. His own Rough Riders were pinned down in the guinea grass, the Spanish sharpshooters picking at them from up in the blockhouses. So the 10th showed the white boys how to go up the hill angry, firing and yelling, making noise, set on driving the Garlicks clean from the hill. Found Bren Early and his company lying in the weeds, the scrub. That's all it was up that hill, scrub and sand, hard to get a footing in places. Nobody ran all the way up. It was get up a ways and stop to fire, covering each other. Found Bren Early with a whistle in his mouth. He got up and started blowing it and waving his sword. "Come on, boys, to glory!" And a Mauser bullet smacked him in the butt, on account of the way he was turned to his people, and Bren Early grunted, dropped his sword, and went down in the scrub to lay there cursing his luck, no doubt mortified to look like he got shot going the wrong way. Bo Catlett didn't believe Bren saw him pick up the sword. Picked it up, waved it at the Rough Riders and his 10th Cav troopers, and they all went up that hill together, his troopers yelling, some of them singing, actually singing, "There'll be a hot time in the old town tonight." Singing and shooting, honest to God, scaring the Dons right out of their blockhouse. It was up on the crest Catlett got shot in his right hip and was taken to the 3rd Cav dressing station. It was set up on the Aguadores River at a place called Bloody Ford, being it was under fire till the hill was captured. Catlett remembered holding on to the sword tight while the regimental surgeon dug the bullet out of him, and he tried hard not to scream, biting his mouth till it bled. After, he was sent home and spent a month at Camp Wyckoff, near Montauk out on Long Island, with a touch of yellow fever.
Saw President McKinley when he came by September 3rd and made a speech. The president saying what they did over there in Cuba commanded the unstinted praise of all your countrymen. Till he walked away from Montauk and came back into the world, Sergeant Major Catlett actually did believe he and the other members of the 10th would be recognized as war heroes. He wished Bren would hurry up and get here. He'd asked the hero of San Juan Hill how his hiney was and if he was getting much unstinted praise. If Bren didn't come pretty soon, Catlett decided he'd see him another time, get a horse out of the livery, and ride it up to White Tanks. The 4 Circle I riders sat at a front table in the Bell Alliance with a bottle of Green River whiskey, Macon staring out the window. The hotel was across the street and up the block a ways, but Macon could see it, the colored man in a suit of clothes still sitting on the porch if he tilted his chair back and held onto the windowsill. He said, "No, sir, nobody told me there was niggers in the war." Wayman said to the other 2 Circle I riders, "Macon can't seem to get over it." Macon's gaze came away from the window. "It was your brother got killed." Wayman said, "I know he did." Macon said, "You don't care?" The Circle I riders watched him let his chair come down to hit the floor hard. They watched him get up without another word and walk out. "I never thought much of coloreds," one of the Circle I riders said. "But you never hear me take on about him like Macon. What's his trouble?" "I guess he wants to shoot somebody," Wayman said. "The time he shot that chili picker in Nogales, Macon worked himself up to it the same way." Catlett watched the one that was looking for a fight come through the doors and go to the clay bank. The reins looped once around the tie rail. He didn't touch the reins, though. What he did was reach into his saddlebag and bring out what Catlett judged to be a Colt .44 pistol. Right then he heard, "Only guests of the hotel are allowed to sit out here." Catlett watched the cowboy checking his loads now, turning the cylinder of his 6-shooter, the metal catching a glint of light from the sun, though the look of the pistol was dull and it appeared to be an old model. Monty, the desk clerk, standing there looking at Catlett without getting too close, said, "You'll have to leave, right now." The cowboy was looking this way. Making up his mind, Catlett believed. "All right, now, yeah, he's made it up." "Did you hear what I said?" Catlett took time to look at Monty and then pointed off down the street. He said, "You see that young fella coming this way with a pistol? He think he like to shoot me. Say you don't allow people to sit here aren't staying at the hotel. How about you allow them to get shot if they not a guest?" He watched the desk clerk, who didn't seem to know whether to shit or go blind, eyes wide open, turn and run back in the lobby. The cowboy, Macon, stood in the middle of the street now, holding the 6-shooter against his leg. Catlett, still seated in the rocker, said, "You a mean rascal, ain't you? Don't take no sass, huh?" The cowboy said something agreeing that Catlett didn't catch, the cowboy looking over to see his friends coming up the street now from the barroom. When he looked at the hotel porch again, Catlett was standing at the railing, his bedroll upright next to him leaning against it. "I can be a mean rascal, too," Catlett said, unbuttoning his suit coat. "I want you to know that before you take this too far, you understand?" "You insulted Colonel Roosevelt and his Rough Riders," the cowboy said. "And you insulted Wayman's brother, killed in action over there in Cuba." "How come," Catlett said, "you weren't there?" "I was ready, don't worry, when the war ended. But we're talking about you. I say you're a dirty, lying nigger and have no respect for people better than you are. I want you to apologize to the colonel and his men, and to Wayman's dead brother." "Or what?" Catlett said. "Answer to me," the cowboy said. "Are you armed? You aren't, you better get yourself a pistol." "You want to shoot me," Catlett said, "'cause I went to Cuba and you didn't." The cowboy was shaking his head. "'Cause you lied. Have you got a pistol or not?" Catlett said, "You calling me out, huh? You want us to fight a duel?" "Less you apologize, else get a pistol." "But if I'm the one being called out, I have my choice of weapons, don't I? That's how I seen it work. 24 years in the U.S. Army and 2 wars. You hear what I'm saying?" The cowboy was frowning now beneath his hat brim, squinting up at Beau Catlett. He said, "Pistols, it's what you use." Catlett nodded. "If I say so." "Well, what else is there?"
confused and getting a mean look. Catlett slipped his hand into the upright end of his bedroll and began to tug at something inside. The cowboy watching, the Circle I riders in the street watching, the desk clerk and manager in the doorway, and several hotel guests near them who had come out to the porch, all watching as Catlett drew a sword from the bedroll, a cavalry saber, the curved blade flashing as it caught the sunlight. He came past the people watching, and down off the porch toward the cowboy in his hat and boots fixed with spurs that chinged as he turned to face Catlett, shorter than Catlett, appearing confused again, holding the six-shooter at his side. "If I choose to use sabers," Catlett said, "is that agreeable with you?" "I don't have no saber," meanness now showing in his eyes. "Well, you best get one." "I never even had a sword in my hand." Irritated. Drunk, too, his eyes not focusing as they should. Now he was looking over his shoulder at the Circle I riders, maybe wanting them to tell him what to do. One of them, not Wayman, but one of the others, called out, "You got your .44 in your hand, ain't you? What are you waiting on?" Catlett raised the saber to lay the tip against Macon's breastbone, saying to him, "You use your pistol and I use steel? All right, if that's how you want it. See if you can shoot me, for this blade is sticking out your back. You game? Speak up, boy." In the hotel dining room, having a cup of coffee, Catlett heard the noise outside, the cheering that meant Captain Early had arrived. Catlett waited. He wished one of the waitresses would refill his cup, but they weren't around now. Nobody was. A half-hour passed before Captain Early entered the dining room and came over to the table, leaving the people he was with. Catlett rose, and they embraced, the hotel people and guests watching. It was while they stood this way that Bren saw, over Catlett's shoulder, the saber lying on the table, the curved steel on white linen. Catlett sat down. Bren looked closely at the saber's hilt. He picked it up, and there was applause from the people watching. The captain bowed to them and sat down with the sergeant major. "You went up the hill with this?" "Somebody had to." "I'm being recommended for a medal, for courage and pluck in continuing to advance under fire on the Spanish fortified position at the Battle of Las Guasimas, Cuba, June 24th, 1898. Catlett nodded. After a moment he said, "Will you tell me something? What was that war about?" "You mean why'd we fight the Dons?" "Yeah, tell me." "To free the oppressed Cuban people. Relieve them of Spanish domination." "That's what I thought." "You didn't know why you went to war?" "I guess I knew," Catlett said. "I just wasn't sure."
The Colonel's Lady, read by David Strathern. Original title, Road to Inspiration. Zane Grey's Western. November 1952. Matalobo was playing his favorite game. He stretched his legs stiffly behind him until his moccasined feet touched rock, and then he pushed, writhing his body against the soft, sandy ground, enjoying an animal pleasure from the blistering sun on his naked back and the feel of warm, yielding earth beneath him. His extended hand touched the stock of the Sharps rifle a few inches from his chin and sighted down the barrel for the 100th time. The target area had not changed. 60 yards down the slope, the military road came into view from between the low hills, cutting a sharp, treacherous arc to follow the bend of Banderas Creek on the near side, and then to continue, paralleling the base of the hill, making the slow climb over this section of the Sierra Apaches. Matalobo's front sight was dead on the sudden bend in the road. He flexed his finger on the trigger and sighted again, taking in the slack, then releasing it. Not long now. In a few minutes he should hear the faint, far-away rattle of the stage as it weaved across the plain from Rindo's station at the Banderas crossing. 6 miles across straight, flat desert. And then louder, with a creaking, a grinding, jingling explosion of leather, wood, and horseflesh as the Hatch and Hodges Overland began the gradual climb over the woody western end of the Sierra Apaches, and then to drop to another white-hot plain that stretched the 12 miles to Inspiration, the end of the line. The vision in the mind of Matalobo shortened the route by a dozen miles. Every foot of the road was known to him, especially this sudden bend at the beginning of the climb. He had scouted it for weeks, timing the stage runs, watching the drivers from his niche on the hill, and through his Apache patience, he learned many things. At the bend, the driver and the shotgun rider were too busy with the team to be watching the hillside, and the passengers, full and comfortable after a meal at Rindo's, would be suddenly jolted into hanging on with the swaying of the bouncing Concorde as it swept around the sharp curve with no thought of looking out the windows. It was the perfect site for ambush, Apache style. Mata Lobo was sure, for he had done it before. And then it began. He raised himself on his elbows and cocked his ears to the sound that was still a whisper out on the desert, 2 miles away. Then louder and louder. Then the straining pitch to the rattling clamor, and the stage was starting up the grade. The Apache pivoted his rifle on the rocks in front of him, making sure of free motion, and then he lined up again the 5 brass cartridges arranged on the ground near his right hand. When he looked back to the road, the lead horses were coming into view. He waited until the stage was in full sight, slowed down slightly in the middle of the road, and then he fired, aiming at the closer lead horse. The horse's momentum carried it along for the space of time it took the Apache to inject another cartridge and squeeze off at the other lead animal. The horses swerved against each other, still going. Then 4 pairs of legs buckled at once, and 8 other pairs raced on, trampling the fallen horses, but to be tripped immediately in a wild confusion of thrashing legs and screaming horses and grinding brakes. Next to the driver, the shotgun rider was throwing his boot against the brake lever when the coach jackknifed and twisted over, gouging into the dirt road, sending up a thick cloud of dust to cover the scene. As the dust began to settle, Mata Lobo saw one figure lying next to the overturned Concorde, his face upturned to the 2 right-side wheels, still turning slowly above him. There was a stir of motion farther ahead as a figure crawled along the ground, got to his feet, stumbled, pulled himself frantically across the road in a wild, reeling motion that finally developed into a crouched run. He was almost to the shelter of the creek bank when the buffalo gun screamed again across the hillsides. The impact threw him over the bank to lie face down at the edge of the creek. He aimed the rifle again at the overturned stage, in time to see the head appear above the door opening. Mata Lobo's finger almost closed on the trigger, but he hesitated, seeing shoulders appear, and then the rest of the body. The man stopped uncertainly, looking around, cocking his ear to silence. An odd-looking little man, fat and frightened, but not sure of what to be afraid. He clutched a small black case that singled him out as a drummer of some kind. He clutched it protectingly, shielding his means of existence. When his gaze swept the hillside, perhaps he saw the glint of rifle barrel, but if he did, it meant nothing to him. There was no reaction, and a second later, it was too late. The .50 caliber bullet tore through his body to spin him off the coach. Again silence settled, this time longer. The wheels had stopped moving above the sprawled form of the guard. Still, Mata Lobo waited. His eyes, beneath the red calico headband, were nailed to the overturned Concorde. He hadn't moved from his position. He sat stone still and waited, watched and waited and counted. He counted 3 dead, the driver, a passenger, and the guard who was in the road next to the coach. He was undoubtedly dead. But the run usually carried more passengers, at least 2 more, and that bothered the Apache. Others might still be inside the coach, dead, wounded, or just waiting with a cocked pistol. Either way, Mata Lobo had to find out. He hadn't laid this ambush for sport alone. He needed bullets, and a shirt, and any glittering trinkets that might catch his eye. But it was the bullets more than anything else that finally made him raise himself and slip quietly down the side of the hill. His Apache sense led him in a wide circle so that when he approached the Concorde, Banderas Creek was behind him. He walked half-crouched, slowly, with short toe-to-heel strides, cat-like, a coiled spring ready to snap. Mata Lobo was a Chiricahua Apache, well schooled in the ways of war. He passed the baggage strewn about the ground without a side glance, and dropped to his hands and knees as he came to the vertical wall that was the top of the coach. He touched the baggage rack lightly, then, pressing his ear against the smooth surface of the coach top, he remained fixed in this position for almost 5 minutes. Long, silent minutes. He was about to rise, satisfied the coach was unoccupied, when he heard the sharp scraping sound from within, like someone moving a foot across a board. He froze again, pressing close, then slowly placed his rifle on the ground beside him and lifted a skinning knife from a scabbard at his back. He inched his body upward until he was standing, placed a foot on the rung of the baggage rack, and pushed his body up until his head was above the coach. He was confident of his own animal stealth. A gun could be waiting, but he doubted it. Only a fool would have moved, knowing he was just outside. A fool, or a child, or a woman. Nor was he wrong. The woman was crouched against the roof of the coach, her back arched against the smooth surface, holding with both hands a long-barreled pistol that pointed toward the rear window. She was totally unaware of the Apache staring at her a few feet away, lying belly down on the side of the coach. When she saw him, it was too late. Revolver went up as knife came down, but the knife was quicker, and the heavy knob on the handle smashed against her knuckles to make her drop the revolver. Dark, vein-streaked arms reached in to drag her up through the door window. She struggled in his grasp, but only briefly, for he flung her from the coach and leapt down to the road after her. She sat in the road dust and eyed him defiantly, her lips moving slightly, her eyes not wavering from his face. She screamed for the first time as she rose from the dust, but it was not a scream of fear. She was almost to her feet when the Apache's hand tightened in her hair to fling her off balance back to the ground. He stood over her and looked down into the dust-streaked face. Then he turned back to the stagecoach. She watched as he rummaged about the wreckage, sitting motionless, knowing that if she tried to run, he would probably not hesitate to kill her. Her hands moved to her hair and unhurriedly brushed back the blonde wisps that had been pulled from the tight chignon at the nape of her neck. Her hands moved slowly, almost unconsciously, and then down, and in the same lifeless manner brushed the heavy dust from the green jersey traveling dress, as if her movements were instinctive, not predetermined. But her eyes were not lifeless. They followed the Apache's every move and narrowed slightly into two thin lines that contrasted sharply with her soft face, like fire on water. Her body moved from habit, while her mind showed through her eyes. She was afraid, but only loathing was on the surface. The fear was the stabbing weight in her breast, an emotion she had learned to control. She could have been in her late 20s, but her chin and the lines near her eyes told of at least 6 additional years. Every now and then the Apache would glance back in her direction, but he found her always in the same position. She watched him bend over the still form of the guard lying on his back, and her eyes blinked hard as the Indian brought the stock of his rifle down on the man's forehead. But she did not turn her head. There was no doubt now that all were dead. Matalobo was a thorough man, for his people had been slaying the Blanco since the first war club smashed through the cumbersome armor of the conquistadors. His deeds were known throughout Apacheria. They whispered the name of the Bronco Chiricahua with the bloodlust ever in his breast. There would be no survivor to tell of the lone Apache killer. The sport of the affair had satisfied him, but he was angry. None of the men had been using a sharps, so there was no ammunition to be had. He picked up the guard's Winchester, slinging the cartridge belt over his shoulder, but he liked the feel of the heavy buffalo rifle better. In the sharps, he had the confidence that comes only after trial, but he had only 2 cartridges left for it. He turned his attention to the drummer, who was sprawled awkwardly next to the coach. With his foot, he pushed the body over onto its back. A crimson smear spread over the shirt front. The Apache opened the black satchel next to the man and emptied the contents onto the ground, needles, scissors, paring knives, and thread, and moved on to the horses. His next act made the woman turn her head slightly, for with his skinning knife he sliced a large chunk of meat from the rump of the disabled horse and stuffed it into the sample case. Then he stepped to the front of the horse and cut the animal's jugular vein. Soon after, a Chiricahua Apache with a white woman at his side waded up Banderas Creek along the shallows. The woman dragged her legs through the water stiffly, slowly, as if her reluctance to move quickly was an open act of defiance toward the Indian. The Chiricahua carried 2 rifles and a blood-stained satchel and wore a clean shirt, the tail hanging below his narrow hips. With every few steps his glance turned to the cold face of the woman. They disappeared 300 yards upstream, where the creek cut a bend into the blackness of the pines. It was the point riders of Phil Langmaid's sea troop that found the wrecked stagecoach and the dead men almost 2 hours later. 20 days in the field and a brush with Natchi, and because of it they had missed the stage at Rindo's. They were returning to the garrison in inspiration, thighs aching from long, stiff hours in the saddle. Grimy, salt-sweat-white, alkali-caked, both their uniforms and their minds, after days of riding through the savage dust glare of central Arizona. And of the 40 mounts, 3 had ponchos draped over the saddles, bulging and shapeless. All patrols were not routine. Langmaid sent flankers to climb the ridges on both sides and then went in. The troopers spread out in a semicircle, watching with hollow, lifeless eyes the flankers on the ridge more than the grisly scene on the road. You get used to the sight of death, but never to expecting it. Langmaid dismounted, but Simon Street, the civilian scout, rode up to the dead driver before throwing off. He walked upstream another 100 yards and then came back, approaching the officer from around the coach. The troopers sat still in their saddles, half asleep, half ready to throw up a carbine. Habit. Langmaid said, "I don't know if I want to find her inside the coach or not. If she's there, she's dead." Street's eyes moved slowly over the scene. "You won't find her," he said. "There's a little heel print over on the bank. They went upstream, that's sure. If they went down, they'd wind up in the open near Rindo's." Langmaid boosted himself onto the side of the stage and came down almost in the same motion. He nodded his head to the scout and kept it moving in an arc along the top of the near ridge. "Bet they laid up there waiting," Langmaid said. "A month's pay they were Apaches." Street followed his gaze to the ridge. He just glanced at the officer, his face creased bronze and old beyond its years, crow's feet where eye met temple, his hat tilted low on his forehead, his eyes in shadow. "You're throwing your money away, soldier," he said. "Apache." Langmaid looked at him quickly. "Only one?" "That's all the sign says." Street pointed to the butchered horse. "A war party don't cut just one steak." He turned his attention back to the ridge. He was looking at the exact spot from which the Apache had fired. Then his gaze fell slowly to sweep across the road to Banderas Creek, and he squinted against the glare as his eyes followed the course of the creek to the bend into the pines. Langmaid pushed his field hat back from his forehead, releasing the hot steel grip of the sweatband, and watched the scout curiously. Langmaid was young, in his mid-20s, but he was good for a second lieutenant. He didn't talk much, and he watched. He watched, and he learned. And he knew he was learning from one of the best. But the tension was building inside his stomach, and it wasn't just the after-effects of a 20-day patrol. There were 3 dead men in the road and a woman missing, and it had happened because he had failed to bring the patrol into Rindo's on time. The report would include an account of the brush with Natchi, and that would absolve him of blame. But it wouldn't make it easier for him to face Colonel Dark. You didn't just look at a stone near your boot toe and say, "Sorry," to a man whose wife has been carried off by a blood-drunk Apache, even if you weren't to blame. There it was. Langmaid stood motionless, watching the scout. Langmaid was in command, a commissioned officer in the United States Army, but he was tired. His bones ached and his mind dragged, weary of fighting the savage country, and the elusive Apache who was a part of that country, and always there was so little time. Learning to fight doesn't come easy with most men. Learning to fight the Apache doesn't come easy with anyone. You watch the veteran until your face takes on the same mask of impassiveness, then you make decisions. He waited patiently for Street to say something, to give him a lead. He remembered 40 troopers who watched the thin gold bars on his shoulders, and he tried to forget his helplessness. Langmaid said, "The colonel was coming from Thomas to meet Mrs. Dark at Inspiration." The scout was aware of this. He knew, but he had to say something. He had to fill the gap until something happened. Simon Street looked at the officer, and a half-smile broke the thin line of his mouth.
"We'll find her, soldier. It wasn't your fault. People get killed by Apaches every day."
As the words came out, he realized he had said the wrong thing and added quickly,
"Know who this looks like to me?"
and then went on when Langmaid looked but didn't speak.
"Looks like that Bronco Apache we've been chasing on and off for 5 years. Not Chalbestine, though the Mexicans named him Matalobo. He was a Turkey Creek Chiricahua who'd never get used to reservation life in 700 years. Sending him to San Carlos was like throwing a mountain cat a hunk of raw meat and then pulling all his teeth out."
Street pulled a thin cigar from his pocket and passed his tongue over the crumbling outer layer of tobacco.
"You know, at one time there was almost 1,000 troops, plus 100 Apache scouts, all in the field at one time hunting him, and no one even saw him. You couldn't ask the dead ones if they saw him or not. An Apache's bad enough, but this one's half devil."
He moved toward the butchered horse.
"Boy's got a real yen for steak, ain't he?"
All the time the tension had been building in Langmaid, just standing there with his arms heavy at his sides and the weight pulling down inside his stomach. He had to hesitate until he was sure his voice would come out sounding natural. "You've got the sign, and I've got the men," he said. "Just point the way, Simon, just point the way." Street had turned and was walking toward his horse. He stopped and looked back at the officer.
"Get your troop back to Inspiration, and get a fresh patrol out, soldier."
Street's words were low, directed only to the officer. But Langmaid raised his voice almost to a shout when he answered. "We've got men here. Get on his track."
"I'm not going to guide for dead men," the scout answered easily. "If 1,000 men can't catch him, you can't count on 40. Maybe just one's the answer. I don't want to tell you how to run your business, son, but if I was you, I'd shake it back to Inspiration and get a fresh patrol out."
Street mounted and then looked down at Langmaid, who had followed him over to the horse.
"The trail's as fresh as you'd want it,"
he said, nodding toward the butchered horse.
"That mare hasn't been dead 3 hours, and he's got a woman with him to slow him down."
"I've been out longer than that, Simon," Langmaid said. "She'll slow him down just so long." The scout's mouth turned slightly into a smile as he pressed his heels into the mare's flanks.
"That's why I got to hurry, soldier."
He walked the mare toward Banderas Creek and kicked her into a gallop as he turned upstream. An hour before sunset, Simon Street was walking his horse along the winding trail that threaded its way diagonally down the slope of the forest-covered hill that on the western side joined the rocky heights of the Sierra Apaches. This gradual leveling of the Sierra was a tangled mass of junipers, gnarled stumps, and rock, rising and falling abruptly from one hillock to the next. The trail gouged itself laboriously in a general southwesterly direction, fighting rock falls, pine, and prickly pear, finally to emerge miles to the south at Devil's Flats. From the crest, and occasionally down the path, you could see in the distance the whiteness, the bleak, bone-bleached whiteness that was the flats. Street had traveled a dozen-odd miles from the ambush, making his way slowly at first along the creek bank, looking for a particular telltale sign. He knew the Apache had followed the creek, leaving no prints, but somewhere he had to come out. The Apache would cover his tracks from the creek, but he would be coming out at a particular place for a reason, to pick up his mount. And you can't leave a horse tied in one place for any length of time without also leaving a sign. To recognize the place is something else. Street saw the low tree branch that had been scarred by the hackamore, and his eyes fell to the particles of horse droppings that had remained after the Apache had swept most of it into the denser scrub brush. He was on the trail. From then on, it was just a question of thinking like an Apache. For the scout that night, it was the last of his jerked beef and a quarter canteen of cold coffee. No fire. Cold, tasteless rations, while he pressed his back against a smooth rock that was still warm from the day's heat and duelled his patience against the black pit that was the night. His Winchester lay across his lap, and the slight pressure on his thighs was a feeling of reassurance against the loneliness of the night. Dead stillness, then the occasional night sound. He could be the only man in the world. Yet just a few miles ahead, perhaps less, was a bronco Apache who would kill at the least provocation, and with him was a white woman. Street rubbed the stock of the Winchester idly. In the dusk, Amelia Dark watched the Apache. He crouched over the slab of red horse meat, sitting on his heels, and hacked at the meat with his skinning knife. He cut off a chunk and stuffed it into his mouth, but the cold blood taste of the raw meat tightened his throat muscles, and he swallowed hard to get it down. He would wait. He cut the slab of meat into thin strips and spread them out separately on a flat shelf of rock. When he had more time, he would jerk the meat properly and have plenty to eat. He looked toward the white woman and saw her staring at him. Always she stared, and always with the same fixed, strange look on her face. The eyes of the Apache and the white woman met, and Matalobo turned his attention back to the meat. The woman continued to stare at the Apache. She sat on the ground with her arms extended behind her, full weight on her arms, propping her body in a rigid position, unmoving. Her legs extended straight out before her, the ankles lashed together with a strip of rawhide, and she continued to watch the Apache. Amelia Dark saw an Apache for the first time when she was 6 years old. His face was vivid in her memory. She remembered once somebody had said, "like glistening bacon rind," and always a dirty cloth headband. Yuma, Whipple Barracks, Fort Apache, and Thomas. Officers' Row on a sun-baked parade. Chiricahua, White Mountain, Mescalero, and Tonto. Thigh-high moccasins and a rusted Spencer. Tiswin drunk, then war drums. And only the red sun-slash in the sky after the patrol had faded into the glare 3 miles west of Thomas. Shapeless ponchos that used to be men. The old story. And she continued to watch the Apache. Matalobo glanced at the woman, then stood up abruptly and walked toward her. He stooped at her feet, hesitated, then placed the blade of the knife between her ankles and jerked up with the blade, severing the rawhide string. His face was expressionless, smooth and impassive, as he eased his body to the ground. A face that in the dimness was shadow on stone. His hands pushed against her shoulders until her arms bent slowly and her back was flat against the short, sparse grass. The hands moved from her shoulder and touched her face gently, the fingers moving on her cheeks like a blind man's identifying an object, and his body eased toward hers. Her face was the same, the eyes open, infrequently blinking. She smelled the sour dirt smell of the Apache's body. Then she opened her arms and pulled him to her. Simon Street was up before dawn. He gave his tightening stomach the last of the cold, stale coffee while he waited for the sun to peel back another layer of the morning darkness. It was cold and damp for that time of the year, and when he again started down the trail, a gray mist hung from the lower branches of the trees and lay softly against the grotesque rock lines. More often now, the ground fell away to the left, the trail hugging the side of the hill in its diagonal descent, and in the distance was a sheet of milky smoke where the mist clung softly to the flats. The trail was narrow and rocky, and lined with dense brush most of the way down. Less than a mile ahead, the grade dropped again steeply to the left of the trail, bare of tree or rock, cutting a smooth swatch 20 yards wide through the pines. The mist had evaporated considerably by then, and Street could see almost to the bottom of the slide. First, It was the faintest blur of motion, and then the sound, a sound that could be human. Simon Street had been riding half-tensed for the past dozen years. There was no abrupt stop. He reined in gently with a soothing murmur into the mare's ear and slid from the saddle, whispering again to the mare as he tied the reins to a pine branch a foot from the ground. He made his way along the trail until the slope was again thick with brush and trees, and there he began his descent. A yard at a time, making sure of firm ground before each step, bending branches slowly so there would be no warning swish, and every few yards he would hug the ground and wait, swinging his gaze in every direction, even behind. He had gone almost 100 yards when he saw the woman. He crouched low to the sandy ground and crawled under the full branches of a pine, watching the woman almost 30 yards away. She was sitting on something just off the ground, her back resting against the smoothness of a birch tree. He was approaching her from the rear and could see only part of her head and shoulder resting against the tree trunk. The brush near her cut off the lower part of her body, but there was something strange about her position. Her immobility, the way her shoulder was thrown back so tightly against the roundness of the birch. Street had the feeling she was dead. Time would tell. He lay motionless under the thick foliage and waited, the Winchester in front of him. And Simon Street had his thoughts. You never get used to the sight of a white woman after an Apache has finished with her. An hour later, a week later, a dozen years later, the picture will flash in your memory, vivid, stark naked of hazy forgetfulness. And the form of the Apache will be there, too, close like the smothering reek of a hot animal, though you may have never seen him. Then you will be sick, if you are the kind. Street wasn't the kind, but he didn't look forward to approaching the woman. After almost a half hour, he began to work his way toward the woman. In that length of time, he had not moved, nor had the woman. If she was dead, the Apache would probably be gone. But that was guessing, and when you guess, you take a chance. He crawled all the way, slowly, a foot at a time, until he was directly behind the birch. Then he reached up, his hand sliding along the white bark, and touched her shoulder lightly. Amelia Dark jumped to her feet and turned in the motion. Her face was powder white, her eyes wide, startled. But when she saw the scout, the color seemed to creep through her cheeks, and her mouth broke into a fragile smile. "You're late, Mr. Street. I've waited a good many hours." The scout was momentarily stunned. He knew his face bore a foolish expression, but there was nothing he could do about it. The woman's face regained its composure quickly, and once again she was the colonel's lady, though there was a drawn look and a darker shadow about the eyes that could not be wiped away with a polite smile. Then Street saw the Apache. He was lying belly down in the short grass, close behind Mrs. Dark. Street took a step to her side and saw the handle of the skinning knife sticking straight up from the Apache's back. The cotton shirt was deep crimson in a wide smear around the knife handle. He looked at her again with the foolish look still on his face. "Mr. Street, I've been sitting up all night with a dead Indian, and I'm almost past patience. Would you kindly take me to my husband?" He looked again at the Apache, and then to the woman. Disbelief in his eyes. He started to say something, but Amelia Dark went on. "I've lived out here most of my life, Mr. Street, as you know. I heard Apache war drums long before I attended my first cotillion. But I have hardly reached the point where I have to take an Apache for a lover." Simon Street saw 1,000 troops and 100 scouts in the field. Then he looked at the slender woman, walking briskly up the grade.
Saint with a Six Gun. Read by Henry Rollins. Original title, The Hanging of Bobby Valdez. Argosy, October 1954.
Inside the hotel cafe, Lyle Quinlan sat at the counter having his breakfast. Every once in a while he would look back over at Elodie Wells. Elodie had served him, but now her back was to him. She was looking out the big window over the lower part that was green-painted and said Regent Cafe in white, looking across the street to the Tularosa jail. Horses and wagons were hitched there and down the street both ways, and behind the jailhouse, in the big yard where everyone was now, that's where they were hanging Bobby Valdez. Out on the street, there wasn't a sound. Inside now, just the noise of Lyle Quinlan's palm popping the bottom of the ketchup bottle until it flowed out over his eggs. Elodie scowled at him as if she was trying to hear something, and Lyle was interrupting the best part. Lyle just smiled at her, a young kid's smile, and began eating his eggs. Elodie, like about everybody in Tularosa, had been excited all week long waiting for this day to come. A whole week while Bobby Valdez sat in his cell with Lyle Quinlan guarding him. Elodie was mad because she had to work this morning. Lyle felt pretty good, so he just went on eating his eggs. Bohannon, the Tularosa marshal, brought in Bobby Valdez Thursday afternoon and right away sent a man to Los Cruces to fetch Judge Meddery. Bohannon didn't have a doubt Valdez would not be bound over for trial, and he was right. Friday morning, a coroner's jury decided that one Roberto Eladio Vizcarra y Valdez did willfully commit murder, judging from the size hole in the forehead of one Harley Tanner, deceased, and the .41 caliber Colt gun found on the accused when he was apprehended the next day. A witness testified that he saw Bobby Valdez pull this same Colt and let go at Tanner in a fashion that in no way resembled self-defense. Everybody agreed it was about time a smart aleck gunman like Bobby Valdez was brought to justice and made to pay the penalty. The only ones who'd cry would be some of the girls who couldn't see his handgun for his brown eyes. It was a shame he had to hang, being only 22. But that's what would happen. He didn't have to be bad. Saturday morning, Criminal Sessions Court, the Honorable Benson Meddery presiding, was called to order in the lobby of the Regent Hotel. The courthouse at Las Cruces would have been better, but that meant transporting Bobby Valdez almost 100 miles. A year ago, he'd gotten away when they were taking him there from Mesilla, and Mesilla was just like across the field. Valdez waived counsel, though there wasn't an attorney in Tularosa to defend him if he'd wanted one. Judge Meddery said it was just as well. Since the case was cut and dried, why waste time with a lot of litigating? The court called up a witness who swore he'd seen Bobby Valdez plain as day come out of the Regent Cafe that Wednesday evening, which established the accused presence in town the night of the shooting. The star witness took the stand and said he was crossing the street to have a word with his friend Harley Tanner, who was standing right in front of this hotel. When Bobby Valdez came out of the shadows of the adobe building, called Tanner a dirty name, and when Tanner came around, pulled his gun and shot him. Then Valdez lit out. Bohannon suggested stepping outside to reenact the crime, but Judge Meddery said everybody knew what the front of the Regent Hotel looked like, and the fierce sun this time of day wasn't going to make it any plainer. "Just close your eyes, Ed, and make a picture," the judge told Bohannon. It was stated that the next morning, Bohannon's posse followed Valdez's sign till they caught up with him about noon near the Mescalero reservation line. Valdez's horse had lamed and left Bobby out in the open, as Bohannon said, with his pants down, so to speak. Judge Meddery called a man who is referred to as a character witness, and this man described seeing Bobby Valdez shoot 2 men during the White Sands Bank holdup last Christmas time. Another character witness was on the Butterfield stage that was held up last June between Lordsburg and Continental. Sure in hell was Bobby Valdez who opened the door with that .41 Colt gun in his hand, and no polka dot bandana over his nose was going to argue it wasn't. 2 more men sat down at the Douglas chair witness stand with like stories. Judge Meddery looked at his watch and asked what time was the stage back to Las Cruces, and when someone told him not till 3 o'clock, He said they might as well adjourn for dinner and then let the jury reach their verdict over a nice meal, though he didn't see where they'd have much thinking to do. Court reconvened at 1:30. The jury foreman stood up, waited for the talking to die, and then said how they allowed Bobby Valdez sure couldn't be anything else but guilty. Judge Metairie nodded, gavelled the register desk to restore order, waited until the quiet could be felt, then, in the voice of doom, sentenced Roberto Eladio Vizcarra y Valdez on the morning 1 week from this day to be hanged by the neck until dead. Criminal Sessions Court was closed, and most people felt Judge Metairie had turned in a better-than-usual performance. Saturday evening, Lyle Quinlan went on duty at the Tularosa jail. It came about because Bohannon was scheduled to play poker, and Quinlan arrived just at the right time. He came looking for the job. Still, he was taken by surprise when Bohannon had offered it to him. Temporarily, you understand, because he'd been turned down so many times before. Lyle Quinlan wanted to be a lawman, but Bohannon always put him off with the excuse that he already had an assistant, Barney Groom, and Barney served the purpose even if he was an old man. But Bohannon was thinking maybe an extra night man ought to be on with Valdez upstairs, a man to sit up there and watch him. He was supposed to play cards that night, which disallowed him. Then, lo and behold, there was young Lyle Quinlan coming in the door. "Lyle, you must have heard me wishing for you." Then, seeing the astonishment come over the boy's face, a thin face with big, self-conscious eyes, he thought, hell, Lyle's all right, even if he doesn't pack much weight. He's honest. And he rode in the posse that brought in Valdez. An eager boy like him make a good deputy. For what he considered would be a temporary period, Bohannon convinced himself that Quinlan would do just fine. Tomorrow, he could always kick him the hell out. "Barney, give Lyle here a scattergun and tell him what to do." And Bohannon was gone. Lyle Quinlan sat up all night watching Bobby Valdez. That is, most of the time he sat in the cane-bottomed chair. It was in the hallway facing the one cell they had upstairs. He was keeping his eyes on Valdez, who hardly paid him any attention. Whenever Lyle would start to get sleepy, he'd get up, crook the sawed-off scattergun under his arm, and pace up and down the short hallway. The first time he did it, Bobby Valdez, who was lying on his back with his eyes closed, opened them, turned his head enough to see Lyle, and told him to shut up. It was his boots making the noise. But Lyle went right on walking up and down. Valdez called on one of the men saints then and asked him, why did all these keepers of jails wear squeaky boots? The lamp hanging out in the hall didn't seem to bother him, only Lyle's boots. When Lyle kept on walking, the Mexican said something else, half smiling, a low-voiced string of soft-spoken Spanish. Lyle edged closer to the cell and said through the heavy iron bars, "Hush up!" Valdez went to sleep right after that, and Lyle sat in the chair again, feeling pretty good, not so tense anymore. Let him try something, Lyle thought, watching the sleeping Mexican, feeling the shotgun across his lap. I'd blast him before he got through the door. He practiced swung the gun around, cut him right in half. Boy, it was heavy. Only about 15 inches of barrel left and really heavy. Imagine what that'd do to a man. He kept watching the sleeping man, his eyes going from the high black boots to the lavender shirt and the dark face, the composed, soft-featured dark face. How can he sleep? Next Saturday he's going to swing from the end of a rope, and he's laying there sleeping. Well, some people are built different. If he wasn't different, he wouldn't be in that cell. But he ain't more'n a year older than I am. How could he already have done so much in his life, and killed the men he has? 2 at White Sands, 1 in Mesilla, Tanner. Lyle's thumb went over the tips of his fingers. That's 4. Then 2 more way over in Pima County. at least 6, though some claim 9 and 10, and Elodie thrilled to death because she served his dinner the night he shot Tanner. They say he was something with the girls, which about proves they don't use their heads for much more than a place to grow hair. Well, he just better not try and come out of that cell. About a minute later, Lyle went over and jiggled the door to make sure it was still locked. Barney Groom came up when it was daylight, and seeing Lyle just sitting there, he blinked like he couldn't believe what his eyes told him. "You awake?" Lyle rose. "Of course." "Son, you mean you've been awake all night?" "I thought I was hired to watch this prisoner." Old Barney Groom shook his head. "What's the matter?" "Nothing," Barney said. Then, "Bohannon's downstairs." Lyle said, "He want to see me?" "When you go out, he won't be able to help it," said Barney. "Well, and when should I come back?" "I ain't the timekeeper. Ask Bohannon about that." They heard footsteps on the stairs, and then Bohannon was in the hallway, yawning, scratching his shirt front. Barney Groom said, "Ed, this boy stayed awake all night." Bohannon stopped scratching, though he didn't drop his hand. He looked at Lyle Quinlan, who nodded and said, "Mr. Bohannon?" The marshal squinted in the dim light. It was plain he'd been drinking, the way his eyes looked filmy, though he stood there with his feet planted and didn't sway a bit. Finally he said, "You don't say!" "All night," Barney Groom said. Bohannon looked at him. "How would you know?" "He was awake when I come up." Bohannon said nothing. "Mr. Bohannon," Lyle said, "I didn't go to sleep." Maybe you did, and maybe you did not. Bobby Valdez had been watching them. Now he swung his legs off the bunk. He stood up and moved toward the bars. "He's telling the truth," the Mexican said. Bohannon put his cold eyes on Valdez for a moment, then looked back at Lyle Quinlan. Valdez shrugged. "It don't make any difference to me," he said, "but make him grease his boots if he's going to walk all night." Barney Groom moved a step toward the cell as if threatening Valdez. "You got any more requests?" "Yes," the Mexican said right away. "I want to go to church." "What?" Barney Groom said, then was embarrassed for having looked like he'd taken the Mexican seriously, and added, "Sure, I'll send the carriage around." Valdez looked at him without expression. "This is Sunday." Bohannon was squinting and half smiling. "Any special denomination, Brother Valdez?" "Listen, man," Valdez said. "This is Sunday, and I have to go to Mass." Bohannon asked, "You go to Mass every Sunday?" "I've missed some." Bohannon, with a half smile, went on studying him. Then he said, "Tell you what, we'll douse you with a bucket of holy water instead." Bohannon and Groom left right after that. Lyle was to stay until one or the other came back from breakfast. When he was alone again, Lyle looked at Valdez sitting on the bunk. Even after the words were ready, he waited a good 10 minutes before saying them. "The nearest church is down to White Sands," he told Valdez. "You can't blame the marshal for not wanting to ride you all the way down there." Valdez looked up. "It's so far," Lyle Quinlan said. He looked toward the window at the end of the hallway, then back to Valdez. "I appreciate you telling the marshal I was awake all night. I think something like that sets pretty good with him." Bobby Valdez looked at Lyle curiously. Then his expression softened to a smile, as if he'd suddenly become aware of a new interest, and he said, "Any time, friend." When Bohannon came back, he sent Lyle across the street to the Regent to get Valdez's breakfast. After he'd given the tray to Valdez, Bohannon deputized him, but mentioned how it was a temporary appointment until the Citizens Committee passed on it. "Now, if you was to keep an extra special eye on Brother Valdez, I'd have to recommend you as fit, wouldn't I?" He patted Lyle's shoulder and said, "Now was as good a time as any to start the new appointment. We'll see how you handle yourself alone." Lyle thought it was a funny way to do things, but he'd have plenty of time for sleep later on. When opportunity knocks on the door, you gotta open it, he told himself. So he stayed on at the jail, sitting downstairs this time, until mid-afternoon when Bohannon came back. "Now get yourself some shut-eye, boy," the marshal told him, "so you'll be in fit shape for tonight." Lyle's mother told him they were making a fool out of him, but Lyle didn't have time to argue. He just said this was what he always wanted to do, a hell of a lot better than working behind a store counter. Though he didn't quite use those words, Lyle's mother used mother arguments. But finally there was nothing she could do but shake her head and let him go to bed. He went back on duty at 9, sitting in the cane-bottomed chair, not hearing a sound from Barney Groom downstairs. Bobby Valdez was more talkative. He talked about horses and girls and the terrible fact that he hadn't gotten to church that day, then made a big to-do admiring Lyle for the way he could go so long without sleep. That was fine. But pretty soon Bobby Valdez went to sleep, and that night Lyle walked up and down the little hallway even more than he had the first night. 2 or 3 times he almost went to sleep, but he kept moving and blinking his eyes. He found a way of propping the shotgun between his leg and the chair arm so that the trigger guard dug into his thigh, and that kept him awake whenever he sat down to rest. In the morning, Bohannon came up the stairs quietly, but Lyle heard him and said, "Hi, Mr. Bohannon," when the marshal tiptoed in. Lyle slept all day Monday, and after that, he was all right, not having any trouble keeping awake that night. Bobby Valdez talked to him until late, and that helped. Tuesday, he ate his supper at the Regent Cafe before going to work. He mentioned weather to Elodie and how the food was getting better, but didn't once refer to the silver deputy star on his shirt front. Elodie tried to be unconcerned too, but finally she just had to ask him, and Lyle answered, "Why, sure, Elodie. I've been a deputy marshal since last Saturday. Didn't you know that?" Elodie had to describe how Bobby Valdez came in for dinner the night he shot Tanner. He sat right on that very stool you're on and ate tacos like he didn't have a worry in the world, real calm. Lyle said, "Uh-huh, but he's kind of a little squirt, ain't he?" and walked out casually, knowing Elodie was watching after him with her mouth open. Tuesday night, Valdez told Lyle how his being in the cell had all come about, how he'd started out an honest vaquero down in Sonora, but got mixed up with some unprincipled men who were chousing other people's cows. Bobby Valdez said, by the name of a saint, he didn't know anything about it, but the next thing the rurales were chasing him across the border. About a year later, in Contention, Arizona, he killed a man. It was in self-defense, and he was acquitted, but the man had a friend, so he ended up killing the friend, too. And after that, it was just one thing leading to another. Everyone seemed to take him wrong. Couldn't get an honest job. So what was a young man supposed to do? The way he described it made Lyle Quinlan shake his head and say it was a shame. Wednesday night, Bobby Valdez only nodded to Lyle when he came on duty. The Mexican was sitting on the edge of his bunk, elbows on his knees, staring at his hands as he washed them together absently. He's finally realizing he's going to die, Lyle thought. You have to leave a man alone when he's doing that. So for over an hour, no one spoke. When Lyle did speak, it was because he wanted to make it a little easier for Valdez. He said, "All people have to die. That's the best way to look at it." Valdez looked up, then nodded thoughtfully. "You got to look at it," Lyle went on, "like, well, just something that happens to everybody." "I've done that," the Mexican said. "What torments me now is that I have not confessed." "You didn't have to," Lyle said. "Judge Meddery found out the facts without you confessing." "No, I mean to a priest." "Oh. It is a terrible thing to die without absolution." "Oh." It was quiet then, Lyle frowning, the Mexican looking at his hands. But suddenly, Bobby Valdez looked up, his face brightening, and he said, as if it had just occurred to him, "My friend, would you bring a priest to me?" "Well, I'll tell Mr. Bohannon in the morning. I'm sure he'll—" "No!" Valdez stood up quickly. "I cannot take the chance of letting him know." His voice calmed as he said, "You know how he makes fun of things spiritual, that about the holy water and calling me brother. What if he should refuse this request? Then I would die in the state of mortal sin just because he does not understand." "My friend," he said just above a whisper, "surely you can see that he must not know." "Well," Lyle said. "In White Sands," Valdez said quickly, "there is a man called Sisto Enriquez who knows the priest well. At the mescal shop, they'll tell you where he lives. Now, all you have to do is tell Sisto to send the priest late Friday night after it's very quiet, and then it will be accomplished." Lyle hesitated. "Then," Valdez said solemnly, "I would not die in sin." Lyle thought about it some more, and finally he nodded. He woke up at noon for the ride to White Sands. He'd have to hurry to be back in time to go on duty, but he would have hurried anyway, because he didn't feel right about what he was doing, as if it was something sneaky. At the mescal shop, the proprietor directed him, in as few words as were necessary, to the adobe of Sisto Enriquez. Lyle was half afraid and half hoping Sisto wouldn't be home. But there he was, a thin little man in a striped shirt, who didn't open the door all the way until Lyle mentioned Valdez. After Lyle had told him why he was there, Enriquez took his time rolling a cigarette. He lit it and blew the smoke out and then said, "All right." Lyle rode back to Tularosa feeling a lot better. That hadn't been hard at all. When he went on duty that night, he said to Bobby Valdez, "You're all set," and would just as soon have let it go at that. But Valdez insisted that he tell him everything. He told him. There wasn't much to it, how the man had just said, "All right." But Valdez seemed to be satisfied. Friday morning, Lyle stopped at the Regent Cafe for his breakfast. Elodie was serving the counter. She was frowning and muttering about being switched to mornings just the day before Bobby Valdez's hanging. Lyle told her, "A nice girl like you don't want to see a hanging." "It's the principle of it," she pouted. The principal, being everybody in Tularosa, was excited about Bobby Valdez hanging, whether they had a stomach for it or not. "Lyle, don't you get scared up there alone with him," she said with a little shiver that might have been partly real. "What's there to be scared of? He's locked in a cell." "What if one of his friends should come to help him?" Elodie said. "How could a man like that have friends?" "Well, I worry about you, Lyle." Lyle stopped being calm, his whole face grinning. "Do you, Elodie?" And that's what Lyle was thinking about when he went on duty Friday night, about Elodie. Barney Groom was sitting at Bohannon's roll top with his feet propped up, looking like he was ready to go to sleep. He said to Lyle, "Night's the last night. After the hanging, we can relax a little." Lyle went upstairs and sat down in the cane-bottomed chair, still thinking about Elodie, how she looked like a little girl when she pouted. A deputy marshal can probably support a wife, he thought. Still, he wasn't so sure, since Bohannon hadn't mentioned salary to him yet. Bobby Valdez said, "This is the night the priest comes." Lyle looked up. "I almost forgot. Bet you feel better already." "As if I have risen from the dead," Bobby Valdez said. Later on, Lyle didn't have a timepiece on him, but he estimated it was shortly after midnight. He heard the noise downstairs. Not a strange noise. It was just that it came unexpectedly in the quiet. He looked over at Bobby Valdez, still asleep. For the next few minutes, it was quiet again. Then he heard footsteps on the stairs. It must be the priest, Lyle thought, getting up. He told the man to tell the priest just to walk by Barney, who'd probably be asleep, and if he wasn't, just explain the whole thing. So Barney was either asleep or had agreed. Lyle wasn't prepared for the robed figure that stepped into the hallway. He expected a priest in a regular black suit, but then he remembered the priest at White Sands was the kind who wore a long robe and sandals. Lyle said, "Father?" That end of the hallway was darker and Lyle couldn't see him very well, and now as he came forward, Lyle still couldn't see his face because the cowl, the hood part of the robe, was up over his head. His arms were folded, with his hands up in the big sleeves. "Father?" "My son?" Lyle turned to the cell. "He's right here, Father." Valdez was standing at the bars, and it struck Lyle suddenly that he hadn't heard Valdez get up. He turned his head to look at the priest and felt the gun barrel jab against his back. "Place your weapon on the floor," the voice behind him said. Bobby Valdez added, "My son," smiling now. The man behind Lyle reached past him to hand the ring of jail keys to Valdez. As he did, the cowl fell back and Lyle saw the man he'd talked to in White Sands, Sisto Enriquez. Valdez said, "Whether you could get a robe was the thing that bothered me." "A gift," Sisto said, hanging from his clothesline. Lyle heard them, but he wouldn't let himself believe it. He wanted to say, "Wait a minute, come on now, this wasn't supposed to happen." Thinking of Bohannon and Elodie and the nights walking in the hallway, suddenly knowing he had done the wrong thing and too late to do anything about it. "Wait a minute, I was trying to help you," but not saying it because it had been his own damn stupid fault, and he was so aware of it now, he had to bite his lip to keep from yelling like a kid. Valdez came out of the cell and picked up the shotgun Lyle had dropped. He said to Lyle, "Now my soul feels better." He motioned Sisto toward the stairs. "Go first and see how it is with the old one." "He's asleep," Sisto said, and patted the barrel of his pistol. "Let's be sure," Bobby Valdez said. He watched Sisto go through the doorway and listened to him start down the stairs. He looked at Lyle again, smiling. "You can mark this to experience." If Valdez had backed out, holding the gun on Lyle, it wouldn't have happened, even if he had just warned Lyle not to yell out or follow them. But he just turned and started walking out, knowing Lyle wouldn't dare try to stop him. And that's where Bobby Valdez made his mistake. Lyle saw the man's back like a slap in the face. Even though he was scared, all of a sudden the knots inside him got too tight to stand. No thinking now about how it happened or what might happen, just an overpowering urge to get him. He lunged at the back that was moving away. 3 long strides and his arms were around Valdez's neck, jerking and swinging him off his feet. He heard the shotgun clatter against the wall and hit the floor. Tight against him, Bobby Valdez was turning his body. Lyle let go with one arm, brought it down quick, and drove it as hard as he could into the stomach almost against him. Valdez gasped and started to sag. Then, footsteps on the stairs. Lyle scrambled for the shotgun, came up with it, and was at the doorway in time to see Sisto part way up the stairs. But as he raised the shotgun, there was a swirl of robes, and Sisto was at the bottom again. There was the sound of him running through the office. Then nothing. Lyle came around fast. Valdez was almost on him, coming in low, diving for Lyle's legs, and he dove right into the shotgun barrel swung hard against his skull. Lyle just stood there breathing for a minute before he dragged Bobby Valdez back to the cell and hefted him onto the bunk. "Mr. Valdez," Lyle said out loud, "that's one you can mark to experience." He went downstairs after that. Barney Groom was slouched in his chair, out cold. Lyle went to the doorway. He stepped outside to have a look around, and there was the friar's robe. It was in the road over by the hitch rack. Lyle gathered it up quick. He brought it back in the office and hung it beneath his rain slicker that was hooked on a peg. Then he breathed easier. Elodie turned away from the window. "It's over, Lyle," she said gravely. "They're starting to come out on the street." Lyle glanced at her. "Is that right, Elodie?" he said, then put a little more ketchup on his eggs. Scrambled eggs were good that way. This morning, they tasted even better. He ate them, half smiling, remembering Bohannon coming that morning. Bohannon frowning at Barney Groom, Barney trying to figure out how he got his head bumped when he was sound asleep. Then, when they went upstairs, that was really something. Bohannon saying, "Maybe he's sick," seeing Valdez's white face and the side of his head swollen like a lopsided melon, and Barney Groom saying, "Maybe the same bug bit me, bit him." Then what Bohannon said to him when they went downstairs again, that was the best. "Now, Lyle, you done a fair job, though just sitting there trying to keep awake wasn't much of a test. Tell you what." Bohannon pulled a folded sheet of paper from his vest pocket. "Last night I got a note from the White Sands marshal telling about the padre there getting his outfit stolen off the clothesline, and would I assign a man to it since he's busy collecting taxes." Bohannon chuckled. "Have to keep the padres happy. Now, Lyle, if you could prove to me you're smart enough to get that padre's robe back for him, I'll see you're made a permanent deputy, and that's my solemn word." Lyle pretended he didn't see Bohannon wink at Barney Groom. He said, "Yes, sir, I'll sure try," just as serious as he could.
You Never See Apaches. Read by William Atherton. Original title, 8 Days from Wilcox. Dime Western Magazine, September 1952. By nature, Angsman was a cautious man. From the shapeless specks that floated in the sky miles out over the plain, his gaze dropped slowly to the sand a few feet from his chin, then rose again more slowly to follow the gradual slope that fell away before him. He rolled his body slightly from its prone position to reach the field glasses at his side, while his eyes continued to crawl out into the white-hot nothingness of the flats. Sun glare met alkali dust and danced before the slits of his eyes, and far out something moved, something darker than the monotonous tone of the flats, a pinpoint of motion. He put the glasses to his eyes, and the glare stopped dancing, and the small blur of motion cleared and enlarged as he corrected the focus. 2 ponies and 2 pack animals. The mules were loaded high. He made that out right away, but it was minutes before he realized the riders were women. 2 Indian women. Behind them, the scavenger birds floated above the scattered animal carcasses, circling lower as the human figures moved away. Angsman pushed himself up from the sand and made his way back through the pines that closed in on the promontory. A few dozen yards of the darkness of the pines, and then abruptly the glare was forcing against sand again, where the openness of the trail followed the shoulder of the hill. He stopped at the edge of the trees, took his hat off, and rubbed the red line where the sweatband had stuck. His mustache drooped untrimmed toward dark, tight cheeks, giving his face a look of sadness, a stern, sun-scarred sadness. It was the type of face that needed the soft shadow of a hat brim to make it look complete, shadows to soften the gaunt angles. It was an intelligent, impassive face, in its late 30s. He looked at the 3 men by the horses, and then moved toward them. Eugenio Baca sat cross-legged in the dust, smoking a cigarette, drawing deep, and he only glanced at Angsman as he approached. He drew long on his cigarette, then held it close to his eyes and examined it as some rare object as the smoke curled from his mouth. Eugenio Baca, the mozo, had few concerns. Ed Hyde's stocky frame was almost beneath his horse's head, with a hand lifted to the horse's muzzle. The horse's nose moved gently against the big palm, licking the salty perspiration from hand and wrist. In the other arm, Hyde cradled a Sharp's rifle. His squinting features were obscure beneath a hat tilted close to his eyes. Sun, wind, and a week's beard gave his face a puffy, raw appearance that was wild, but at the same time soft and hazy, There was about him a look of sluggishness that contrasted with the leanness of Angsman. Billy Gway stood indolently with his thumbs hooked in his gun belts. He took a few steps in Angsman's direction and pushed his hat to the back of his head, though the sun was beating full in his face. He was half Ed Hyde's age, a few years or so out of his teens, but there was a hardness about the eyes that contrasted with his soft features that were all the more youthful and even feminine because of the long blonde hair that covered the tops of his ears and hung unkempt over his shirt collar. Watching Angsman, his mouth was tight, as if daring him to say something that he would not agree with. Angsman walked past him to Ed Hyde. He was about to say something, but stopped when Billy Gway turned and grabbed his arm. "That dust cloud was buffalo like I said, wasn't it?" Billy Gway asked. But there was more statement of fact than question in his loud voice. Angsman's serious face turned to the boy, but looked back to Ed Hyde when he said, "There are 2 Indian women out there cleaning up after a hunting party. The dust cloud was the warriors going home. I suspect they're the last ones, stragglers. Everyone else out of sight already." Billy Gway pushed in close to the 2 men. "Damn it, the cloud could have still been buffalo," he said. "Who says you know so damn much?" Ed Hyde looked from one to the other like an unbiased spectator. He dropped the long buffalo rifle stock down in front of him. His worn black serge coat strained tight at the armpits as he lifted his hands to pat his coat pockets. From the right one he drew a half-chewed tobacco plug. For a moment Angsman just stared at Billy Gway. Finally he said, "Look, boy, for a good many years it's been my business to know so damn much. Now you'll take my word that the dust cloud was an Indian hunting party and act on it like I see fit, or else we turn around and go back." Ed Hyde's grizzled head jerked up suddenly. He said, "You're dead right, Angsman. There ain't been buffalo this far south for 10 years. He looked at the boy and spoke easier. "Take my word for it, Billy." He smiled. "If anybody knows it, I do. Those Indians most likely ran down a deer herd, but hell, deer, buffalo, what's the difference? We're not out here for game. You just follow along with what Angsman here says, and we'll go home rich men. Take things slow, Billy, and you breathe easier." "I just want to know why he's got to give all the orders," Billy Gway said. His voice was rising. "It's us that own the map, not him. Where'd he be without us?" Angsman's voice was the same, unhurried, unexcited, when he said, "I'll tell you. I'd still be back at Bowie, guiding for cavalry who ride with their eyes open and know how to keep their mouths shut in Apache country." He didn't wait for a reply, but turned and walked toward the dun-colored mare. "Ihenyo," he called to the Mexican still sitting cross-legged on the ground. "Hold the mules a good 50 yards behind us, and keep your eyes on me." 8 days out of Wilcox, and the strain was beginning to tell. It had been bad from the first day. Now they were in the foothills of the Mogollons, and it was no better. Angsman had thought that as soon as they climbed from the dust of the plains, the tension would ease, and the boy would be easier to handle. But Billy Gway continued to grumble with his thumbs in his gun belts and disagree with everything that was said. And Ed Hyde continued to say nothing unless turning back was mentioned. Since early morning their trail had followed this pine-covered crest that angled irregularly between the massive rock peaks to the south and east and the white-gold plain to the west. Most of the ways the trail had held to the shoulder, turning, twisting, and falling with the contour of the hill crest. And from the west the openness of the plains continued to cling in glaring monotony. Most of the time Angsman's eyes scanned the openness, and the small black specks continued to crawl along his vision. The trail dipped abruptly into a dry creek basin that slanted down from between rocky humps looming close to the right. Angsman reined his mount diagonally down the bank, then at the bottom kicked hard to send the mare into a fast start up the opposite bank. The gravel loosened and fell away as hooves dug through the dry crust to clink against the sandy rock. Momentarily the horse began to fall back, but Angsman spurred again and grunted something close to her ear to make the mare heave and kick up over the bank. He rode on a few yards before turning to wait for the others. Billy Gway reached the creek bank and yelled across without hesitating, "Hey, Angsman, you trying to pick the roughest damn trail you can find?" The scout winced as the voice slammed against the towering rock walls and drifted over the flats, vibrating and repeating far off in the distance. He threw off and ran to the creek bank. Billy Guay began to laugh as the echo came back to him. "Damn, Ed, you hear that?" His voice carried clear and loud across the arroyo. Angsman put a finger to his mouth and shook his head repeatedly when he saw Ed Hyde looking his way. Then Hyde leaned close and said something to the boy. He heard Billy Guay swear, but not so loud, and then there was silence. Now, 10 days from the time the message had brought him to the hotel in Wilcox, he wasn't so sure it was worth it. In the hotel room, Hyde had come to the point immediately. Anxiety showed on his face, but he smiled when he asked the point-blank question, "How do you like to be worth $500,000? With that, he waved the piece of dirty paper in front of Angsman's face. "It's right here. Find us the picture of a Spanish sombrero, and we're rich." That simply. Angsman had all the time in the world. He smoked a cigarette and thought. Then he asked, "Why me? There are a lot of prospectors around here." Hyde did something with his eye that resembled a wink. "You're well recommended here in Wilcox. They say you know the country better than most, and the Apaches better than anybody," Hyde said with a hint of self-pride for knowing so much about the scout. "Billy here and I'll give you an equal share of everything we find if you can guide us to one little X on a piece of paper." Billy Guay had said little that first meeting. He half sat on the small window ledge, trying to stare Angsman down when the scout looked at him. And Angsman smiled when he noticed the boy's 2 low-slung pistols, thinking a man must be a pretty poor shot with one pistol that he'd have to carry another. And when Billy Guay tried to stare him down, he stared back with a half-smile, and it made the boy all the madder, so mad that often then he'd interrupted Hyde to let somebody know that he had something to say about the business at hand. Ed Hyde told a story of a lost mine and a prospector who had found the mine but was unable to take any gold out because of Indians, and who was lucky to get out with just his skin. He referred to the prospector always as "my friend," and finally it turned out that my friend was buffalo hunting out of Tascosa in the Panhandle, along with Ed Hyde, raising a stake to try the mine again when he took sick and died. The 2 of them were out on a hunt when it happened, and he left the map to Hyde, since I saw him through his sickness. Ed Hyde remained silent for a considerable length of time after telling of the death of his friend. Then he added, "I met Billy here later on and took to him 'cause he's got the nerve for this kind of business." He looked at Billy Guay as a man looks at a younger man and sees his own youth. "Just one thing more, mister," he added. "If you say yes and look at the map, you don't leave our sight." In the Southwest, lost mine stories are common. Angsman had heard many, and knew even more prospectors who chased the legends. He had seen a few become rich, but it wasn't so much the desire for gold that finally prompted him to go along. Cochise had promised peace, and Geronimo had scurried south to the Sierra Madres. All was quiet in his territory. Too quiet. He had told himself he would go merely as an escape from boredom. Still, it was hard to keep the wealth aspect from cropping into the thought. Angsman saw the years slipping by with nothing to show for them but a scarred Spanish saddle and an old model Winchester. All he had to do was lead them to a canyon and a rock formation that looked like a Spanish hat. 2 days to collect the equipment and round up a mozo who wasn't afraid to drive mules into that part of Apacheria where there was no peace. For cigarettes and a full belly, Eugenio Baca would drive his mules to the gates of hell. It was almost a mile past the Arroyo crossing that Angsman noticed his black specks had disappeared from the open flats. For the past few hundred yards, his vision to the left had been blocked by dense pines. Now the plains yawned wide again, and his glasses inched over the vastness in all directions, then stopped where a spur jutted out from the hillside ahead to cut his vision. The Indian women had vanished. Hyde and Billy Guay sat their mounts next to Angsman, who, afoot, swept his glasses once more over the flat. Finally he lowered them and said, more to himself than the others, "Those Indian women aren't nowhere in sight. They could have moved out in the other direction, or they might be so close we can't see them." He nodded ahead to where the trail stopped at thick scrub brush and pine, and then dipped abruptly to the right to drop to a bench that slanted toward the deepness of the valley. From where they stood, the men saw the trail disappear far below into a denseness of trees and rock. "Pretty soon the country will be hugging us tight, and we won't see anything," Angsman said. "I don't like it. Not with a hunting party in the neighborhood." Billy Gway laughed out. "I'll be go to hell, Ed. This old woman's afraid of two squaws. Ed, you hear?" Ed Hyde wasn't listening. He was staring off in the distance, past the treetops in the valley to a towering, sand-colored cliff with flying rock buttresses that walled the valley on the other side. He slid from his mount hurriedly, catching his coat on the saddle horn and ripping it where a button held fast, but he was too excited to heed the ripped coat. "Look! Yonder to that cliff." His voice broke with excitement. "See that gash near the top? Like where there was a rock slide? And look past to the mountains behind." Angsman and Billy Gway squinted at the distance, but remained silent. "Damn it!" Hyde screamed. "Don't you see it?" He grabbed his horse's reins and ran, stumbling down the trail to where it leveled again at the bench. When the others reached him, the map was in his hand, and he was laughing a high laugh that didn't seem to belong to the grizzled face. His extended hand held the dirty piece of paper, and he kept jabbing at it with the finger of the other hand. "Right there! Damn it! Right there!" His pointed finger swept for the map. "Now look at that gold-lovin' rock slide!" His laughter subsided to a self-confident chuckle. From where they stood on the bench, the towering cliff was now above them and perhaps a mile away over the tops of the trees. A chunk of sand rock as large as a 2-story building was gouged from along the smooth surface of the cliff top, with a gravel slide trailing into the valley below. But massive boulders along the cliff top lodged over the depression, forming a 4-sided opening. It was a gigantic frame through which they could see sky and the flat surface of a mesa in the distance. On both sides, the mesa top fell away to shoulders, cutting sharp right angles from the straight vertical lines, then to be cut off there in their vision by the rock border of the cliff frame. And before their eyes, the mesa turned into a flat-topped Spanish sombrero. Billy Gway's jaw dropped open. "Damn! It's one of those hats, like the Mex dancers wear. Ed, you see it?" Ed Hyde was busy studying the map. He pointed to it again. "Right on course, Angsman. The flats, the ridge, the valley, the hat." His black-crusted fingernail followed wavy lines and circles over the stained paper. "Now we just drop to the valley and follow her up to the end." He shoved the map into his coat pocket and reached up to the saddle horn to mount. "Come on, boys. We're good as rich," he called, and swung up into the saddle. Angsman looked down the slant to the darkness of the trees. "Ed, we got to go slow down there," he tried to caution. But Hyde was urging his mount down the grade, and Billy Gway's paint was kicking up loose rock after him. His face tightened as he turned quickly to his horse, and then he saw Iñigo Baca leaning against the lead mule, vacantly smoking his cigarette. Angsman's face relaxed. "Iñigo," he said, "tell your mules to be very quiet." Iñigo Baca nodded, and unhurriedly flicked the cigarette stub down the grade. They caught up with Hyde and Billy Gway a little way into the timber. The trail had disappeared into a hazy gloom of tangled brush and tree trunks, with the cliff on one side and the piney hill on the other to keep out the light. Angsman rode past them, and they stopped and turned in the saddle. Hyde looked a little sheepish because he didn't know where the trail was, but Billy Gway stared back defiantly and tried to look hard. "Ed, you saw some bones out there in the flats a while back," Angsman said. "Likely they were men who had gold fever." That was all he said. He turned the head of the mare and continued on. Angsman moved slowly, more cautiously now than before, and every so often he would rein in gently and sit in the saddle without moving and listen. And there was something about the deep silence that made even Billy Gway strain his eyes into the dimness and not say anything. It was a loud quietness that rang in their ears and seemed unnatural. Moving at this pace, it was almost dusk when they reached the edge of the timber. The pine hill was still on their left, but higher and steeper. To the right, 2 spurs reached out from the cliff wall that had gradually dropped, until now it was just a hump, but with a confusion of rocky angles in the near distance beyond. And ahead was a canyon mouth, narrow at first, but then appearing to open into a wider area. As they rode on, Angsman could see it in Ed Hyde's eyes. The map was in his hand, and he kept glancing at it, and then looking around. When they passed through the canyon mouth into the open, Hyde called, "Angsman, look! Just like it says." But Angsman wasn't looking at Ed Hyde. 100 feet ahead, where a narrow side canyon cut into the arena, the 2 Indian women sat their ponies and watched the white men approach. Angsman reined in and waited, looking at them the way you look at deer that you have come across unexpectedly in a forest, waiting for them to bolt. But the women made no move to run. Hyde and Billy Gway drew up next to Angsman, then continued on as Angsman nudged the mare into a walk. They stopped within a few feet of the women, who had still neither moved nor uttered a sound. Angsman dismounted. Hyde stirred restlessly in his saddle before putting his hands on the horn to swing down, but stopped when Billy Gway's hand tightened on his arm. "Damn, Ed! Look at that young one!" His voice was loud and excited, but as impersonal as if he were making a comment at a girlie show. "She'd even look good in town," he added, and then threw off to stand in front of her pony. Angsman looked at Billy Gway and back to the girl who was sliding easily from the bare back of her pony. He greeted her in English, pleasantly, and tipped his hat to the older woman, still mounted, who giggled in a high, thin voice. The girl said nothing, but looked at Angsman. He said, "Como se llama?" and spoke a few more words in Spanish. The girl's face relaxed slightly, and she said, "Soncadella," pronouncing each syllable distinctly. "What the hell's that mean?" Billy Gway said, walking up to her. "That's her name," Angsman told him, then spoke to the girl again in Spanish. She replied with a few Spanish phrases, but most of her words were in a dialect of the Apache tongue. She was having trouble combining the 2 languages so that the white men could understand her. Her face would frown, and she would wipe her hands nervously over the hips of her greasy deerskin dress as she groped for the right words. She was plump, and her hair and dress had long gone unwashed, but her face was softly attractive, contrasting oddly with her primitive dress and speech. Her features might have belonged to a white woman, the coloring, too, for that matter, but the greased hair and smoke smell that clung to her were decidedly Apache. When she finished speaking, Angsman looked back at Hyde. "She's a Warm Springs Apache. A Membreño," he said. "She says they're on their way home." Hyde said, "Ask her if she knows about any gold hereabouts." Angsman looked at him, and his eyes opened a little wider. "Maybe you didn't hear, Ed. I said she's a mimbre. She's going home from a hunting trip led by her father. And her father's Delgadito," he added. "Hell, the Apaches are at peace, ain't they?" Hyde asked indifferently. "What are you worried about?" "Cochise made peace," Angsman answered. "These are Mimbres, not Chiricahuas, and their chief is Victorio. He's never made peace." "I don't want to scare you, Ed," he said, looking back to the girl, "but his war lieutenant's Delgadito." Billy Gway was standing in front of the girl, his thumbs in his gun belts, looking at her closely. "I know how to stop a war," he said, smiling. "Who's talking about war?" Hyde asked. "We're not starting anything." "You don't have to stop it, Ed," Angsman said. "You think about finishing it, and you think about your life." "Don't worry about me thinking about my life. I think about being almost gone and not worth a Dixie single." "Hell yes, we're taking a chance," Hyde argued. "If gold was easy to come by, it wouldn't be worth nothing." I still know how to stop a war, Billy Gway said idly. Hyde looked at him impatiently. What's that talk supposed to mean? Then he saw how Billy Gway was looking at the girl, and the frown eased off the grizzled face as it dawned on him what Billy Gway was thinking about, and he rubbed his beard. You see what I mean, Ed? Billy Gway said, smiling. We take Miss Indon along, and ain't no Delgadito or even U.S. Grant going to stop us. He looked up at the old woman on the pony. Though I don't see any reason for carrying excess baggage. Angsman caught him by both arms and spun him around. You gun-crazy kid. You out of your mind. You don't wave threats at Apaches. He pushed the boy away roughly. Just stop a minute, Ed. You got better sense than what this boy's proposing. It's worth a chance, Angsman, any chance. We're not stopping after coming this far on account of some Indian or his little girl, Hyde said. I'd say Billy's got the right idea. I told you he had nerve. Let him use a little of it. Billy Gway looked toward Angsman's mount and saw his handgun in a saddle holster. Then both pistols came out and he pointed them at the scout. Don't talk again, Angsman, because if I hear any more abuse, I'll shoot you as quick as this. He raised a pistol and swung it to the side as if without aiming and pulled the trigger. The old Indian woman dropped from the pony without a cry. There was silence. Hyde looked at him, stunned. God, Billy, you didn't have to do that. Billy Gway laughed, but the laugh trailed off too quickly, as if he just then realized what he had done. He forced the laugh now and said, Hell, Ed, she was only an Indian. What are you fussing about? Hyde said, Well, it's done now, and it can't be undone. But he looked about nervously, as if expecting a simple solution to be standing near at hand, a solution, or some kind of justification. He saw the mining equipment, packed on one of the mules, and the look of distress left his eyes. Let's quit talking about it, he said. We got things to do. Billy Gway blew down the barrel of the pistol he had fired and watched Sankadea as she bent over the woman momentarily, then rose without the trace of emotion on her face. It puzzled Billy Gway and made him more nervous. He waved a pistol toward Ienyo Baka. Hey, Maso, get a shovel and turn this old woman under. No sense in having the birds telling on us. The scout rode in silence, knowing what would come, but not knowing when. His gaze crawled over the wildness of the slanting canyon walls, brush trees and scattered boulders where nothing moved. The left wall was dark, the shadowy rock outlines obscure and blending into each other. The opposite slope was hazy and cold in the dim light of the late sun. He felt the tenseness all over his body, the feeling of knowing that something is close, though you can't see it or hear it. Only the quietness, the metallic clop of hooves. Then Billy Gway's loud, forced laughter that would cut the stillness and hang there in the narrowness until it faded out up canyon. Angsman knew the feeling. It went with campaigning, but this time there was a difference. It was the first time he had ever led into a canyon with such a strong premonition that Apaches were present. Yet with the feeling he recognized an eager expectancy. Perhaps fatalism, he thought. He watched two chicken hawks dodging, gliding in and out, drop toward a brush tree halfway up the slanting right wall. Then, just as they were about to land in the bush, they rose quickly and soared out of sight. Now he was more than sure. They were riding into an ambush, and there was so little time to do anything about it. He glanced at Hyde riding next to him. Hyde couldn't be kept back now. The final circle on his map was just a little figuring from the end of the canyon. "Slow her down, Ed," Billy Gway yelled. "I can't propose to Miss Indon and canter at the same time." He laughed and reached over to put his hand on Sunkadea's hip, then let the hand fall to her knee. He called out, "Yes, sir, Ed. I think we made us a good move." Sunkadea did not resist. Her head nodded faintly with the sway of her pony, looking straight ahead, but her eyes moved from one canyon wall to the other, and there was the slightest gleam of a smile. Angsman wondered if he really cared what was going to happen. He didn't care about Hyde or Billy Gway. He didn't know Ienyo Baka well enough to have a feeling one way or the other. From the beginning, Ienyo had been taking a chance like everyone else. He thought of his own life, and the odd fact occurred to him that he didn't even particularly care about himself. He tried to picture death in relation to himself, but he would see himself lying on the ground and himself looking at the body and knew that couldn't be so. He thought of how hard it was to take yourself out of the picture to see yourself dead, and ended up with, if you're not going to be there to worry about yourself being dead, why worry at all? But you don't stay alive not caring, and his eyes went back to the canyon sides. He watched Hyde engrossed in his map and looked back at Billy Guay riding close to Sankadea with his hand on her leg. They could be shot from their saddles and not even see where it came from. Or they could be taken by surprise. His head swung front again, and he saw the canyon up ahead narrow to less than 50 feet across. Or they could be taken by surprise. He flicked the rein against the mare's mane gently to ease her toward the right canyon wall. He made the move slowly, leading the others at a very slight angle, so that Hyde and Billy Guay, in their preoccupation, did not even notice the edging, either to be shot in the head or not at all, Angsman thought. Now they were riding much closer to the canyon wall. He turned in the saddle to watch Billy Guay, still laughing and moving his hand over Sankadea. And when he turned back, he saw the half-dozen Apaches standing in the trail not a dozen yards ahead. It was funny, because he was looking at half-naked, armed Apaches, and he could still hear Billy Guay's laughter coming from behind. Then the laughter stopped. Hyde groaned. "Oh, my God!" And in the instant spurred his mount and yanked rein to wheel off to the left. There was the report of a heavy rifle, and horse and rider went down. Angsman's arms were jerked suddenly behind his back, and he saw 3 Apaches race for the fallen Hyde as he felt himself dragged over the rump of the mare. He landed on his feet and staggered and watched one warrior dragging Hyde back toward them by one leg. Hyde was screaming, holding on to the other leg that was bouncing over the rough ground. Billy Guay had jerked his arms free and stood a little apart from the dozen Apaches, aiming bows and carbines at him. His hands were on the pistol butts, with fear and indecision plain on his face. Angsman twisted his neck toward him. "Don't even think about it, boy. You don't have a chance." It was all over in something like 15 seconds. Hyde was writhing on the ground, groaning and holding on to the hole in his thigh, where the heavy slug had gone through to take the horse in the belly. Angsman stooped to look at the wound and saw that Hyde was holding the map, pressed tight to his leg and now smeared with blood. He looked up, and Delgadito was standing on the other side of the wounded man. Next to him stood Sankadea. Delgadito was not dressed for war. He wore a faded red cotton shirt, buttonless, and held down by the cartridge belt around his waist, and his thin face looked almost ridiculous under the shabby, wide-brimmed hat that sat straight on the top of his head, at least 2 sizes too small. But Angsman did not laugh. He knew Delgadito, Victorio's war lieutenant, and probably the most capable hit-and-run guerrilla leader in Apacheria. No, Angsman did not laugh. Delgadito stared at them, taking his time to look around, then said, "Hello, Angsman. You have a cigarillo?" Angsman fished in his shirt pocket and drew out tobacco and paper and handed it to the Indian. Delgadito rolled a cigarette awkwardly and handed the sack to Angsman, who rolled himself one, then flicked a match with his thumbnail and lighted the cigarettes. Both men drew deeply and smoked in silence. Finally, Angsman said, "It's good to smoke with you again, Shikase." Delgadito nodded his head, and Angsman went on, "It has been 5 years since we smoked together at San Carlos." The Apache shook his head slightly. "Together we have smoked other things since then, Angsman," and added a few words in the Mimbre dialect. Angsman looked at him quickly. "You were at Big Dry Wash?" Delgadito smiled for the first time and nodded his head. "How is your sickness, Angsman?" he asked, and the smile broadened. Angsman's hand came up quickly to his side, where the bullet had torn through that day, 2 years before at Dry Wash, and now he smiled. Delgadito watched him. With the nearest an Apache comes to giving an admiring look, he said, "You are a big man, Angsman. I like to fight you. But now you do something very foolish, and I must stop you. I mean you no harm, Angsman, for I like to fight you. But now you must go home and stop this being foolish and take this old man before the smell enters his leg. And Angsman, tell this old man what befalls him if he returns. Tell him the medicine he carries in his hand is false. Show him how he cannot read the medicine ever again because of his own blood." For a moment his eyes lifted to the heights of the canyon wall. "Maybe so. That is the only way, Angsman. With blood." Angsman offered no thanks for their freedom. Gratitude was not an Apache custom. But he said, "On the way home, I will impress your words on them." "Tell my words to the old man," Delgadito replied. Then his voice became cold. "I will tell the young one." And he looked toward Billy Guay. Angsman swallowed hard to remain impassive. "There is nothing I can say. The mother of Sankadea speaks in my ear, Angsman. What could you say?" Delgadito turned deliberately and walked away. Angsman rode without speaking, listening to Hyde's groans as the saddle rubbed the open rawness of his wound. The groans were beginning to erase the scream that hung in his mind and repeated over and over, Billy Guay's scream as they carried him up canyon. Angsman knew what he was going to do. He'd still have his worn saddle and old model carbine, but he knew what he was going to do. Hyde's leg would heal, and he'd be back the next year or the year after, or if not him, someone else. The Southwest was full of Hydes, and as long as there were Hydes, there were Billy Guays, big talkers with big guns who ended up lying dead after a while in a Mimbre rancheria. Angsman would go back to Fort Bowie, even if it got slow sometimes. There'd always be plenty to do.
"310 to Yuma." Read by Henry Rollins. Dime Western Magazine, March 1953.
He had picked up his prisoner at Fort Huachuca shortly after midnight, and now, in a silent early morning mist, they approached contention. The two riders moved slowly, one behind the other. Entering Stockman Street, Paul Scallon glanced back at the open country with the wet haze blanketing its flatness, thinking of the long night ride from Huachuca, relieved that this much was over. When his body turned again, his hand moved over the sawed-off shotgun that was across his lap, and he kept his eyes on the man ahead of him until they were near the end of the second block, opposite the side entrance of the Republic Hotel. He said just above a whisper, though it was clear in the silence, "End of the line." The man turned in his saddle, looking at Scallon curiously. "The jail's around on Commercial. I want you to be comfortable." Scallon stepped out of the saddle, lifting a Winchester from the boot, and walked toward the hotel's side door. A figure stood in the gloom of the doorway behind the screen, and as Scallon reached the steps, the screen door opened. "Are you the marshal?" "Yes, sir." Scallon's voice was soft and without emotion. "Deputy from Bisbee." "We're ready for you. 207, a corner, fronts on Commercial." He sounded proud of the accommodation. "You Mr. Tempe?" The man in the doorway looked surprised. "Yeah. Wells Fargo. Who'd you expect?" "You might have got a back room, Mr. Tempe, one with no windows." He swung the shotgun on the man still mounted. "Step down easy, Jim." The man, who was in his early 20s, a few years younger than Scallon, sat with one hand over the other on the saddle horn. Now he gripped the horn and swung down. When he was on the ground, his hands were still close together, iron manacles holding them 3 chain lengths apart. Scallon motioned him toward the door with the stubby barrel of the shotgun. "Anyone in the lobby?" "The desk clerk," Tempe answered him, "and a man in a chair by the front door." "Who is he?" "I don't know. He's asleep. Got his brim down over his eyes." "Did you see anyone out on Commercial?" "No, I haven't been out there." At first he seemed nervous, But now he was irritated, and a frown made his face pout childishly. Scallon said calmly, "Mr. Tempe, it was your line this man robbed. You want to see him go all the way to Yuma, don't you?" "Certainly I do." His eyes went to the outlaw, Jim Kidd, then back to Scallon hurriedly. "But why all the melodrama? The man's under arrest, already been sentenced." "But he's not in jail till he walks through the gates at Yuma," Scallon said. "I'm only one man, Mr. Tempe, and I've got to get him there." "Well, damn it, I'm not the law. Why didn't you bring men with you? All I know is I got a wire from our Bisbee office to get a hotel room and meet you here the morning of November 3rd. There weren't any instructions that I had to get myself deputized a marshal. That's your job." "I know it is, Mr. Tempe," Scallon said, and smiled, though it was an effort. "But I want to make sure no one knows Jim Kidd's in contention until after train time this afternoon." Jim Kidd had been looking from one to the other with a faintly amused grin. Now he said to Tempe, "He means he's afraid somebody's going to jump him." He smiled at Scallon. "That marshal must have really sold you a bill of goods." "What's he talking about?" Tempe said. Kidd went on before Scallon could answer. "They hid me in the Huachuca lockup because they knew nobody could get at me there. And finally the Bisbee marshal gets a plan. He and some others hopped the train in Benson last night, heading for Yuma with an army prisoner passed off as me." Kidd laughed as if the idea were ridiculous. "Is that right?" Tempe said. Scallon nodded. "Pretty much right." "How does he know all about it?" "He's got ears and 10 fingers to add with." "I don't like it. Why just one man?" "Every deputy from here down to Bisbee is out trying to scare up the rest of them. Jim here's the only one we caught," Scallon explained, and then added, "alive." Tempe shot a glance at the outlaw. "Is he the one who killed Dick Moons?" "One of the passengers swears he saw who did it, and he didn't identify Kidd at the trial." Tempe shook his head. "Dick drove for us a long time. You know his brother lives here in contention. When he heard about it, he almost went crazy." He hesitated and then said again, "I don't like it." Scallon felt his patience wearing away, but he kept his voice even when he said, "Maybe I don't either. But what you like and what I like aren't going to matter a whole lot with the marshal past Tucson by now. You can grumble about it all you want, Mr. Tempe, as long as you keep it under your breath. Jim's got friends, and since I have to haul him clear across the territory, I'd just as soon they didn't know about it." Tempe fidgeted nervously. "I don't see why I have to get dragged into this. My job's got nothing to do with law enforcement." "You have the room key?" "In the door. All I'm responsible for is the stage run between here and Tucson." Scallon shoved the Winchester at him. "If you'll take care of this and the horses till I get back, I'll be obliged to you. And I know I don't have to ask you not to mention we're at the hotel." He waved the shotgun and nodded, and Jim Kidd went ahead of him through the side door into the hotel lobby. Scallon was astride behind him, holding the stubby shotgun close to his leg. "Up the stairs on the right, Jim." Kidd started up, but Scallon paused to glance at the figure in the armchair near the front. He was sitting on his spine with limp hands folded on his stomach, and, as Tempe had described, his hat low over the upper part of his face. "You've seen people sleeping in hotel lobbies before," Scallon told himself, and followed Kidd up the stairs. He couldn't stand to wonder about it. Room 207 was narrow and high-ceilinged, with a single window looking down on Commercial Street. An iron bed was placed the long way against one wall and extended to the right side of the window, and along the opposite wall was a dresser with a wash-bin and pitcher, and next to it a rough board wardrobe. An unpainted table and 2 straight chairs took up most of the remaining space. "Lay down on the bed if you want to," Scallon said. "Why don't you sleep?" Kidd asked. "I'll hold the shotgun." The deputy moved one of the straight chairs near to the door and the other to the side of the table opposite the bed. Then he sat down, resting the shotgun on the table so that it pointed directly at Jim Kidd sitting on the edge of the bed near the window. He gazed vacantly outside. A patch of dismal sky showed above the frame buildings across the way. But he was not sitting close enough to look directly down onto the street. He said indifferently, "I think it's going to rain." There was a silence, and then Scallon said, "Jim, I don't have anything against you personally. This is what I get paid for. But I just want it understood that if you start across the 7 feet between us, I'm going to pull both triggers at once without first asking you to stop. That clear?" Kid looked at the deputy marshal, then his eyes drifted out the window again. "It's kind of cold, too." He rubbed his hands together and the 3 chain links rattled against each other. "The window's open a crack. Can I close it?" Scallon's grip tightened on the shotgun, and he brought the barrel up, though he wasn't aware of it. "If you can reach it from where you're sitting." Kid looked at the window sill and said without reaching toward it, "Too far." "All right," Scallon said, rising. "Lay back on the bed." He worked his gun belt around so that now the Colt was on his left hip. Kid went back slowly, smiling. "You don't take any chances, do you? Where's your sporting blood?" "Down in Bisbee with my wife and 3 youngsters," Scallon told him without smiling, and moved around the table. There were no grips on the window frame. Standing with his side to the window facing the man on the bed, he put the heel of his hand on the bottom ledge of the frame and shoved down hard. The window banged shut, and with the slam he saw Jim Kidd kicking up off his back, his body straining to rise without his hands to help. Momentarily, Scallon hesitated and his finger tensed on the trigger. Kidd's feet were on the floor, his body swinging up and his head down to lunge from the bed. Scallon took 1 step and brought his knee up hard against Kidd's face. The outlaw went back across the bed, his head striking the wall. He lay there with his eyes open looking at Scallon. "Feel better now, Jim?" Kidd brought his hands up to his mouth, working his jaw around. "Well, I had to try you out," he said. "I didn't think you'd shoot. But you know I will the next time." For a few minutes, Kidd remained motionless. Then he began to pull himself straight. "I just want to sit up." Behind the table, Scallon said, "Help yourself." He watched Kidd stare out the window. Then, "How much you make, Marshal?" Kidd asked the question abruptly. "I don't think it's any of your business." "What difference does it make?" Scallon hesitated. $150 a month, he said, finally. "Some expenses, and $1 bounty for every arrest against a Bisbee ordinance in the town limits." Kidd shook his head sympathetically. "And you got a wife and 3 kids. Well, it's more than a cowhand makes. But you're not a cowhand. I've worked my share of beef." "40 a month in keep, huh?" Kidd laughed. "That's right, 40 a month," Scallon said. He felt awkward. "How much do you make?" Kidd grinned. When he smiled, he looked very young, hardly out of his teens. "Name a month," he said. "It varies. But you've made a lot of money." "Enough. I can buy what I want." "What are you going to be wanting the next 5 years?" "You're pretty sure we're going to Yuma." "And you're pretty sure we're not," Scallon said. "Well, I've got 2 train passes and a shotgun that says we are. What do you got?" Kidd smiled. "You'll see." And then he said right after it, his tone changing, "What made you join the law?" "The money," Scallon answered, and felt foolish as he said it, but he went on. "I was working for a spread over by the Pantano Wash when old Nana broke loose and raised hell up the Santa Rosa Valley. The Army was going around in circles, so the Pima County Marshal got up a bunch to help out, and we tracked Apaches almost all spring. The Marshal and I got along fine, so he offered me a deputy job if I wanted it. He wanted to say that he started for 75 and worked up to the 150, but he didn't. And then someday you'll get to be Marshal and make 200. Maybe. And then one night a drunk cowhand you've never seen will be tearing up somebody's saloon and you'll go in to arrest him and he'll drill you with a lucky shot before you can get your gun out. So you're telling me I'm crazy. If you don't already know it." Scallon took his hand off the shotgun and pulled tobacco and paper from his shirt pocket and began rolling a cigarette. "Have you figured out yet what my price is?" Kid looked startled, momentarily, but the grin returned. "No, I haven't. Maybe you come higher than I thought." Scallon scratched a match across the table, lighted his cigarette, then threw it to the floor between Kid's boots. "You don't have enough money, Jim." Kid shrugged, then reached down for the cigarette. "You've treated me pretty good. I just wanted to make it easy on you." The sun came into the room for a while, weakly at first, cold and hazy. Then it warmed and brightened and cast an oblong patch of light between the bed and the table. The morning wore on slowly because there was nothing to do, and each man sat restlessly thinking about somewhere else, though it was a restlessness within, and it showed on neither of them. The deputy rolled cigarettes for the outlaw and himself, and most of the time they smoked in silence. Once, Kid asked him what time the train left. He told him shortly after 3, but Kid made no comment. Scallon went to the window and looked out at the narrow, rutted road that was Commercial Street. He pulled a watch from his vest pocket and looked at it. It was almost noon, yet there were few people about. He wondered about this and asked himself if it was unnaturally quiet for a Saturday noon in contention, or if it were just his nerves. He studied the man standing under the wooden awning across the street, leaning idly against a support post with his thumbs hooked in his belt and his flat-crowned hat on the back of his head. There was something familiar about him, and each time Scallon had gone to the window, a few times during the past hour, the man had been there. He glanced at Jim Kidd lying across the bed, then looked out the window in time to see another man moving up next to the one at the post. They stood together for the space of a minute before the second man turned a horse from the tie rail, swung up, and rode off down the street. The man at the post watched him go and tilted his hat against the sun glare, and then it registered. With the hat low on his forehead, Scallon saw him again as he had that morning, the man lying in the armchair, as if asleep. He saw his wife then, and the 3 youngsters, and he could almost feel the little girl sitting on his lap where she had climbed up to kiss him goodbye, and he had promised to bring her something from Tucson. He didn't know why they had come to him all of a sudden, and after he had put them out of his mind, since there was no room now, there was an upset feeling inside as if he had swallowed something that would not go down all the way. It made his heart beat a little faster. Jim Kidd was smiling up at him. "Anybody I know?" I didn't think it showed. Like the sun going down. Scallon glanced at the man across the street and then to Jim Kidd. "Come here." He nodded to the window. "Tell me who your friend is over there." Kidd half rose and leaned over looking out the window, then sat down again. "Charlie Prince. Somebody else just went for help." "Charlie doesn't need help." "How did you know you were going to be in contention?" "You told that Wells Fargo man I had friends, and about the posses chasing around in the hills. Figure it out for yourself. You could be looking out a window in Benson and seeing the same thing. They're not going to do you any good." "I don't know any man who'd get himself killed for $150, Kidd paused. "Especially a man with a wife and young ones." Men rode into town in something less than an hour later. Scallon heard the horses coming up Commercial and went to the window to see the 6 riders pull to a stop and range themselves in a line in the middle of the street facing the hotel. Charlie Prince stood behind them, leaning against the post. Then he moved away from it, leisurely, and stepped down into the street. He walked between the horses and stopped in front of them just below the window. He cupped his hands to his mouth and shouted, "Jim!" In the quiet street, it was like a pistol shot. Scallon looked at Kidd, seeing the smile that softened his face and was even in his eyes. Confidence. It was all over him. And even with the manacles on, you would believe it was Jim Kidd who was holding the shotgun. "What do you want me to tell him?" Kidd asked. "Tell him you'll write every day." Kidd laughed and went to the window, pushing it up by the top of the frame. It raised a few inches. Then he moved his hands under the window and slid it up all the way. "Charlie, you go buy the boys a drink. We'll be down shortly." "Are you all right?" "Sure, I'm all right." Charlie Prince hesitated. "What if you don't come down? He could kill you and say you tried to break." "Jim, you tell him what'll happen if we hear a gun go off." "He knows," Kid said and closed the window. He looked at Scallon standing motionless with a shotgun under his arm. "Your turn, Marshal. What do you expect me to say?" "Something that makes sense. You said before I didn't mean a thing to you personally. What you're doing is just a job. Well, you figure out if it's worth getting killed for. All you have to do is throw your guns on the bed and let me walk out the door, and you can go back to Bisbee and arrest all the drunks you want. Nobody's going to blame you with the odds stacked 7-1. You know your wife's not going to complain." "You should have been a lawyer, Jim." The smile began to fade from Kid's face. "Come on. What's it going to be?" The door rattled with 3 knocks in quick succession. Abruptly, the room was silent. The 2 men looked at each other, and now the smile disappeared from Kid's face completely. Scallon moved to the side of the door, tiptoeing in his high-heeled boots, then pointed his shotgun toward the bed. Kid sat down. "Who is it?" For a moment there was no answer. Then he heard, "Tempe!" He glanced at Kid, who was watching him. "What do you want?" "I've got a pot of coffee for you." Scallon hesitated. "You alone?" "Of course I am. Hurry up, it's hot." He drew the key from his coat pocket, then held the shotgun in the crook of his arm as he inserted the key with one hand and turned the knob with the other. The door opened and slammed against him, knocking him back against the dresser. He went off balance, sliding into the wardrobe, going down on his hands and knees, and the shotgun clattered across the floor to the window. He saw Jim Kidd drop to the floor for the gun. "Hold it!" A heavy-set man stood in the doorway with a Colt pointing out past the thick bulge of his stomach. "Leave that shotgun where it is." Tempe stood next to him with the coffee pot in his hand. There was coffee down the front of his suit, on the door, and on the flooring. He brushed at the front of his coat feebly, looking from Scallon to the man with the pistol. "I couldn't help it, Marshal. He made me do it. He threatened to do something to me if I didn't." "Who is he?" "Bob Moons. You know, Dick's brother." The heavy-set man glanced at Tempe angrily. "Shut your damn whining." His eyes went to Jim Kidd and held there. "You know who I am, don't you?" Kidd looked uninterested. "You don't resemble anybody I know." "You didn't have to know Dick to shoot him." "I didn't shoot that messenger." Scallon got to his feet, looking at Tempe. "What the hell's wrong with you?" "I couldn't help it. He forced me." "How did he know we were here?" "He came in this morning talking about Dick, and I felt he needed some cheering up, so I told him Jim Kidd had been tried and was being taken to Yuma and was here in town, on his way. Bob didn't say anything and went out, and a little later he came back with a gun." "You damn fool." Scallon shook his head wearily. "Never mind all the talk." Moons kept his pistol on Kidd. "I would have found him sooner or later. This way, everybody gets saved a long train ride." "You pull that trigger," Scallon said, "and you'll hang for murder." "Like he did for killing Dick." "A jury said he didn't do it." Scallon took a step toward the big man. "And I'm damned if I'm going to let you pass another sentence." "You stay put or I'll pass sentence on you." Scallon moved a slow step nearer. "Hand me the gun, Bob." "I'm warning you, you get the hell out of the way and let me do what I came for." "Bob, hand me the gun, or I swear I'll beat you through that wall." Scallon tensed to take another step, another slow one. He saw Moon's eyes dart from him to Kidd, and in that instant he knew it would be his only chance. He lunged, swinging his coat aside with his hand, and when the hand came up, it was holding a Colt, all in one motion. The pistol went up and chopped an arc across Moon's head before the big man could bring his own gun around. His hat flew off as the barrel swiped his skull, and he went back against the wall heavily. then sank to the floor. Scallon wheeled to face the window, thumbing the hammer back, but Kid was still sitting on the edge of the bed with the shotgun at his feet. The deputy relaxed, letting the hammer ease down. You might have made it that time. Kid shook his head. I wouldn't have got off the bed. There was a note of surprise in his voice. You know, you're pretty good. At 2:15, Scallon looked at his watch, then stood up, pushing the chair back. The shotgun was under his arm. In less than an hour, they would leave the hotel, walk over Commercial to Stockman, and then up Stockman to the station. 3 blocks. He wanted to go all the way. He wanted to get Jim Kidd on that train, but he was afraid. He was afraid of what he might do once they were on the street. Even now his breath was short, and occasionally he would inhale and let the air out slowly to calm himself. And he kept asking himself if it was worth it. People would be in the windows and the doors, though you wouldn't see them. They'd have their own feelings, and most of their hearts would be pounding, and they'd edge back of their door frames a little more. The man out on the street was something without a human nature or a personality of its own. He was on a stage. The street was another world. Tempe sat on the chair in front of the door, and next to him, squatting on the floor with his back against the wall, was Moons. Scallon had unloaded Moon's pistol and placed it in the pitcher behind him. Kid was on the bed. Most of the time he stared at Scallon. His face bore a puzzled expression, making his eyes frown, and sometimes he would cock his head as if studying the deputy from a different angle. Scallon stepped to the window now. Charlie Prince and another man were under the awning. The others were not in sight. "You haven't changed your mind?" Kid asked him seriously. Scallon shook his head. "I don't understand you. You risked your neck to save my life, now you'll risk it again to send me to prison." Scallon looked at Kid and suddenly felt closer to him than any man he knew. "Don't ask me, Jim," he said and sat down again. After that, he looked at his watch every few minutes. At 5 minutes to 3, he walked to the door, motioning Tempe aside, and turned the key in the lock. "Let's go, Jim." When Kid was next to him, he prodded Moons with a gun barrel. "Over on the bed. Mister, if I see or hear about you on the street before train time, you'll face an attempted murder charge." He motioned Kid past him, then stepped into the hall and locked the door. They went down the stairs and crossed the lobby to the front door, Scallon astride behind with a shotgun barrel almost touching Kid's back. Passing through the doorway, he said as calmly as he could, "Turn left on Stockman and keep walking. No matter what you hear, keep walking." As they stepped out onto Commercial, Scallon glanced at the Ramada where Charlie Prince had been standing, but now the saloon porch was an empty shadow. Near the corner, 2 horses stood under a sign that said "Eat" in red letters, and on the side of Stockman, the signs continued, lining the rutted main street to make it seem narrower. And beneath the signs, in the shadows, nothing moved. There was a whisper of wind along the Ramadas. It whipped sand specks from the street and rattled them against the clapboard, and the sound was hollow and lifeless. Somewhere a screen door banged, far away. They passed the cafe, turning onto Stockman. Ahead, the deserted street narrowed with distance to a dead end at the rail station, a single-story building standing by itself, low and sprawling, with most of the platform in shadow. The westbound was there, along the platform, but the engine and most of the cars were hidden by the station house. White steam lifted above the roof to be lost in the sun's glare. They were almost to the platform when Kid said over his shoulder, "Run like hell while you're still able." "Where are they?" Kid grinned because he knew Scallon was afraid. "How should I know?" "Tell them to come out in the open." "Tell them yourself." "Damn it, tell them!" Scallon clenched his jaw and jabbed the short barrel into Kid's back. "I'm not fooling. If they don't come out, I'll kill you." Kid felt the gun barrel hard against his spine, and suddenly he shouted, "Charlie!" It echoed in the street, but after there was only silence. Kid's eyes darted over the shadowed porches. "Damn it, Charlie! Hold on!" Scallon prodded him up the warped plank steps to the shade of the platform, and suddenly he could feel them near. "Tell him again!" "Don't shoot, Charlie!" Kid screamed the words. From the other side of the station, they heard the trainman's call, trailing off. "Gila Bend! Sentinel! Yuma!" The whistle sounded loud, wailing as they passed into the shade of the platform, then out again to the naked glare of the open side. Scallon squinted, glancing toward the station office, but the train dispatcher was not in sight, nor was anyone. "It's the mail car," he said to Kid. "The second to last one." Steam hissed from the iron cylinder of the engine, clouding that end of the platform. "Hurry it up," he snapped, pushing Kid along. Then, from behind, hurried footsteps sounded on the planking, and as the hiss of steam died away, "Stand where you are!" The locomotive's main rods strained back, rising like the legs of a grotesque grasshopper, and the wheels moved. The connecting rods stopped on an upward swing, and couplings clanged down the line of cars. "Throw the gun away, brother!" Charlie Prince stood at the corner of the station house with a pistol in each hand. Then he moved around carefully between the two men and the train. "Throw it far away and unhitch your belt," he said. "Do what he says," Kid said. "They've got you." The others, 6 of them, were strung out in the dimness of the platform shed. Grim-faced, stubbles of beard, hat brims low. The man nearest Prince spat tobacco lazily. Scallon knew fear at that moment as fear had never gripped him before, but he kept the shotgun hard against Kid's spine. He said, just above a whisper, "Jim, I'll cut you in half." Kid's body was stiff, his shoulders drawn up tightly. "Wait a minute," he said. He held his palms out to Charlie Prince, though he could have been speaking to Scallon. Suddenly Prince shouted, "Go down!" There was a fraction of a moment of dead silence that seemed longer. Kid hesitated. Scallon was looking at the gunman over Kid's shoulder, seeing the 2 pistols. Then Kid was gone, rolling on the planking, and the pistols were coming up, one ahead of the other. Without moving, Scallon squeezed both triggers of the scattergun. Charlie Prince was going down, holding his hands tight to his chest, as Scallon dropped the shotgun and swung around, drawing his Colt. He fired hurriedly. "Wait for a target," words in his mind. He saw the men under the platform shed, 3 of them breaking for the station office, 2 going full length to the planks, 1 crouched, his pistol up. "That one! Get him quick!" Scallon aimed and squeezed the heavy revolver, and the man went down. "Now get the hell out!" Charlie Prince was face down. Kid was crawling frantically and coming to his feet when Scallon reached him. He grabbed Kid by the collar savagely, pushing him on, and dug the pistol into his back. "Run, damn you!" Gunfire erupted from the shed and thudded into the wooden caboose as they ran past it. The train was moving slowly. Just in front of them, a bullet smashed a window of the mail car. Someone screamed, "You'll hit Jim!" There was another shot. Then it was too late. Scallon and Kid leapt up on the car platform and were in the mail car as it rumbled past the end of the station platform. Kid was on the floor, stretched out along a row of mail sacks. He rubbed his shoulder awkwardly with his manacled hands and watched Scallon, who stood against the wall next to the open door. Kid studied the deputy for some minutes. Finally he said, "You know, you really earn your 150. Scallon heard him, though the iron rhythm of the train wheels and his breathing were loud in his temples. He felt as if all his strength had been sapped, but he couldn't help smiling at Jim Kidd. He was thinking pretty much the same thing.
We hope you've enjoyed this program from Harper Audio.
For more information about the broad range of titles from Harper Audio, Harper Children's Audio, and Cadman, please visit our website at www.harperaudio.com. Thank you for listening.